County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845, the symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surrey, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry, and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval for the final day of this Division 1 clash between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. A game that is really nicely set up. Adam Collins with you and Daniel Norcross with me. The home side, 156 runs in the lead, so they're 200 for 5. They've got Will Jacks there on 19, Tom Laws, the night watchman, on 2. A couple of late wickets last night, Daniel, means that Nottinghamshire have got a little window here early on the 4th day.
It's a lip-smacking prospect, isn't it? They've got Surrey 5 down. That ball, though, is 61 overs old. They still don't have Jake Ball. Surrey are in this pickle. We talked about the pickle. How hard do they go? How much are they going to defend their situation in the match and try to secure the draw before they go for the win? I think Surrey are the sort of side who are going to look to press on, press hard, and they've got the batters to do it. The overnight watcher, Tom Laws, has got an opportunity here. He's a very fine batter, coming in at 7. And he's got Will Jacks with him, and after that, well, there's some really explosive hitting to come. Thing is, if they go too hard, is that going to result in quick wickets? And that would bring Notts right back into it for right back in it for a run chase later today. It's going to be fascinating. This first session is pivotal. We often say it, but for once it's definitely true.
We've got about 5.5 minutes until the resumption here at the Oval on Morning 4. Time enough to check out the highlights from yesterday. Using his feet, Young, and beating mid-on. Nice shot, second ball of the day.
Oh.
Again from Hutton. Just gives himself enough space to get a free swing. Beats the man at mid-off. Expansive from Hutton. His second boundary of the morning. Both have gone towards the short rope. Oh, edged and gets to second slip. Nicely pouched Latham. His 4th catch in the cordon. Out through the onside for 4.
It's so interesting.
Oh, he's whipped away for 4. James, his first boundary, just times it.
where's that gone? That's gone between the fielders. That's perfectly placed by Young. Now, where's this gone? High in the air, and it's going to sail over long leg, only just about. Hello. Well, well, well. Would you believe it? And it's Young. He's knocked the bails off. Let's take a look at this. Oh no, straight into the gloves. Incredible work. And actually might have been stumped as well. The foot was in the air. Well, it's been given out by a square leg. Now he's gone after that, and he's got it away for 4. That's a lovely shot. All along the ground, up to the groundsman's hut and into the groundsman's hut.
Jacks to continue. Lovely contact. Out through the covers, one man to beat, and it does. Investment. Oh, spears up towards Latham, who takes a 5th catch in the innings. And he puts his hand up to reflect that achievement. Oh, hits him on the body. First ball round the corner. What did it hit? It hit the bat. Patterson's gone for a golden duck. Abbott's on a hat trick. Bowls him. Worrell finishes the job.
Wicket.
Oh, now then. This is tight and he's given him. Patterson bowls his first ball. It's beautifully on driven by Dominic Sibley. A little full. That's a wonderful shot from Latham. Gets under that front foot, drives through to the left of mid-off. Well, that has been Sibley's undoing, but that isn't. That's a lovely shot. Hutton resumes his first ball, was picked off nicely by Sibley. That's the second leg glance. Oh, now that was in the air briefly, but it's to the left of Hasib Hamid. It's going to run up towards the mid-wicket boundary. Probably won't get there. Well, actually it does. Just trickles onto the rope. Beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful. And that, what's lovely to see about this innings from Dominic. Oh, top edge. And that's flown away for 4.
So it'll be Harrison to finish the session. It's a fine sweep shot. He just gets down so low. The contact is sweet. The placement's perfect. Wrongen. Picked and placed and 4. So Latham, it's been a while between boundaries, but cuts away for 4. You're giving him a rap there, Taha, and he's given Sibley something to hit, which means that he can raise the bat in acknowledgement of a half century. For 262, I think it was. Round the corner we go here with Latham, out towards the rope. That'll be his half century. Shot. On the back foot, crunching for 4. Down the leg side, catches the call, and it's given. Slightly different rhythm here. First ball, though, too short. Folks doesn't quite make the... Oh, no, he does. My apologies. That should have been stopped at point.
Bit of a brain fade of a Jamie Smith shot.
That's going to run away down towards the boundary. It's being eagerly pursued, but in vain. Ah, it's a wonderful shot, actually. Now then, that's been whacked out. Oh, taken! Whacked out to deep mid-wicket, and can you believe it? Sibley has gone. That's a lovely shot from Jacks. Crisply struck all along the ground.
The actual.
Oh, edged through and gone. What a big wicket that could be. Folks who've been anchoring this innings with just 2 overs left in the day has feathered one through to the keeper Moores. Another catch for him.
Ball of the day.
Well negotiated by Tom Latham.
Brought Laws in up the order. Jacks on strike, first ball of the day, averaging 28 through the campaign. He was caught behind for 35 on day 1 here. Patterson to begin. He was the man who dismissed Jacks on the first day.
Now there are 19 overs to go until a second new ball is available, and the way Nottinghamshire and Hasib Hamid rotated his bowlers yesterday was really terrific, actually. And held together, the glue holding it all together, was probably Calvin Harrison, allowing the depleted seam bowling attack to rotate from the pavilion end. I would imagine they'll stick with the same kind of plan, won't they? Unless they fancy a little burst of seam at both ends just to start the day.
Harrison bowled 18 of his 20 overs after tea yesterday, so he was set and forget. Long spell did a good job prizing out a couple of wickets. Smith and then Folks in between times, Sibley holing out uncharacteristically to the part-time spinner Montgomery for 83.
It was a bit of a double take when I saw him play the shot, actually. I mean, wasn't the wrong shot selection at all. It's a shorter leg side boundary. It's just not often I've seen Sibley go after that shot. And another couple of yards, it would have sailed into the stands.
So starting with a slip and very much a backward point. On the one. Catching mid-wicket.
Always on the one, Colo, like Bootsy Collins.
Bit of movement there off the seam from Patterson, third ball of the day. So a day of 96 overs, even though we lost time on day 2, it being day 4, back to 96.
There's a little bit of weather around later, potentially.
Yes.
Which we'll need to keep an eye on.
So as far as how Surrey might set it up, we've dealt with knots a little bit in the preview there, but for Surrey, because they bat aggressively all the way down, if they can get a partnership going, and they've got Clark to come, who made 100 in the first innings, Abbott, who's in career best form with the bat, Worrell, who made a half-century most recent start. Edge and falls just forward, just in front of slip, doesn't carry.
Let's not forget Jamie Overton as well, who half an hour of Jamie Overton, 20 minutes even. And he can really advance that score. Let's have a look at this again. It's not carried to slip.
It's Calvin Harrison there. Yeah, just to his right.
A little deep. You know, the Kookaburra ball, 61 and a bit overs old. You might risk it for a biscuit here, mightn't you?
I'm interested in that backward point. I'm not quite sure what he's there for. He's well behind where the conventional position would be.
Well,
plays out in that gap between slip and backward point for 4. First runs of the day to Will Jacks into the 20s. Lead up to 160.
Yeah, he does quite like to play that shot late behind square on the offside. I think that's the idea of the backward point there. It's a very Ollie Pope shot, a very Joe Root shot. Let's wait for the ball to come on, and on slower wickets you can do that. We saw actually Joe Root on the quicker pitches at Headingley. That option was slightly taken away from him. It became a much riskier shot here against a softer, older ball. And look, straight away, that backward point's gone all the way to the boundary.
So down to deep third. Completes the first over of the 4th day. Lead 160, just the boundary coming there, 204 for 5 over to Tom Laws, who hasn't enjoyed much success with the bat this year, averaging 9 and was out cheaply on morning 2 here in this particular fixture. But as we've noted a couple of times, averaged 53 in the Royal London Cup last year, 4 half-centuries, so he can play. He's just not been able to deliver with the bat so far this season in red ball cricket.
It's really tough when you're in this lineup because more often than not you're batting down at 9 or 10. Only Worrell really below you. So and because Surrey aren't picking Dan Moriarty, for example, another spinner who would probably slot in at 10 if he were there, it's tough for Laws. He'd go ahead of Gus Atkinson probably if he's playing in the same team as Gus, but in this lineup he's going to be 10. So getting the opportunity to come in late last night and come in at 7, there's a chance for him to build an innings here and show what he's really worth.
So Hutton gets the first opportunity from our broadcast end, JM Finn stand end, into Laws. Couple of slips. Out the middle of the bat to mid-off to begin. Some Laws news this morning as well, Daniel?
Yes, well, he has been signed as a replacement player by the Oval Invincibles. I know many of our listeners will be slightly ambiguous about their feelings about that, but I'm sure Tom Laws is delighted. He's going to get a run out with the Oval Invincibles. It's not great for Surrey, of course, in the Royal London, where you just mentioned he had a fine tournament last year.
They really did use it last year, Surrey, the Royal London, as a development team, didn't they? Many players getting a proper run throughout the 8 regular season games.
It's a, you know, I mean, we talked about this schedule to death, and I was talking to Jeremy Coney about it last night. One of my biggest objections to it all is that, you know, what cricket is there at the Oval in August? Those Royal London games often taking place in Guildford. Not that there's anything wrong with playing at Guildford, of course. But this great old ground will see 400 games. I haven't checked the Royal London fixtures.
Yeah, all the home games are at Guildford.
All of them. So I think that's the objection really that county fans have, especially if you're a Somerset fan and you've got 4 Royal London games in a whole month. The height of summer.
Inside edge down to deep backward square for 1. I think there is a creative solution to be found where the 50 over cricket can have a home of its own. It just requires getting a bit resourceful about it. You know, I mean, this isn't as big of a deal as it was before COVID, but most counties find themselves somewhere warm in March, be it Cape Town or the UAE or
Barbados.
Barbados, that's right, yeah. I wonder whether, as part of that, they can find some solution where some of the 50 over cricket can be played, you know, away from England to extend the season. Not the whole thing, but maybe maybe 4 rounds of it, let's say. And with streaming technology as it is at the moment, it would improve the chances of people being able to engage with it early on. And also the broader benefits of playing in different kinds of conditions. And then you bring the Royal London back home to England in April, and you have another month of sort of serious 50 over cricket, or a few weeks, whatever it works out to be.
It's going to be a tough gig for the commentators having to go out to Barbados in March.
Well, look, it doesn't even need to be March. I'm just using that as the time when a lot of counties go out there.
No, it's a
finish,
sound point.
and also I think 50 over cricket is better suited to the cooler climate in April, running around and so on. And if you wanted to get really clever, there's the bank holiday in early May, isn't there?
Yes.
You could make that the end of the over, I should say, 205 for 5, lead up to 161, just 1 coming from Hutton's first over of the day. You could use that bank holiday weekend in a clever way to make it the culmination of the 50 over season. I mean, theoretically, you could use all of April for this, but anyway, let's
back in the day, the Benson Hedges Cup, the 55 over competition, which was one of 3 limited over competitions. We forget that England was able to host 3 limited over competitions before, as well as a full county championship. That would take place late April, early May.
But if you use that window in April and you just extend, well, you delay the start of the county championship to May in this scenario, and I think that would be well received. My sense is that there's a view about April being a challenging month for spinners and so on. So maybe some more balanced cricket through May as Patterson makes his way from the pavilion end. Leg stumped, clipped, fine, and fine enough for 4. Lawes' first boundary. 165 the lead now, and 209 for 5. But yes, having that window start a bit later for the championship, play all the way through May, play into June, have a block for the Blast, which has become common practice, and return to county cricket in July, play a full month of the championship then, when they're, in all probability, will be Test cricket running side by side.
Yeah.
So you have a few more rounds there, maybe 4. And then you have the return to 4-day cricket.
I think that's
after 100. Now I know that there will be a view that, and that's a perfectly reasonable view, that there should be championship games played in August as well, and maybe there's a way where that can continue. If 14 rounds stay, and it feels like that's the direction of travel, at least in the short term, after the Strauss Review recommendations were knocked on the head last year by the counties, in effect. Whether that might be a way, just you deal with the one-day comp far earlier, and you bring 4-day cricket closer to the heart of summer.
I mean, I think we've got to give a little bit of credit where it's due. I mean, the reason why we're giving them credit is because the fixture schedule was abhorrent a few years back. But they managed to squeeze 3 rounds of county championship in July. Surrey will play 3 in July, which was not the case until this year. So that is a positive benefit.
Yep.
And there There was a game in June as well. It's very, very difficult for every fan's needs and wants to be catered for, as well as maximising revenue. It's a very tricky patchwork quilt.
Yeah, and there's no way of winning. There's no perfect fixture.
No.
I mean, everyone's got their own preferences, but
I think we should acknowledge that there are 3 championship
absolutely.
rounds in July is a definite positive.
And the fact that we've had championship cricket running alongside the Blast is a way of making sure that 4-day cricket isn't forgotten about entirely through that stretch of time where it's very much T20 dominant. But yeah, I remember the criticism of the Blast this year being it's too early, therefore it has a dampening effect on crowds. It's not in the school holidays.
Yeah, and of course, school holidays, I think we're going to be a little bit realistic here. School holidays aren't the panacea. A lot of the people that cricket's trying to target, young people that are trying to get into grounds in the school holidays, might be on summer camps, they might be away with their parents on holidays. That's what holidays do. And actually the sweet spot for a youngster, say between the ages of 13 and 18, is probably late June, early July. Exams have finished, they've not gone on holiday, they are around, and you can get a bit of a pass every now and then. You can stay out a little bit later because there's no need for homework and there aren't any exams on the horizon. It's actually more fertile territory than August, where in August people fly around all over the place, and people who organise cricket teams will know this because it's August that is the nightmare for getting your teams out. I speak from bitter, angry experience of 20 years of being a captain and team secretary. Everybody's gone at the beginning of August.
Even now, in the 3 teams that I play for, all 3 are scratching around for numbers this weekend, and we're only into the 2nd week of July.
Well, there you go. Once you get into holiday season, things get tricky.
I need a player for the Cricket Riders team tomorrow.
Oh.
Authors are 3 short for Saturday. Hutton's new over begins, lead 167. And Oval Dream Boys are a couple short for Sunday. So if anyone wants to play,
can't help, I'm
please hit me
afraid.
up.
Yes, hit Collo up. I've got to go to Birmingham tomorrow for finals day on Saturday, and I've seen the forecast. I think there's a very good chance that there'll be finals day on Sunday as well.
Really?
Yeah.
When was the last time that finals day extended into a 2nd day?
Actually, not long ago, a couple of years ago,
Right.
but it was a year when there was no crowd.
Ah, yes, that's right. The Sunday afternoons when it all ended, wasn't it?
We were very fortunate that year because because we had a spare day, always do, but because there was no crowd, they actually made the sensible decision and called the whole thing off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now you can bet your bottom dollar that on Saturday it will not be called off until it becomes impossible to get 3 5-over games in. I'll be interested to see how that all pans out. Actually, we might get lucky. You never know. The rain might go away.
Takes off. Seen that a couple of times from Hutton so far this morning. Balls that have gone off the seam and back through the gate of the right-handed jacks.
Been a feature of Surrey in this game. Actually, they've lost wickets to inside edges.
Yeah.
Good catches by the keeper, Tom Moores.
He took 2 catches. The one that got rid of Jamie Smith from memory was a
absolute
real good
ripper.
one. Yeah.
Diving full length. Intriguing signs for Surrey though. If they see that ball doing anything and it's 64.5 overs old, that'll be encouragement for later today.
What we were saying before about there's no answer that satisfies everybody is that a lot of people watching this stream would have the simple view that if you jettison the 100 then everything becomes better.
That's contractually impossible until 2028, I'm afraid.
Right, and it's just not going to happen anyway, right? After 2028 there might be a recast 100, but the probability of it going altogether is next to nothing. So with that in mind, it's how do you end up with the best possible schedule. I note that there is Test cricket in August next year. That was
that's the World T20. That's the reason for that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Taking place in June.
Yeah, but using that month of August for some Test cricket, I get that. I understand that people are aggrieved by the fact that the Ashes are over on the 31st of July. Moore's up to the stumps here for the first time today. The single to deep backward point. Jack's 25.
It's going to be a very strange feeling, isn't it? Because it's been so intense, especially with the women's Ashes yesterday, drawing level, 6 points all.
What a finish.
we've got this marvellous summer in which the first 4 Ashes, combined Ashes fixtures were won by Australia, and the next 4 Ashes fixtures were won by England. I mean, it's ding dong.
With 4 to play.
With 4 to play. But then suddenly there'll be a hard stop.
And that's the nature of modern cricket. 1 run from the over, 2-1, 2 for 5. That scheduling's a nightmare across the board. It starts at the very top, and the added complication of the proliferation of T20 tournaments that weren't there a couple of years ago, and the amount of money in those. The Major League Cricket starts today, for example, and that's taken some players from England. There'll be competing interests with the 100 on that front, you can be sure, over the years to come. We've already heard from MLC spokespeople this week who've been doing media that they want more England players involved in that tournament next year, which will presumably draw down from the 100, and so it goes, this ongoing push and pull for multi-format players.
And also, Colin, because it's a situation in such flux, you don't know what the longevity of these individual tournaments is going to be.
Ooh, Beamer,
Hello.
not quite. It's full toss. It's just slipped out of the hand, I reckon. Down towards the rope, so it'll be no balls. I'm just waiting for the signal here.
Yep, it's going to be a no ball.
Yes, so 2 on that front and an extra couple of byes as well. So 4 runs from the delivery.
I'd like to see that one again.
Yeah, seeing
Poor old
Patterson
Patterson
laughing at the umpire there, or Nigel Long, as if to say, I didn't mean it. I promise I didn't mean it.
I mean, they did used to bowl them deliberately in the 50s and 60s. Say it softly. Oh, I
yeah.
say. That's a stinker for poor old Moores to take. Yeah, just to get back at that point, we're sort of assuming that the landscape is going to involve all these different T20 tournaments. But I take a slightly different view, which is that these are all startups, and not all startups succeed. And you look at Major League in the US, look at the ILT20 in the UAE, and people say, well, money talks, but they're competing against each other. For me, I watched the SA20 and the ILT20, which were on at the same time, and I, as you know, am never happy at them when I'm watching cricket. Just couldn't be bothered with the UAE one for a very specific reason.
Well worked for one.
Which is that I discovered that in T20 franchise tournaments, where essentially you have no skin in the game, it's not like the county championship where, you know, I come here and I watch my beloved Surrey. They matter to me more than anything, apart from my wife, if you're listening.
Hello, Catherine.
Matter more than England. I don't really care whether the Trimbago Knight Riders succeed against the St Lucia Zooks, and I've got no skin in the ILT20 at all, but I'm after a spectacle. I want to see a spectacle.
Yeah, there's a couple of points here. The first of all is what you said about startups, and Tim Wigmore and Freddie Wild made this point really well in their book, Crickonomics. Was that? No, that was the book that Wigmore wrote with Stefan Szymanski last year.
Yeah.
The book that Wigmore and Freddie wrote that won a bunch of awards a few years ago. That many T20 comps can't survive. But the difference now is between when that book was written and the current landscape is that the clubs are all owned by the same people or the same organisations, and they're not seeing it as having skin in the game with whatever the clubs are called in the IL20. Short ball and taken out deep square for 1. Made a nice sound off the bat, but there's a sweeper in that direction. It's more how does the audience that goes from the IPL, which is a rabid audience, you know, that is a proper dedicated, what you're describing with Surrey.
It's a spectacle.
But it's also people who follow the IPL follow it.
It's been going for long enough
passionately.
Yeah.
Whether they can transfer that market into different parts of the world from a television perspective. If you're a Mumbai Indians fan, for example, will your passion extend to a side in South Africa, a side in Dubai, a side in America, short ball here?
Well, this is where I want to be a bit nuanced, because I think people are thinking a bit like that, but the hard reality is that crowds make a massive difference. And if you watch the SA20, actually you can get into it, because there's a feverish crowd. It was a really well presented tournament, and I think, you know, if you're a super king and they've got a franchise in South Africa and you see the passion and the excitement, you can get into it. I'm not sure an empty stadium in Dubai does the trick.
Patterson finishes. Left alone there by Jacks. Lead 174. It was 156 when we started this morning. 20 minutes ago, Surrey 218 for 5 without further loss.
Now that doesn't mean that they won't persevere and give it a go. Certainly for the next few years, I'm sure they will. But I think what might see some of these tournaments wither on the vine is that it isn't as much fun to watch a game of cricket played out, even if it's your team, tangentially, but it isn't really your team because it's not playing in the IPL, playing in an empty stadium.
So the challenges will be there for the IL, IL with T20 reviews.
The proposed Saudi tournament as well, and Major League.
MLC. They're the three without the existing audiences. Although they would argue in America there's the latent audience that have never had the chance to turn out.
That's what we're about to find out.
We are. There's that stat about it being the third most productive market for Cricinfo. You over from Hutton. By that I mean it goes India, UK, America as far as readership is concerned. So with expats from all over the world living in America, maybe it works, but
it's
we
a
don't
big
know.
country, and they're all around it. You know,
well, they've tried to put all there. We've got Cam Ponsonby, beloved member of various things that we do, including here on the Surrey stream. He's working with the Washington Freedom. Now, all the games are being played in Texas, I think a couple in North Carolina. Eventually, as Cam explained to me on the Final Word cricket podcast this week, 2 slips now.
Keeper up the stumps as well.
To the stumps for Laws. They are strategically building stadiums where they believe there is a cricket audience. They've followed the market. They've not gone the other way. They're not building it and hoping they will come. They know there are fans in Washington. They know there are fans in New York. They know there are and they pick their spots. And over time they'll build infrastructure that reflects that. Now, whether it works, who knows? USA Cricket has got a bad track record with lots of things. They've been in trouble with the ICC a number of times over the journey.
I tend to think that there's been an attempt to crack America for a very long time.
Like bands trying to do it in the 60s.
That's right. I remember Tom Harrison, former CEO of the ECB, talking to me about it quite passionately in a hotel in Dhaka in Bangladesh. But
great hotel, that one. I think I know the one
very
talking
good,
about.
I remain sceptical that I think actually they're looking in the wrong direction within America. That's a lovely shot.
Doesn't quite get it beyond mid-off. The Captain Hamid does the fielding, but you're right. Out the middle of the bat, you can hear in our effects mic, it takes Laws into double figures.
Well, when I say the wrong direction, I think that the template that cricket in America should follow is the one that soccer, as they call it, follows, which is, I think, is more fertile territory as a women's sport in America than a men's sport.
Absolutely.
It's virtually impossible for me to see how such a mature sporting environment as America, with baseball, ice hockey, basketball, American football, how cricket is going to crack men's sport. But you think about what women's team sports there are in America. There's soccer, and there's not really a lot else that's high profile.
And with soccer, it's had 20 years with that professional competition to mature and gather its own audience, right?
To me, women's cricket in America has the potential to explode.
Not competing with baseball.
Correct.
End of the over, another frugal one for Notts. They've started well today, just one from it, 219 for 5, lead 175. But yeah, I think we've seen already with that desire to increase the amount of coverage of women's cricket in America. We were very fortunate to be covering the Fairbreak Invitational earlier this year in Hong Kong, and there are moves afoot to take that tournament to the States next year. A number of high quality American players who have learnt the game over there. They're not expats finding cricket, they are American born and bred and showing plenty. It's Giovanna Aris, wasn't it, who bowled really well?
Yeah, I was very impressed with her.
Bunch of wickets in one of the games late in that competition. Back over length to start, just helped in front of square for 1.
They
will get 2.
There's another good reason for thinking this, and it sounds a bit venal, but women's cricket has suddenly got a large injection of money, and if you were a talented striker of a ball and thrower of a ball and you lived in America, you might look up and think, how come Alice Capsey, this 19-year-old from England, is suddenly getting 60 grand or whatever it is from the Indian tournament. She's got her own national contract, the 100. You know, you're talking well into 6 figures worth of potential rewards. And thinking, there's no way I can get that in American sport. There's no American team sport that's going to provide me with that kind of potential riches.
Apart from the WNBA, which is a different thing altogether.
Indeed. So what are you then thinking? You're thinking, I mean, it just seems like a no-brainer to me. You can get into women's sport, fine, but if you're a man trying to get into cricket, it's a very mature market.
Still got the catching mid-wicket for Laws and a couple of slips.
Is it really realistic to think that a young man who can whack a ball really hard isn't thinking, well, I quite fancy a $25 million multi-year deal in the baseball franchise, or to have to develop a whole load of new skills in a very mature system where there are a billion Indians competing against me, as well as 500 million Pakistanis and Bangladeshis, not to mention Australians and Brits and whatnot. You know, it's a newer market, is women's cricket.
Takes on the short ball, but doesn't catch up with it quicker there from Patterson. Yeah, the buying power, if you like, in women's sport. We're seeing that in Australia at the moment, that the cricketers are the best paid women's athletes in Australia.
As they are in England, with the exception of Emma Raducanu.
Right, so... And that absolutely wasn't the case a decade ago. We all know that the story that cricket's gone through. I remember listening to Lisa Stalaker do a radio interview in about 2013 when she would have been near enough the best player in the world, or maybe might have just been after her peak as a player, but still a prominent member of the Australian team, multi-World Cup winning cricketer, all-rounder. And at that juncture, it was just all about just getting something, getting a contract that would sustain their cricket. Of course, so many women players have retired before their time because they needed to, you know,
Holly Colvin,
get a real job, if you like, and earn some money and find a way to crack on with their lives beyond cricket. I mean, Isha Gur retired at 26.
Yeah, Holly was 23, 24, I think.
And she's gone on to have a most productive, well, they both have, of course, but in Holly's case, as an administrator rather than a player. Started as a 16-year-old and was done at 23. Upish, it'll land in front of mid-on. So Law's still there, the night watchman on 12. Jack's 26, 2-2-1 for 5. Lead 177. But yeah, now, Aussie rules football, as you know, having been to Australia many times, which is the biggest sport in the winter. And I don't know offhand whether it's the biggest sport in Australia. It would have to be close. It would be right there with cricket. Well, they're playing catch-up a little bit. And they're doing a good job of it. They've got the professional league set up. But they realised they had a problem when cricket went first. And cricket's gone way ahead. The new pay deal last year, the amount of money, it's been mooted that some Australian players will be able to make $1 million in a year in the women's side, which, again, when you go from a base of nothing to $1 million in the space of a decade, that's the direction of travel. Shot, places it well enough for a couple. And we saw in the ICEC report released a couple of weeks ago that as far as pay parity for the national team, that's one of the recommendations through to, if memory serves me correctly, 2029 is when they want to reach parity between the men and the women for essentially contracted cricketers at the very top end.
Be interesting to see how that pans out in the 100, won't it? I think we might well see a gradual equalising in pay in that tournament.
I mean, there's a compelling case for that, given we've seen women, I don't know what the highest contract is this year, but it was $32,000 in year 1 and year 2, if I recall correctly, and that was the same as the lowest contract for the men. And we're seeing with crowds that these double headers,
19,000 at the Oval, well, and then, you know, it increases slightly when the men come in, but some of the people have come just to watch the women's game and they go. So, you know, they are contributing a lot.
And the 3 T20s at the 3 test venues between Australia and England all had
packed out,
roughly 20,000 a pop.
The ODIs have been sold out.
Just for one, I thought he might have timed that well enough for 4, but not quite with Patterson sweeping. Yeah, if they were bigger venues, if Bristol's game yesterday had been played at a venue like, let's say it was Trent Bridge with 14,000, they probably would have sold 14,000 tickets, and that's the enormous credit of the ECB for their joint marketing campaign, which has been most successful. I mean, I've advanced the view on my podcast that they should separate the women's and the men's Ashes to give the women's Ashes more of a chance to breathe. The counter view, which I accept as a valid one, is that bringing it all together does create momentum in a different way. Good problems to have.
Well, I wonder what we will have learnt from the last few years. COVID meant that the 100 was not, didn't take place the way they'd imagined. They'd imagined that the women were going to play on out grounds, Sedbergh School, for example.
Yeah.
And now it seems absurd to imagine such a thing when you get 19,000 people arrive for the first women's 100 game, when Dane van Niekerk put her wife Marizanne Kapp on to bowl the first 10 balls. It's the first person to bowl a 10 ball over, if you like. I'm going to call it an over.
Well, the very fact that a lot of women have now played on the major test venues, which again, you know, Sophie Eccleston played her first game ever at Lord's last year, which is a nonsense. I mean, I played on Lord's before Sophie Eccleston. This is ridiculous.
It is.
And that's being fixed, right? And she's the best bowler in the world. But it's not just her. There's a generation of young cricketers who, through the 100, are accessing or playing in games that are on telly, lots of eyeballs, lots of people there, and famous grounds as well.
I'm making my way at the end of this over, which is now.
Oh, I didn't realise that's the only time we're on together for the whole day.
Oh no, it's not fair, is it? I blame Cert. So 26 runs in the first half hour, no real alarms. That one that jagged back, but otherwise, the pickle has yet to be brought out the jar. I don't know. I can't really make that metaphor work. You'll have to deal with that.
I've got Jeremy Coney.
I know.
Who better than JVC for this?
No better man for a tricky metaphor that I've set up.
Thank you, Daniel. So Notts haven't been able to make inroads this morning with the 26 runs added. They were 200 for 5 overnight. This partnership has moved to 30. I wonder whether we'll see Jacks in the second half an hour now that he's just reset himself, try and move the board over at a decent clip. Patterson continues. Got former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney joining us on day 4. Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning, Adam, and hello everyone. I've been flown in at great expense to the production, into the fray, at a slight disadvantage, I'd have to say, in the sense that I don't know quite what's happened in the match so far.
You'll catch up.
But
yeah, about you'll catch up.
Yeah.
Replacing Felix White, who was brilliant the last couple of days. Loved working with him. I guess there are some similarities there. You're both musicians. You both love the game. So there'll be a through line between days 2, 3 and 4.
All right. Well, you can tell me perhaps what's happened to the pitch particularly. I like to know those kinds of things for a start, because it determines how batsmen play, how freely they can play, what sorts of fielders, you know, in the positions that that the captain sets, what sort of length the bowler bowls, what line the bowler. So it determines everything, really.
Just a brief delay here with umpire Long popping the ball through the rings for the first time. We are still 11 overs away from the second Newey, so that may not be a bad thing for Notts. Yeah, we saw enough pace in the surface yesterday. There were back-to-back wickets from Sean Abbott, both from bounces that really got through. Jamie Overton bowled quickly on the second day as well. Yeah. But Notts don't really have that club in the bag quite so much. They don't have an out-and-out quick in the way that Surrey do.
No, Overton can bowl fast, can't he? I know he's just coming back, but he can work up some pace.
There was a fair bit of lateral movement on the first day as well, although that's not been quite so much the case on days 2 and 3. Remember, they're using the Kookaburra ball this week, Jeremy, not the Dukes. We're part of that stage of the season at the moment in the championship.
Well, that's a question I wanted to ask you. I noted that at the start of the day there had been 62 overs of spin out of the 278 overs bowled. That means it's about 20%, isn't it? So 80% of the bowling in this match has been done by seamers. Now, did the surface that you just described really warrant that Or have we not got enough spinners in the game? Are they not being used enough?
Well, in Surrey's case, they've got Jax as he's better than a part-timer, of course, but he's not what you call a frontliner. He's not primarily in the side.
Played for England.
Spin. Did, but he isn't in the side.
Got 6 wickets against Pakistan.
On debut, quite right. He took, what did he take in the first innings? Jax, 2 for 57 from 14. The reason why Harrison had to do so much heavy lifting yesterday from our commentary end is that they're down one bowler. Jake Ball went down with the abdominal injury on day 1, so they needed the rest and rotation and to control the tempo a little bit. Did a good job too, picked up 2 wickets in the final session. But yeah, there's nothing. I think it's more situational about the spin that's been used more than the surface so far.
But with the Kookaburra ball that you add to that, which really is machine stitched, of course, the ball as opposed to hand seamed, and so therefore, and it's not as prominent. Therefore, there's not quite the rudder, if you like, for the swing and for seam. It makes the first sort of 15 to 20 overs with the new ball that you mentioned coming up soon.
Pulling the last delivery, gets hold of it in front of square. Nice strike there from Jax to 34. That's his 4th boundary, 230 for 5, lead up to 186.
It was a good stroke, wasn't it? But it's come from the surface, which looks pretty benign, really, at the moment, you'd have to say. You know, we've got, 96 overs to go today. So let's roughly put it into 3 compartments, which would be the 3 sessions, so 32 overs. We won't perhaps get so many in the first one because the new ball, and you'd expect the faster bowlers to be operating. But, you know, that means how many overs? If we are not going to confront a tame kind of day, that surely Surrey will want to do something. Warwickshire have just completed a match and now closed the gap between 1 and 2. There's every reason, I think, that they should feel we should leave Notts something, and Notts, by their good effort, have earned a lower chase and to face and confront less overs. That's what they did by getting 40 odd ahead and then chipping wickets out yesterday of the top order of Surrey. That's what they've done that. So it looks like we've got the leg spinner coming on now, Harrison. I thought I just popped in yesterday, Colo, and I thought he bowled with reasonable control. I was surprised that no one tried to take to him at all, really, from Surrey. So let's just see how he goes here. I thought I would have started with him today, just as a suggestion to have something different going at either end. Asking different questions of the batsmen, waiting longer to play this leg spinner than they do the seamers.
Bowled the majority of the final session yesterday, so yeah, on for the first time here, sort of from the T20 school, so gets it through flat for the most part and quite accurate. Stumps typically in play. First ball here, the Law's pushed into the onside, but yeah, resuming, I should say, with figures of 2 for 67. Picked up Jamie Smith with a slightly odd poke to mid-on, which he just miscued entirely and misjudged. And then folks late in the day. But yeah, the spin will be important, at least in this little passage of play here. I wonder at what point, Jeremy, and if you were in the dressing room with Surrey right now thinking about the machinations, they give themselves the license to live a little, acknowledging that they're 187 ahead and there's 86 overs remaining after this. At what point do they feel stable enough to go, right, we've got Jax, who we know the way Jax can play, we've got Overton, we've got Abbott, we've got Clark, who made 100 in the first dig, and Worrell, who made a 50 last week, all of whom really can go for it.
Yes, they can.
If one of them or 2 of them get away, then suddenly the lead could be 300 plus in a hurry. But what does that lead need to be before they don't feel like they're in jeopardy of getting knocked over, I wonder?
Yeah.
Would it be 200? Would 200 be a platform you go, right, okay, this is the moment in time we need to make the running?
Well, I think typically you need to work out the number of overs that you have to bowl in the rest of the day up to your 96. I don't know whether the rain is forecast or not. They're apparently just little bits, but I don't think you factor that in at this point. And once you find that out, then you can work out the runs per over. And if you look so far in the game, it seems we've gone from about 3.5 runs in the Surrey innings to 3.3 in the Notts innings, and then 3.2 up to last night. In fact, they suppressed the run rate.
It really did slow down. They were going at 4.3 just after tea when they were 1 wicket down. That was with Latham and Sibley. They got it well above 4, and it dropped dramatically after tea. First over for Harrison for the day. He's conceded 4 runs there, the lead up to 190. So yeah, you're right. Notts did a great job, 1 bowler down, just keeping things in check and picking up 4 wickets in the extended session, which went until about 7 o'clock here local time. So yeah, I think you're right. They've earned the right here, Notts, but they're going to have to take a couple of wickets here to press home any advantage they enjoyed overnight.
Yes, well, what does Surrey do, though? Surrey also have a responsibility here to keep going, in the sense if they want to win today and get those extra, what the points are. I think it's up to 16, isn't it? So 5 for a draw and 6, that's extra 11 points. That would make them feel, because there's a bit of a break, isn't there, at some point coming up?
Yeah. You think that if they wanted enough, that it's going to have to be Surrey willing to... They're going to have to be willing to lose wickets to score quickly. But I guess my point is they bat so deeply that 234 for 5 is a little bit deceptive. That it feels more like 234 for 3 or 4 because of what they have to come. If indeed they have a couple who get away. But at some point they're going to have to take the handbrake off. I'm just curious when that might be. So 86 overs left today. Let's sketch it out. At lunch there'll be roughly 78 to come. James on for the first time today. Picked up 6 wickets in the first innings. His first 5-wicket bag in professional cricket. Bowled really well. Made a half century yesterday as well, the all-rounder. I mean, if they left themselves 60, let's pick a number, 67 overs to bowl, to take 10 wickets, they'll so we're, what's that, 19 from here with the bat. They're going to want to go at a run a ball from there to get themselves up around 300, right? That would be base camp.
In how many overs? I'd have to get my abacus out to do that sort of stuff, Colo.
Let's do they choose to go now, and they can go at roughly 5 to 6 and over to get them up to a lead of roughly 300 before declaring, and allowing Notts to have the better part of 2 sessions at them. Maybe even an entire 2 sessions. They give them 67 overs and 300 runs. That feels like a fair bargain to me.
Well, 300, 399 Notts made in the first innings, carefully compiled, of course. They had to. But you'd have to leave something persuasive, I think.
Yeah. The other question here is that enough of a carrot? Is 367 overs leaving too much risk there for Notts?
Well, that's the point. That's my point, and that's why I gave you those 3 points. It's basically been within 3, and it's been descending, if anything, so far in the surface. So whether it's more wicket to wicket as it gets a bit lower, I'm not quite so sure yet. But you would have thought if they can get up between 290 and 300. And that's to do that, they needed about 4.5 runs and over from the start of today. I would think that would be reasonable.
So to do that, given they've started slowly, 35 runs this morning across 43 minutes, not slowly, but they've not been galloping either, run rate of 3.3 across the innings. It might be they need to go at closer to a runner ball between now and lunch. Yeah,
that's getting to about sort of 320, isn't it?
Yeah.
As we look at the scoreboard and then subtracting the 40-odd differential in the first innings. So that's 2. I don't know how keen Surrey will be to do that. They've got basically, 5 seamers and 1 spinner. That seems a bit odd to me. I know it's done them well. But where is Moriarty? Where is the Napoleon of crime?
Well, he's not here at the moment.
No. I mean, I just wonder, do you need 5 seamers? And I think Will Jacks, while he might, you point out that he hasn't bowled a lot. You look back on the 5 games that he's just completed, it's more a sort of as a spare part in the bowling attack. And I think he can bowl. He's still at the phase where he's going to bowl bad balls and he's going to be clocked. But he can also bowl a wicket-taking ball.
Good leave to finish. So just one run from James's first over of this day. 235 for 5, lead of 191. Yeah, I feel like my gut says if you've got in the shed Clark, of course 100 on day one,
Well,
Abbott
and Worrell.
Overton as well. He was 30 odd not out in a hurry in the first innings and can play. We saw
for batting.
innings.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, just dealing with the batting for the start with. And then Worrell. They're your next 4 in, your last 4 in. If you only need to go at a run a ball for, let's call it 110 runs, give or take, if that's your window, 5 or 6 and over, it's not that long to do it. It's not like they need to go to run a ball for a day. It's maybe 2/3 of a session. That feels, with that batting lineup, quite achievable.
Two sessions isn't much to bowl a side out, is it? I mean, they took 118 overs in the first innings. So that's where I say it has to be persuasive. Not need to feel we can win this.
There's another point, of course, and you occasionally get to it in a third innings where Surrey might hit a tipping point where it's in their interest to lose wickets and get bowled
Absolutely.
out.
Absolutely.
We saw that in the test match we were doing last week. Where were we? Headingley, where it was in Australia's interest to get bowled out late on that third day. Didn't quite work out, of course, with England batting through the 5 overs before the close without losing a wicket, but they were never going to declare. They needed to be bowled out to get that opportunity, and so they did.
The other thought is it easier to score runs now or with the new ball? We know that new ball can sometimes do that.
Good point. Might mean that they don't take the new ball when it's due. Because Notts, if they're keeping the game in check, they'll know that a declaration is... It's improbable that Surrey are going to just play conservatively and
all
bat
day.
Out the draw. I mean, I don't imagine
that
that's
would be
what
disappointing.
Rory Burns is thinking. So Notts will know that at some point they get the carrot dangled. And the more they can suppress the run rate, and they've done that so well, remembering that, Surrey's first 90-odd runs were at 4.5 or 4.3, and their next 150 have been at, well, it must be well below 3 to have the run rate overall at 3.25. Wrong in there from Harrison. We saw that a few times yesterday. He's got that club in the bag and always has the stumps in play. Remembering that Laws, as good as he's been in one-day cricket, had a poor season with the bat. He was used as the night watchman. 15 from 38. Oh, that gets through everybody. Keeper Moores as well. Extra bounce. Good delivery to finish. Signalled as buys. So a couple more. 193 the lead. Get a second look here, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, well, it's pitching just about on off stump, and the batsman has played outside the ball, hasn't he? And it's gone in between bat and pad. So quite a hard one to see for Moores. It's bounced as well a bit more, but a wee bit of turn.
Oh yeah, toppy.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, and that should encourage. If he's seeing the odd ball like that, that should encourage Jacks.
So James once again got the slip and the third man deep point protection. So 4 out. And they've got 4 back for Laws as well. I suppose that's, again, just bolstering the idea that they don't really mind who's in. They just want to keep the board quiet.
The other thing is, we're seeing a fairly regular kind of changing of bowlers and so on right now. 2 seamers operating for a start, and now it's 1 spinner and 1 seamer. Even if Surrey lose a wicket, it gives Jordan Clark a chance to get in before the new ball.
Around the corner, upish, but no one at leg gully. Come back for 2 actually. Good running from young Laws. Moves to 17, lead up to 195. There's another part of this too, that it might be in Nott's interest that Laws keeps batting. That is to say, by not taking a wicket here, they can keep that run rate lower, because we know that with those to come, they're going to be more temperamentally disposed to having a crack. He's faced 41 balls for his 17.
So the target is lower, you're saying, at the end, if Surrey want to declare. and they have less time to bat, and if they do get in trouble, less time to hold out if they want to.
Sure.
Yeah, it's one possibility.
If they feel as though the most likely scenario is Surrey declare at some point, then look, if Laws bats for another half an hour, probably a good result for them. On the other hand, if they get a couple in a hurry, it'll change the game again. Takes on the short ball, doesn't catch up with it, into the gloves of Moores, who picked up 6 catches in the first innings, a record for knots against Surrey. And we saw Latham take 5 in the field, which was a record for an outfielder for Surrey against Notts.
How many games has he played for Surrey, Tom Latham? I wouldn't have thought too many. He's played for Durham, hasn't he, before this?
Yeah, it's not his first rodeo in England. Single worked. He's into his 3rd game for Surrey in this stretch.
Right.
And you're right, he played 8 games for Durham, 6 games for Kent. He's played 74 test matches, a lot of them as captain.
And of course he'll be over here for the September one-day formats against England.
Yeah, so is it 8 white ball games at the end of the summer in September that you and I will both be covering. There's 4 T20s and 4 one-dayers, if I recall correctly. That ends the over. 3 runs from it, 240 for 5. So yet to pull the trigger as yet. But Jacks hasn't enjoyed much strike of late either. Don't often see 4-game series, but I suppose they're trying to make their money from the T20s, and the one-dayers are with an eye to the 50 over World Cup that starts in October, where New Zealand are playing the opener of that World Cup at Ahmedabad in India. It's a rematch, if you like, of the World Cup final in 19 against England to start. 120,000 seats or whatever it works out to be. At one end of the ground there's a plaque that says 110,000 seats, and at the other end of the ground there's a plaque saying 130,000 seats. It's a very unusual place to work at. Daniel and I were there in March doing a test match.
There's 2 pitches too, they're different colours, aren't they?
2 different types of soil.
Yeah.
And they prepared 2 and make their mind up. Harrison, full to start here to Laws, knocks it on the head. Yeah, they've got I can't remember which side of the square. The red soil's on one side of the square and the black soil's on the other side of the square, and they decide closer to the toss which one they'd rather, as is their prerogative, of course, as the home team. But yes, it's a top spinner there again. It's an interesting building where it's like a suburb, the amount of space that's taken up by this enormous ground, and it's only been there for 5 minutes, but it's already starting to fray around the edges. I'll get Daniel when he's next on commentary with you to show you the photos of the doors to nowhere and the turnstiles to nowhere. He'll explain in greater depth, but take that on notice. And evidently very different to the ground that it replaced. Did you ever play at the old Ahmedabad?
No. It sounds as though it'll be a Sword of Willow shootout, doesn't it, really? That first match.
More turn there from Harrison. So again, we're not seeing Laws especially show any real interest in attacking at either end. Maybe he's been sent out with instructions to get them to but that 200 lead before anything more interesting than that. Maiden complete, 240 for 5. Lead remains 196. We've been going for 53 minutes this morning for 40 runs. So yeah, the Ahmedabad hosts the opener. It hosts India and Pakistan, which is going to be quite the event. 120,000 or whatever it is in there for that. There'll be no Pakistan fans, so it'll be extraordinary, much as it was at the MCG in October last year, albeit with a more equitable distribution of fans there at that game in front of 100,000 people. I think Australia play India there as well. No, they play India at Chennai, don't they? Yeah.
Turning pitch.
11 venues for the World Cup. It's going to be helter-skelter. All finishes at Abbott as well, which is becoming effectively the home of Indian cricket, given where the power lies in the BCCI these days. Gujarat. Been really slowed down here, Surrey. James starts a new over from the pavilion end. Jax's turn at the middle of the bat, but doesn't go anywhere. So, yes, across the. Yeah, 6 runs from the last 5 overs.
Well, 5 full field, 5 on the offside. It would suggest that the bowler's going to bowl pretty straight, looking for LBWs and bold.
Bit of purpose there from Jax. First run after a long sequence of dots. We've been looking around the grounds over the last 2 days as well, Jeremy, with an eye on a few bits and pieces that relate to the Ashes. One of those was Michael Nisa yesterday. Did you catch that?
No.
176 not out for Glamorgan.
Really?
So most of the Australian players have had a holiday. Fair enough. After the intensity of the last 3 weeks, they've been given sort of 5 days of R&R. For Nisa, he's used it to play cricket for his county, where he's been at Glamorgan the last 3 seasons. Front foot here, Laws, but doesn't beat the man at mid-off. He's faced 50 deliveries now. And yeah, he hit his highest first-class score, his second first-class ton in a row, remembering that his primary discipline's swinging the ball around corners like Terry Alderman. Whether that's enough to force his way in for...
Who for?
Well, potentially Todd Murphy. If they want to go that way and they want to do as England did at Lords and have an extra seamer and then use Travis Head as the...
Instead of Cam Green, you're saying? I'm assuming that Marsh...
On the pull, finds the gap, gets a boundary. So Laws has picked his moment there to get on the back foot. There were 2 men out for it. Bisected them. Laws to 22. 245 for 5. And the lead beyond 200 with that stroke as well. 201.
Yeah, down the leg side. I think it was just helped on its way by Laws. So you get across, It comes down on the ball. Not too high. It was always easy to control that stroke.
Yeah, the beauty of county streams is that it felt like half of Australia was plugged in watching Glamorgan Leicestershire last night, watching Nisa go through his paces, and they've got...
But I would have thought Mitch Marsh would be the, after his performance at Headingley, would be selected for the next test.
Oh, look, I don't think it's I don't think they're necessarily the same conversations. Nisa's got an early wicket, by the way, 4 overs, 1 for 5, so
yeah.
a wicket, he gets the opener to get Glamorgan going with the ball. So Leicestershire are 61 for 1. There's Lewis Hill, the captain, batting with Rishi Patel, who's on 39. That's in Division 2. But yeah, But
what I'm saying is that Mitchell Marsh will hold his position at number 6, or the all-rounder spot. Now, if Cam Green is available,
yes,
which he is, that's what we've heard.
He's training tomorrow. We're hearing from CA. Short ball gets underneath it, wayward.
And there's a possibility you could play both.
Yep.
And that would then necessitate... I think Warner should play, personally.
He will.
And we're not going to change it, despite Labuschagne and Smith being out of form a little bit. They'll certainly play. So will Head. So we're into that sort of, the 6, 7 and so on.
Well, how creative do you want to get? That's what with Murphy being something of a floater because of spin not playing a huge role for Australia in the series since Lyon went down. Bowling as well as he did in the first test. Off the hip here to finish. 5 runs from the over, 245 for 5, lead at 201.
Wouldn't you think that if Lyon was fit and able, he would have been on a lot earlier at Headingley?
Oh, goes without saying. Yeah.
So there is a feeling that maybe Todd Murphy just hasn't quite got the confidence of Cummins at the moment, you might say.
Might have been circumstantial.
It was too.
Day. If they take, they're going to.
But he was left
Murphy.
out too late.
Yeah, they stuffed it up. They should have bowled him well before lunch after Mitch Marsh and given him a chance to get in. But I also understand what Cummins said after the test.
That aside, it's certainly a possibility that they would consider.
Yeah.
I think when they were sitting down talking about selection.
It is a clever way of getting one more all-rounder into the team if you dispense with Murphy and you let Head do the spin bowling. The spinner here for Notts is Harrison, continuing his 4th over of the morning. First ball placed into the offside, no run. If they did recalibrate, you're right. You're spot on. They could back Carey at 8 and have Mitch Marsh at 6 and Green at 7. That is absolutely available to them. Harrison bowls again. I just wonder whether they'll be tempted into Nisa anyway, even at the expense of Green, because the point of difference Nisa brings with swinging the ball, more conventional swing, that he relies on that heavily playing for Morgan. Driving down to long off for 1 here. Jacks to move into the 40s, lead 202.
Well, you've got Stark and you've got Mitch Marsh, who bowls a little bit of swing as well, doesn't he?
That's true, but Nisa...
But more pace?
Nisa bowls... Nisa is a genuine swing bowler. And I'm not saying Marsh, rather that Stark isn't, but Stark does a lot of things, right? Whereas Nisa, you're getting a guy who... more in the mould of Anderson a couple of years ago. He has complete control of his game, swings it both ways. He's got a great record in England, bowls with the Dukes ball week in, week out. There is an evidence base there that is building after runs this year.
You're keen on Nisa though, aren't you?
I am.
And lots are.
I don't dispute
Lots are.
that, I am. But it's an idea that's time's coming, I think, after yesterday, on the back foot again. Carving out the deep point for 1, Laws. Yeah, I do wonder that. A point of difference, another way of getting England out. Or you're right, it could be Green. I mean, it seems bewildering to even consider not playing Green, right? Bowls 145 kilometres an hour, built like the proverbial, got a test ton, and is a precious resource. Certainly the more long-term prospect. They're scoring it a greater lick in the last couple of overs. Maybe they have made their mind up to just put the foot down a little bit more. Leads 204. Yeah, that'll be the decisions they're weighing up. Earlier in the week, there was an outside chance that Glenn Maxwell might have found himself in that spot as well, having batted well for Warwickshire a couple of days ago. Spin option in the country, but that's not happening. He's flying home in a few days' time. End of the over. 3 singles from it, 248 for 5. So, yeah, I think it does come down to... because Hazelwood's going to play, you think, Jeremy? I can't really see a world where Hazelwood doesn't replace Boland.
No, he'll play.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
So the big
but
three,
I mean, what I think doesn't really matter.
No, this is your logic as a captain. You'd want the big three together when it matters most.
I would.
Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins.
Yeah.
And then you've got this luxury item. If Murphy doesn't play, you've got this. How do you want to use that floating number 8 role? Do you want to go Green with another quick, who of course has a tremendous record with the bat as well at the level below, and he's batted well for Australia the last couple of years.
And handy with the short ball too. I think that's become part of this series, hasn't it?
Or do you want a guy who doesn't do the short ball thing anywhere near as effectively, bowls an entire yard slower, but has that kind of old-fashioned England thing going on with the Duke's ball, and is in great nick with the bat?
I guess they'll look at the pitch and make some decisions.
Big ground, Old Trafford, square of the wicket.
Yeah. But it has spinners there as well, hasn't it?
South Africa.
It fooled South Africa.
Yeah, they blew it last year, didn't they? The South Africans. They picked 2 spinners and made a mess of it. Spin at both ends here. Montgomery boogled the wicket last night, picking up Sibley caught in the deep.
So a little look at the off spinner at the pavilion end of the ground just before the new ball's due. We're at the 78th here.
Bowled quite a few overs on day 1, Montgomery, when they were 2 bowlers down for a time with Hutton when he was off the field. So bowled 7 overs, none for 31 in the first innings, all of them on afternoon 1.
But both teams at the moment just being a bit edgy, aren't they? They're just... neither side is saying, right, we feel that we can have a crack at this now. Certainly it's not really up to Notts. Really it's going to be all in Surrey's hand, because they've got the bat with them at the moment, that they have to do something about this. Just over 200 ahead at the moment.
Over the top action. Lets the ball go right next to his ear, Montgomery. Should generate a little bit of overspin. question in here from Michael Simpson. How do you think it'll play out today? Surrey set 300 to win and 2 sessions to get 10 wickets. It's about what we were saying before, Michael.
Pretty
give
close.
or take.
Yeah, pretty close.
They're going to have to bat a bit quicker to get the 300 lead by lunch. That's the one thing. Second new ball not far away. Quickish shingle here. Laws through. It might be that Jacks goes right. Okay. You know, second new ball, just about the best eye in the country. I knew enough to it. Whether he goes right, I'm going to take responsibility for the situation. Laws, who's played himself in, can be something of an insurance policy, and Jacks can go after the second newie, or maybe even here with a couple of overs of spin before it's due. That just didn't get up, did it? Sort of died into the surface. Ends the over. Just 2 singles from it, so Montgomery starts well. Lead 206, 250 for 5. Another milestone checked off along the way. Got Teresa Rodham writing in saying, I'm watching Glamorgan right now. There'll be a lot of Australians who have made their mind up. They're watching Glamorgan today. There's a lot of interest in Michael Nisa and how he's going about it. Therese. So as you mentioned, in Division 1, Warwickshire stuck the landing yesterday. Kent were posing some stiffish resistance with the bat in their second innings, but were able to finish it off and win inside 3 days. Take a quick skip through Division 1 scores, see how things are playing out. Once my computer cooperates with me.
That Surrey-Warwickshire match is looking like quite an important one, isn't it, one would say? And that's at the Oval, I think.
Harrison, 2 catches in. Wrongen to start. Laws picks it and places it for 1. Northants Middlesex. Middlesex have been set 322, 323 for victory. They're 21 for 1 in the 4th innings there. They've lost Mark Stoneman early, England international. So it's Robson batting with Peter Milan. Sanderson has the first wicket for Northants. Up at Merchant Taylors. Down at the bottom of the table there, Northants and Middlesex. Warwickshire already won. Essex Lancs. Lancs have been set a lot after Essex got their act together. They lost 2 wickets with the score on 0, Essex, in their second innings, including Brown bagging a pair and Alistair Cook. You might have heard of him, got a duck as well. But they ended up getting 292 for 8 declared. They pulled out late yesterday and set 400 plus. What's the target here for Lancs? It's a big one. 430, and they're 62 for 1. They've lost Keaton Jennings, the captain. Doug Bracewell gets the wicket. Wrong in there again from Harrison, played by Laws into the onside. Doug Bracewell back in business the last couple of years after a time in the wilderness, you could say, Jeremy.
Yeah, he has. He got a game against England, didn't he, at the Basin Reserve?
Extra flight to finish. Harrison, one to come after this. Actually, Harrison's bowled really well this morning.
He's a tall leg spinner, isn't he? So he should get bounce.
6'4".
More over the top rather than sort of the arm out at maybe kind of 10 o'clock if it was a clock. He's more higher than that, so that means you're not a big spinner of the ball.
So he's bowled 5 overs this morning and conceded just 10 runs. Ends it here, 252 for 5, lead up to 208. So no real signs of aggression yet from Surrey. 52 runs in 68 minutes. Where else are we in Division 1? Yes, Somerset and Hampshire. So Hampshire were well behind the game after conceding a 170-run first innings deficit. They're following on. They're 51 for 3. With Gubbins, who's made a lot of runs this year, batting in at 5. Felix Organ was picked up this morning. So Somerset with 7 wickets to win. Hampshire still need to make another 120 runs to make Somerset bat a second time. Over from the spin of Montgomery.
Should really be a single, shouldn't there? Most shots here for the batsman. Only 3 men saving a single.
5 back for Jacks, but again he's just happy to knock it on the head. There wouldn't be many innings where Jacks is striking at under 50, which he is at the moment after that delivery. So they're playing to their own rhythm at the moment, Surrey. No single there either, could have turned it anywhere, but chose to place it to mid-wicket conservatively. Division 2, let's go to Hove. It's that round the corner for one. Where Sussex are hosting Derbyshire. Sussex, they come back for a second. That's good running. Jack's one of that. Sussex leading by 268 runs, so they're yet to pull out in their second dig. James Cole's 129 not out, so they'll presumably declare at some point. They're a bit further ahead of the game compared to where Surrey are at the moment. 46 with a single there.
The run rate is falling though, we're down to 3.1 now.
Worcester behind Yorkshire. Yorkshire made 407, Worcester are 49 for 2. They're still behind by 116. They need that to make Yorkshire bat a second time, but the match has been delayed by rain at New Road. Timeless comment, that match delayed by rain at New Road. Sorry to Worcester fans tuning into us instead. Just joking. End of the over, 3 runs from it, 255 for 5, leads to 11. I'm not really joking. And the last game in the second division that we haven't touched on is Gloucestershire and Durham, which was wrapped up inside 3 days yesterday. Durham winning by 9 wickets. I saw some nice photos of Ryan Campbell, the new coach of Durham, with the young players last night, crediting a young side for winning their 5th game of the season in Division 2 and giving themselves a great chance of promotion.
They've played aggressively, haven't they?
Yep. Good recruit too, Matt Parkinson, there at the moment on loan on the way through to Kent. So great option for Durham. I'm surprised that for Gloucester that they didn't get Marcus Harris back for a week. You know, we talked about Nisa going back as a member of the touring squad, but Harris, who's training with the Aussies and very much part of the squad as the next opener, could have done himself a world of good had he gone back to his county and banged 100, but not to be.
So new ball due here. It looks as though Hutton is going to take this new ball. There goes the signal.
Just told by Jake at the back of the box, I did not know that Marcus Harris has finished his stint with Gloucestershire. That's why he couldn't have gone back. My apologies for misleading. So back to pace with the second new ball. Just double checking it's been taken. Does that look like a new ball in his hand?
Yeah, I think umpire Bailey signalled that.
Yes it is. So it was Hutton who struck with it straight away in both innings, getting rid of Burns. Leg before wicket in the first over both times around.
Right, here's the chance for Knotts.
Who will move the game forward? Second new ball, first delivery of it. Jack square drives for 4 and brings up his half century. He's taken his time, played on his terms, but on to 50 he moves with the shot of the morning so far.
Yeah, Hutton just a little outswinger, really no more than, I would say, medium pace. One of those surgical kind of bowlers that probes away just outside your off stump and trying to get the ball outside your eye line so you can nick it. This is the chance, I think, for Knotts to just bowl Surrey out, and they've got to take that if they can. I wonder whether a gully is worth it there as well. They're obviously aware, looking at the field of runs.
So the change in field, that he's right to pull out there, Jax, because we further at deep point. Can't quite pick up who that is from our angle, but that was moving as the ball was being bowled. Can't do that. So they'll regroup and go again. I think the game could move quickly in both directions. Yeah. Because this might be the moment. We foreshadowed this and set it up that Jax might see the second new ball as his chance. He's set. 5 boundaries in his 50. Goes in that direction again. It's behind point. Should be 2. Is 2.
It may be that the pitch, the players are saying to to everybody, look, this is a little bit slow for me. It's hard to play shots at the moment. If the bowler gets his thing right at his end, it's not as easy to play shots. That should help actually Surrey, if that's the case. Surrey with the declaration.
217 in the black, Surrey. Just a little shimmy before leaving. So body language from Jax is that this is the way he's going to look at taking on the second new ball.
Yep.
So until lunch we've got 45 minutes. 11 overs, let's call it. If they were to go at 5s, Yeah, that won't have them at 300.
No.
That won't have them at the number that we thought they might get at. They've batted slowly in the last half an hour of the old ball. 61 runs this morning. 15 minutes after 12. Inside edge down towards the rope for 4 more. That helps. False stroke. We've seen the inside edge found a number of times through this match. Going to hand, but not here it won't. 56 for Jacks, a couple of boundaries in this over. We'll watch it back here.
Yeah, what sort of line is this? It's pretty straight. And does it nip back as well, just to take the inside edge and over the top of the stumps? Always feel a bit hard done by as a bowler when that sort of thing happens. But it's encouraging nevertheless, though, if there is that movement, not just in the air, as we saw just a couple of deliveries ago from Hutton, but also from the surface. Of course, any ball that swings, it carries on that way as if it had seamed as well.
He's got 39 wickets in the season, Hutton, most in the country, Division 1. He's creating plenty of opportunities. I think there's a change in commentary after this ball. Oh, one more over after this, I'm being told by Jake at the back of the box. What's holding Daniel up?
You and I know what it is.
You don't get a voice like Daniel's unless you work on it.
No.
11 runs from the over, and outswinger to finish. 57 for Jacks, 25 for Laws. Lead 2-2-2, 266 for 5. So who gets the second newie here for Notts? We've seen James bowled this morning. We've seen Patterson bowled this morning. Spin in tandem for the last half an hour or so. Which one will they play this?
Well, good movement, but with the arm, so it's seen very early from Hutton, and the batsman can kind of anticipate where that's going to go to.
You don't see many bowlers come so sidearm these days, do
No,
you?
no, he's not what you would call an energetic kind of action. It's just sort of a one-pace run up and then through his action, but it does move, and certainly more of an English kind of bowler, I would think, than Australian, for example.
So it will be Patterson.
Similar kind of field, just the 2 slips really catching, no bat pad, 2 men on the offside saving.
Picked up Latham yesterday. Caught down the leg side.
A bit more pace perhaps, and into the pitch a wee bit more rather than along it. Looking for sort of deliveries to nip back, and more of a seam kind of bowler, I think.
He's picked up 33 wickets this season, Patterson. Average of 26. South African international, just running through the crease here. Oh, hang on, not just running through, something going on here. Left leg. He's pulled up. Looks like when he was into the load up, Jeremy, that he was just missed his run up, but we saw this a couple of times on day 1, and they're still not yet done with the ball, that's for sure.
Holding his side, isn't he, around that lumbar region as well.
That was
left side.
It was kind of what we saw with Jake Ball, albeit on the right side of the body. Yeah, he looks in some distress here. Groin, possibly?
As you can tell, folks, we're not physiotherapists.
No, we're not. He's going off the ground, so we'll get an update from Notts soon. But this has been a problem for Notts throughout the game, losing ball in the first session of it. Hutton missed a decent slab of that first day with cramp. Did get back on and he's bowled well with that ailment. But yes, Patterson, another Notts player leaving the field with injury.
So it's 2 off. And so that leaves them with their last 2 seamers operating at the moment. A sort of a half chance, although you don't like to sort of mention that, but it's for Surrey. If they are going to accelerate, he's taking his time walking up those stairs, Patterson.
keeps like reaching out to the side of his back, but he didn't get into the load-up. It's an unusual, maybe hamstring. Again, we're just basing this on body language. So, to complete the over, that's the next question for Hasib Ahmed, the captain. How does he
Well, I guess he'll
set this up? It'll have to be Lyndon James,
You'd
won't it?
think so,
Yeah.
yes. See, he wasn't
know.
even ready for it. He wasn't ready for the load-up at all.
Looks like it's going to be spin. It's not going to be James. It's going to be Howard Harrison, the leg
Yes.
spinner, with the new ball, unusual as that is.
Right, well,
With that delay in play, I'm going to jump out. In fact, we're going to do a double change. Don't do this often in the middle of an over. Jeremy, a few further thoughts from you before you set off. You stay there. Then it'll be Daniel Norcross. No, it won't. It'll be Taha Hashim taking over from me, and then Dan Norcross taking over from you. How delightful.
well, Daniel's very good at the comments too. Look at him. I mean, he's ready to go. He's prepared himself well. He's made lots of notes. All the points that he needs to make for you. I'm sure it's going to make for a great 40-odd minutes from him. There's all sorts of discussions going on. People leaving the field. I'll hand you over to Dan.
Well, thank you, Jeremy, for that massive build-up. And poor old Notts. I mean, what a day, what a match, I should say, for their fast bowling contingent, losing Jake Ball on the first day after just 5 overs with what looked like a side strain. Brett Hutton got cramp on that first day. Now Dane Patterson's out, walked off the field. Having just taken the new ball, they would have had hopes of a quick flurry of wickets, perhaps, change the balance of this game. Instead, well, interesting that Harrison's come on. I thought they might try a bit of Lyndon James, but he's bowled a bit today already, so managing your resources, it's what an ask for stand-in skipper Hasib Ahmed. But Harrison's bowled really well throughout the course of this match. He stepped up to the plate when his captain needed him. Bowled good containing spells. Taha. Exciting 39 minutes in prospect, though, don't you think? I just sense Will Jacks is ticking a little here.
It is. I'm thinking about what Lyndon James is thinking. I'm thinking about what Calvin Harrison are thinking. They're the two bowlers that have got through this game for Notts.
Yeah.
That's the third injury now that we've seen from a Notts seamer.
Now, at what point do you think Surrey feel they've got licence to have a bit of a dart? I mean, they've played very carefully today, but they haven't gone slowly. 67 runs have been put on in 20 overs or so, so it's a respectable rate. Not sort of gone into their shell. They've rotated strike, but there hasn't been a really sort of a burst of attacking intent. They've got a lot of attacking batters still to come in, but I dare say they were making sure they had a good platform in that first hour before the new ball came. Now the new ball's come, Notts have lost Patterson, their spearhead. So, do they change approach? I mean, still the game is a bit in the balance. That lead just 223. I say just. It's paced slightly on the pitch itself, but as overs tick down, the equation just gets a little bit more tricky for Surrey to work out, doesn't it?
No, they've ticked along so far today, but I thought we saw signs in the last over from Will Jacks
I agree.
that he was going to put his foot down with that drive through cover as well.
I think he'd like the hard new ball. The softer Kookaburra is harder to get away, and as a result they've played more containing shots. Just taking a look at Patterson as he comes in, and it's a familiar sight in this match as a bowler pulling out of the delivery. And what's he clutching there? It looks like is it a left glute or is it a hip? Notts might have another game next week. Looking around, the second 11 phones will be buzzing, I would think.
Tough old job for Hasib Ahmed. He's standing in as skipper, and he's had to deal with all these changes mid-match.
Brett Hutton will continue, and Jacks is busy picking up that single. Now Tom Laws, though, I'm just interested to see how he plays. He's been very careful to play second fiddle to Will Jacks in this partnership. Decent partnership at that, the 72. Does he just have the licence maybe just to have a little go here, I wonder? Had a really good one-day cup last year. I like the look of his technique as well. I mean, to think that he's Surrey's number 10.
Yeah, but it's an interesting one because usually you look at the scenario and yeah, you'd think that Laws, as the kind of low order hitter, he's going to be the one that can go and have a smash, but really Jax is very much capable of doing that himself. So
yep.
it's a tough decision for. I think Jax is going to play his shots. I think most likely that's what's going to happen here.
Advancing there was Laws, just taking a step down. Brett Hutton's quite a gentle pace, even though the keeper's standing back. I wonder how long he'll stand back if Laws continues to move his feet. But yes, I mean, looking at this Surrey lineup, Laws is probably the anchor that's left. You've got Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Sean Abbott, Dan Worrell, all of them aggressive players. Oh, now that looks close. Shake of the head from umpire Bailey. Like to see this one again. Brett Hutton, who's had a long old game. Just thinking, when am I going to catch a break here? Well, that's wicket to wicket. If he didn't get bat on that.
Very good shout.
Might have got a little inside edge because I think that might have hit the back leg. I'd quite like to see that if possible from side on. Ordinarily side on's not the perfect view for an LBW, but it gives you an idea of both height and impact.
Yeah, maybe just a bit of extra bounce with the new ball, carrying that over the stumps.
It's also one that held its line, and Hutton, generally speaking, with his action, is swinging the ball away. Let's see if we can see from here. Here's side on. Take a look at that back leg. Just see if it impacts on the back leg. Yes, maybe a little high. It's above the knee roll. That might have been what umpire Bailey was thinking there. And that's the more normal Hutton delivery that swings into the gloves of Moore. Slightly surprised Moore's there. End of the over, 268 for 5, just the one from it. See, for Surrey, if they don't get a wriggle on between now and lunch, then they're going to be impelled to declare after lunch, which will lose them not just the overs that they need to set that target, but also then the overs between innings. It could very well be that they've looked at this pitch and thought, well, realistically, how do we prize out 10 wickets? And a draw is still handy, albeit one with fewer points attached to it this year than last. Because that race at the top of the table's getting a little tighter. Starting to think I've got a great big red mark next to Surrey's championship fixture against Warwickshire, which I think is the 3rd of September, 3rd to the 6th. That could be an enormous game.
The key sort of title battle decider type thing.
Could be. I mean, I'm not ruling out Essex, Hampshire as well. Lancashire could come with a late run. Quality sides. On all that, Lancashire have been set 430 to win. They're 58 without loss after 14.5 overs. They need another 372. There'll probably be a similar number of overs remaining in that game as there are here. So 70, they'll have to go at over 5. It's a big ask for Lancashire, who have actually just lost. As a moment I said that, they've lost a wicket, 101 for 1. Keaton Jennings the man to go.
What an innings that looks like from Dan Lawrence for Essex though. 135 of 125 balls.
9 sixes.
Essex were 2 down without putting any runs on the board.
Well, he a little bit like Ben Folkes. Maybe asking himself what he's got to do to get in the team. When Ollie Pope went out, he might have thought, well, straight swap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird what the kind of things that impact selection. Mainly, I guess it points down to Ben Stokes' condition.
Yes, it does.
And England needing an extra bowler.
Just settle for the 1 here. So just 2 off that over as well. Harrison doing a really good job, containing job here. 27 overs, 2 for 80. He's not even going at 3 and over. And Surrey's lead 226. Elsewhere, big game between Somerset and Hampshire. There was rain. They came back out. And Hampshire, to the glee, I would suggest, of Surrey fans, are 58 for 5. You've never quite bowled Hampshire out, though, until you get that last wicket, because they do bat deep. But the big wicket of James Vince, caught by Casey Aldridge off the bowling of Bashir. He's picked up 3 wickets in this innings, the spinner. A lot of single-figure scores there. Gubbins is still in. Still Brown, Dawson, Fuller, Barker at 10. Abbas bringing up the rear for Hampshire. So Somerset massively on top.
Yeah, Bashir looks like a really promising talent from the kind of few clips I've seen. Yeah, off spinner. I think quite tall as well. Bowling in partnership with Don Best now, back at Somerset on loan.
Well, England are desperately in need of extra spin options. For all sorts of reasons, as that one beats the bat and goes through to the keeper. The way the Future Tours programme is set up, England will basically be playing 5 games against India every 4 years. And they will go to Pakistan and Sri Lanka and whatnot. So 2 spinners are a must.
Yeah, particularly in India. I think Pakistan's a different case. You don't actually see spin played that significant a role now.
Now they're advancing. Guides the ball fine. Is it going to get to the boundary? It does, despite the dive. So Tom Laws moves to 30. It's been a very sensible, mature knock this from Laws. He recognised the peril that Surrey were in earlier today. And there he's played that deliberately, I'd say. Probably a little finer than he'd intended, but
yeah,
showing some intent here coming down the wicket.
I think he was looking for a slightly fuller length delivery there. I think Hutton might potentially seen him coming and dropped it just a bit short. So he didn't put the whole bat through it, but just got enough to take it past the slip cordon safely and run away for 4.
Well, he's slightly encouraged here, isn't he, with mid-on and mid-off up. With Hutton bowling prevailing away swing. If it gets a little full, I think he might be looking to target up and over the offside. Field will spread now for Jacks. There'll be a deep extra cover go back.
That was the first real proactive sign from Laws, and I feel like Jacks' moment is coming now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you sense it?
Yeah.
I think he's been ticking for a while. Well, there we go. And given the moment Jacks advanced, and Hutton saw him coming and fired it in full. It's hit him low. I don't think he'll be going over the top. And Notts get their first wicket of the day. Will Jacks goes trying to get aggressive against Brett Hutton, coming down the wicket. And Bailey, umpire Bailey, gave that with very little hesitation. It looked pretty straight. I'd like to see that on the replay. But Jacks goes for a well-made 60. He's negotiated the peril of this morning well. But yes, that looks pretty adjacent. It's not going to go over the top. I'm sure if they did DRS, it would say over 2 metres or some such, because he has come down the wicket there, and that he might think he's a bit unfortunate, but I think that's going over the top, Taha.
My apologies to Will Jacks there. Yeah, looking for the whip through mid-wicket. And yeah, that looked pretty much plumb from the moment it hit. He's come down quite a distance, yeah.
It's a long way to travel, but it's hit him so low on the shin that you can see why the umpire's given that. But Will Jacks has done a job for his team. He rescued them from some uncertainty yesterday. And that good partnership with Tom Laws comes to an end. Brett Hutton gets some reward for toiling. So now Jordan Clark, who made a century in the first innings, strides out to bat. he has got various gears. He's not just an out-and-out biffer. When you get down to the likes of Sean Abbott, who's had a fantastic season, Jamie Overton, they like to play on the front foot. They like to get going. But Jordan Clark, probably a guy with a little more nuance to his game, perhaps.
Yeah, and his innings in the first century was full of nuance because, you know, this pitch has been really tough to battle on all season. The only century before Jordan Clark's in the county championship this season at the Oval was Ollie Pope's against Hampshire. And so what kind of stood out in his first innings century was kind of the deftness at touch, the kind of late cuts behind square on the offside. So yeah, you can play that. Although we are in that situation now where maybe he needs to get on with the biffing a bit earlier.
Well, yeah. I mean, it very much depends on what we think Surrey's game plan is here. And the clouds are rolling in a bit. And it's a pretty new Kookaburra ball. It's a testing time to bat, but he's advanced straight away. I think this is the plan against Hutton because he bowls a pretty gentle pace, despite having the keeper standing back. End of the over, a successful one for Hutton, who's picked up his second wicket of the innings. Surrey 275 for 6, that lead 231. Just seeing here, Clark, little skip down the wicket straight away. Maybe signalling some intent. We've got 25 minutes to go until the lunch break. This won't happen, but for the sake of argument, were Surrey to lose 4 wickets in an over, there will be 69 overs left for Nottinghamshire. So already they need 3 1/3 runs an over. Now, of course, they're not going to lose 4 wickets in an over. Lyndon James coming into the attack. And I'll just point that out because once it gets to 4, a little bit over 4 and over, this pitch hasn't been easy to score quick runs on. It's been a bit easier to survive on than other oval pitches, but not always easy to go quickly. So I wonder if Surrey are thinking once they've kind of got the game virtually safe, then they're allowing themselves 5 or 6 overs of mayhem.
Yeah, and you can see that with the way they're batting against the new ball at the moment.
Oh, now then, what's that come off? It's an appeal for all sorts, an LBW and a catch, but neither has been given. Very full length straight away from James, who's had a great game, 6 wickets in the first innings, batted really well as well during Nottinghamshire's reply.
The fact that the batters have to sort of advance down the pitch suggests the ball's not coming on very nicely, despite it being, you know, only a few overs old. They're having to force it.
It's been a bit slower, hasn't it? It's my impression, and you can say what you see, that the pitch is to the right-hand side of the square as we look from the Vauxhall end. A little bit slower and a little bit less perilous than the ones over to the left. There was a pitch a few years ago on this side of the square when Glamorgan and Surrey played out a very difficult game. 600 and something played 700 and something, followed by handshakes. Ricky Clark's last match.
No tinge of green.
No. Right at the back end of the season. I think Ollie Pope got a big score. No great surprise there. Ollie Pope plus oval equals hundreds. We wish him well also in his recovery. Cruel blow at just a crucial moment in the Ashes series. Are you heading up to Old Trafford? Are you gonna
I'm hoping to.
witness
Yeah,
that?
hoping to for just for the Saturday.
My fear with Old Trafford is a prejudice that I can't shift. It's rain. I mean, it's not as bad as Sydney, Old Trafford, but of all English grounds, it is the one that's most prone to losing whole days of cricket. And having reached this fever pitch of excitement in both the men's and women's Ashes, I think the women's Ashes, England would actually be quite happy with a rained-off game next up and take it to a winner-takes-all decider in the last.
Yeah,
They wouldn't say that, of course.
Yeah.
No one's going to admit that. But for the men, rained-off game would be, well, the very definition of a damp squib. It's nicely played by Clark, gets off the mark. Guiding the ball through backward point.
I guess one possibility no one's talked about is drawn series on both sides, with Australia
retaining both ashes.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be essentially deeply dissatisfying, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, not great at all, no.
Well, the Ashes is the one series where you do think about the retention or otherwise of it more than you think about the winning of the series, don't you? That's nicely whipped away. Fielder out there. Keeps the scoring to 1. Yes, you know, when England play the West Indies in the Wisden Trophy, for example, end of the over 278 for 6, you're not thinking so much about, oh, we've got to draw this game to retain the Wisden Trophy.
Yeah.
You think,
it is,
we're going to win the series.
It's genuinely bizarre, isn't it?
It is.
You know, there was... I'll never forget 4 years ago when Australia were here and obviously 2-1 at Old Trafford to retain the Ashes. And
still a game to go.
But there's still a game to go. And then they ended up losing it. And then it's 2-2 and they're celebrating at the end and it just says drawn series 2-2.
Do you think we should change it? Do we think that you shouldn't get to hold the Ashes? You have the Ashes until the next series happens, and then if you draw the series, you share the Ashes.
And it's not like you're actually like taking over the urn with you.
No.
You know, it's not.
No, they can't be trusted with the urn. There is a fielder down there in front of the pavilion, so there'll only be another single. Today, this game hasn't really exploded this morning in a way that I thought it might, but I think Surrey have probably played the percentages quite correctly here. I think Tom Latham was talking yesterday about how the first hour would need to be negotiated when, you know, all of us pundits go, whoa, a quick 50 or 30 balls from Jamie Overton, crashing about a bit, Will Jacks, etc. Well, they've played it very professionally here. Looking to snuff out Nottinghamshire's chances of winning. The only issue I would raise is a perennial one, which is on a wicket that's not that juicy. Does Rory Burns need to dangle something of a carrot, even if it's just a tiny, tiny baby carrot? Succulent and juicy but small.
I think with the 16 points, do you... and then the 5 points for a draw, maybe you don't?
As I say, from a Surrey perspective, top of the table, looking to defend that position, those extra 5 points can be very valuable in the longer term, especially when they've got a game against Warwickshire in early September coming up, who are starting to look like they're leading challengers. There are other teams involved, as we mentioned. And also maybe just a little bit of getting back on track. You know, that loss to Lancashire, having been ahead and got into a good position. Oh, it's a beauty. Beats Laws.
I almost think the feel of the last few overs, just a replay here of that last delivery.
Still getting a bit of shape. Not a million miles away from off stump either.
I just think the feel of the morning would have been drastically different if Jack's just middle that clip through mid wicket, and then you could see him. You could see that he was stirring and he was ready to go.
Down the wicket comes Laws.
And now we're back to Jordan Clark coming in and having to set himself, because it is definitely not a pitch where you can just go from ball one. So we're having to kind of go through the churn that we went through in the morning again.
Is it sticking a little bit?
It feels at times when, especially a ball Laws played off the back foot in the previous over, there's a bit of a tennis ball bounce element to it.
Hunt's just adjusting the field slightly. He's taking a second slip out into a gully, or fourth slip gully really, position. Oh, well now that's another close one, and up goes the finger again. The second LBW for Hutton in a couple of overs, and Jordan Clark can't repeat the trick of the first innings. He goes for 2. Surrey have lost their 7th, and that lead 237. The game is afoot once more, Taha.
Might not be an option to dangle carrot here. Hutton again striking. Jordan Clark, we were talking about how difficult it is to get yourself in on this wicket.
I'd like to see that from front on, because from behind it looked like it might just have been snaking down, but when it's hit the knee roll on the front pad,
My first instinct was leg side-ish.
it's that Hutton's prevailing mood of travel is away to the off stump, so I wonder if that's straightened. He liked it immediately, and Bailey again, umpire Bailey with no hesitation.
Jordan Clark didn't look surprised in any sense. He just turned around and walked.
He did. So 2 wickets in 2 overs for Brett Hutton. And all of this speculation about declarations and whatnot, you can be made to look a fool.
Yeah.
Because the other side get to bowl, don't they? And this ball's only 7 overs old. This is front on. Let's have another look at this. Wicket to wicket, but does it just
Nipped away, I think, at the end.
Yeah. Nip down. Are
Potentially,
you going?
potentially.
Are you having that going down? Where's umpire Taha going?
Ooh.
Umpire's call probably wouldn't give it.
I think might just be clipping leg stump.
Clipping.
Clipping.
Well, in the book it says LBW bowled Hutton. And Surrey have then again got a little bit of thinking to do. Doesn't it show the value of them sticking in that first hour and a bit? Because you lose a couple of early wickets and it looks like a very different situation. James is going to continue with 2 slips in. Tom Laws, who came in last night, has been there all morning. It's been a patient vigil, and that is a beautiful shot. A crisply struck on drive all the way up to the pavilion for 4. And the lead moves to 241.
He's looked very solid all morning, Tom Laws, and looked really good off his front foot with his defence, and this time he just overpitched from James so he could just nicely punch it down the ground. Didn't have to give the full extension of the arms there.
Goes to 39. Revelling in the opportunity to play a long innings here. It's gone again. That's, if anything, even better. A terrific shot, that one. Not sure if it was quite as full, and it was hit, if anything, even harder than the last one.
No, this one had a different sound to it. Just a bit more power, a bit more urgency from Laws, I think. He's the man set, so I guess he does have to go. If Surrey want to push on, and yeah, lovely shot.
I tell you, the third innings pickle theory is becoming a definite thing. This. Oh, short through to the keeper. I believe, and this has come as a bit of a surprise to me, because I've seen a fair bit of Tom Laws, but he has been batting down the order. This is Tom's highest first class score now, 43. Previous best was 32 not out. But in fairness, as I've said, he tended to bat at 9 and 10. It's hard to construct an innings there. At 7 you get a little bit more of an opportunity. Healthy average for a number 10 of 15.5. That would have gone up in this game. And there's more runs here, maybe just the single. That's gone down to fine leg. He's eyeing up a maiden first class half century here. Goes to 44. The lead 246. I can never see the number 246 without thinking of Geoffrey Boycott being axed for slow play for scoring 246 runs in 5 sessions. Doesn't seem that slow to me.
No.
Against India.
How many balls was it off?
Well, I don't know. It was a long time ago. It's 1960s. Against India, I think. And Abbott's underway with a single. One of the more terrifying sights in world cricket has just entered this box. I don't think this was in the contract.
It's a bit mean.
Esteemed photographer Phil Brown is here. Are you snapping today, or are you just here for the lunch? Snapping. Photographing. Well, you know, you better hurry up, because if you want to get Tom Laws' maiden 50 in first-class cricket, it will be the first of many, I'm pretty sure. You better get your camera out, because he's moved to 46 with that couple.
Dane Patterson there, who's fielding it deep backward square.
He's back on the field.
Looking at a bit of strife there. He's walking quite slowly.
It seems a bit harsh, because I don't think Nottinghamshire are going to do an awful lot more bowling in this match. Will we see you later, Phil? We will. Splendid. 293 for 7 at the end of the over. That lead 249, so already a minimum of 250 required in what, if Surrey had declared now, which of course they're not going to do with 10 minutes to go till lunch, there's no point, it would be in 67 overs. What's that as a calculator? It's getting up near 4 and over. We're back for another couple of overs, then that required rate will be 4. Clouds gathering rather menacingly away to our right. We may get lucky, maybe a shower over lunch. We may be blessed as Hutton continues. Since the wicket, runs are coming pretty freely here. Probably squeeze in another 3 overs before lunch.
Still hard to gauge what exactly both teams are trying to do, isn't it? It's
we're kind of peering through the fog, aren't we? Now Laws on strike on 46. I think I can see down there. Is that Patterson walking off rather gingerly?
It is, yeah.
A drive and a miss. So I think Patterson's come out to test out whether or not he's going to be able to bowl. He's gone to field a ball and gone, I don't think this is going to happen.
No, he had to put out the slide as well to stop that ball running away for 4. And that's probably not helped him at all.
After driving at the previous ball, he's left that one. There is Patterson walking off. Quite gingerly.
It's worth reminding everyone that's the 3rd time we've seen a not quick leave the field with an injury this match. Jake Ball that first morning. Brett Hutton later in that day pulled up just as he was about to bowl, fell to the floor, then picked himself up to have another bowl, but just realised that it wasn't happening. But he's come back into the match, but Ball hasn't.
Oh, now it's a long single there. Takes Laws to 47. Do you have any nerves about this? Your first 50 in first class cricket, do you think that actually, do you even think about that at all?
Oh, surely, I mean, I'm struggling to put myself into those. I mean, I'd be happy with any sort of 50, let alone a first class one.
Happy with 5 at the moment, the way I'm playing, but as we see Patterson go up to the changing rooms.
I'd say maybe for someone who is very much an all-rounder, maybe the nerves aren't as much. If you're someone who's, a first-class 50 is, it's not going to really come again, then maybe. But I think for Laws,
he's going to be batting 7.
Yeah, and he seems a confident cricketer who's obviously done very well with the ball and probably will do very well with the bat.
He's got half centuries in professional cricket in the Royal London One Day Cup.
So I think he'll be pretty relaxed at the moment.
End of the over. That lead 251, just a couple of singles from it. Surrey approach 300. With 7 minutes to go and 6 minutes to go till lunch. Squeeze in another couple of overs here. So I think Patter's going to play for lunch. There comes a point when you do play for lunch, don't you? 2 overs to go. Having a bit of a mid-pitch conference here. I think we can be fairly sure that whatever happens, Surrey will not be declaring at lunch. So now they're going to have an absolute minimum of, well, would you say 60 overs to try and knock Nottinghamshire over, which is a bit of a big ask.
Yeah, they've certainly not shown any signs in the last few overs that they're ready to kind of push the rate. I think the 2 boundaries that Laws hit, they were much balls that were just hitting balls, really. He was always going to try and play that shot.
Might be tempted here, though. The spin of Calvin Harrison coming back into the attack. Long on and long off are back. Deep mid-wicket is back. Deep cover is back. There are gaps for the single. He'll get one there. Goes to 48. Will Sean Abbott be able to resist a big wallop?
The thing about Harrison is he's quite fast and flat. There's not, he's bowled really well in this match. He kind of had to play a defensive role because of the injuries Notts bowlers have had. So, he hasn't offered too many tempters. He's kept it pretty wicket to wicket, fast, flat, kind of showing that white ball skill that he already has.
Another single will bring Laws back on strike.
That one maybe just a bit slower from Harrison, but leg side line, so it's just there for the kind of flick for one.
It's very hard to get underneath him, isn't it? If you know what I mean. Because of the speed through there and his height. I've been really impressed with his control throughout this match. That whippy arm comes through strongly over his front side.
And when he does toss it up, he's not putting it into the area where you're inviting the kind of dance down the wicket for the big shot, which limits him in taking wickets in a way, but I guess his role throughout this match really has been to hold up an end just because of the situation Notts have found themselves in.
Oh yes, he's not felt like an attacking leg spinner at all in this match.
No.
He's had to bowl a lot of overs.
And he's bowled a lot of overs from the Vauxhall end with the short leg side boundary, and to show a lot of control from that end is particularly impressive. This time he's got the long leg side boundary.
Slight change of field because he's coming around the wicket, so 5-4 leg side field. Fine legs, very fine. Brett Hutton goes for the sweep with the change of angle. 1 ball left in the over. Laws might just fancy a little tickle into the onside here. Keep strike for the last over before lunch on 49. Mid-wicket's come a little squarer. Long on's been moved round a touch. Long off comes straighter. There is that tickle for 1. He's run it for the first one quickly. He's not going to come back for the second, so he'll be on strike for the start of the last over before lunch. On the threshold of a milestone. Surrey 298 for 7, the lead 254. And now, if a wicket falls in this over, the players will troop off. And so they will have a maximum, whatever happens now. If 3 wickets fall in this over, a maximum of 64 overs to bowl Nottinghamshire out. And Notts would need 255, which is near as damn it 4 and over. So we're getting into that point of the equation here, where Notts are in danger of being batted out of it. All will be revealed, you imagine, in the first half hour after lunch. Oh, nearly got that past gully.
I think Surrey will want just a few more overs after the break. Maybe a bit of Jamie Overton hitting.
Or Sean Abbott, who's there.
Sean Abbott, yeah.
Maybe Tom Laws will be given a bit of licence once he gets his half century. Now scampering through, is he going to get there? He will. A first half century for Tom Laws in first class cricket. It's been a really good knock. He's been there about the last 10 minutes last night and then throughout this morning session when Surrey were in just a spot of peril. If they'd lost him early, or indeed Will Jacks for that matter, then Notts could have come roaring through. Instead, he's been a roadblock on their ambitions and he's guided Surrey pretty safely towards a lunch break now. The first 50 of what you imagine will be many.
Now he's made full use of that bump up the order late last night. Looks really technically correct player. Looked very solid off the front foot with his defence, but when it's been over pitched, as we saw a few overs ago with back-to-back fours off Lyndon James, he can kind of let the arms flow and looks higher than a number 10, I'd say.
Well, he's technically much better, isn't he, than a number 10. Another good delivery to beat Abbott's forward press. Yep, 50 off 106 balls, 5 fours. Not been a spectacular innings by any means, but that wasn't what the doctor ordered for Surrey this morning, having lost a couple of late wickets yesterday evening. They've looked to slam the door shut on Nottinghamshire's ambitions, and Laws has been instrumental in that. So 2 balls left to go till lunch as the clouds gather behind the Bedser stand. Oh, again another looping away swinger from Brett Hutton. He's bowled manfully in this, and he's all of Notts bowlers have been really impressed with him. Surprised, having watched them, that they're languishing where they are on the table, because they look a better team than that. Here we go, last ball before lunch. Well, Abbott survives a third play and miss. And Surrey go into lunch, having added 99 runs this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. 2 men to go. Will Jacks, as we just see that last delivery really hoop. Will Jacks, who started out with Tom Laws this morning, he went for 60, LBW to Hutton, 60 off 102 balls. It was a relatively sedate morning for Surrey as they looked to shore up their position, and Jacks and Laws were batting carefully, but the moment Jacks thought the new ball, I might start having a dart, first time he had a go, poor fella, trapped LBW, come down the wicket, thudded on the lower shin, and Hutton got his man, and then the following over that Hutton bowled, same dismissal, Jordan Clark, LBW to Hutton for 2. All the while Tom Laws has batted through this session, bringing up his maiden first class 50 from 106 balls. Sean Abbott's with him. There are 66 overs left in the day's play. Surrey's lead 255 is a healthy one. You fancy they're going to want another 30 or 40 runs as quickly as they can after lunch, maybe set Nottinghamshire that sort of 5 and over, that kind of equation.
I hope so, because I feel like there's a game on here. There really is. It just needs push from someone, and hopefully that push comes in those first few overs after lunch. And Surrey say, let's put the foot down and let's get Notts batters in and see what we can do.
Well, there's nothing to lose apart from the game, I suppose. But
it's a tricky pitch. I mean, it already feels like this is already quite a steep target to go at that rate on this pitch, where we've just seen Surrey's batters, they're not finding it easy. The ball isn't coming on nicely. They're having to, get outside of the crease to, get the ball to come on nicely onto the bat.
Well, we shall find out if a carrot will be dangled or if indeed it won't be, but Surrey will just back themselves with their 5-pronged seam attack, supplemented by Will Jacks, to knock over Nottinghamshire in the second innings. That waits for after lunch. Quickly to finish off on the bowling figures. Hutton 3 for 67, the pick of the bowlers. Calvin Harrison 2 for 83 in 27.5. Dane Patterson has limped off, I'm afraid. Another blow for Nottingshire's seam attack. He's taken 1 for 63. Lyndon James can't add to the wicket haul of the first innings. None for 68 from 18. And yesterday Matt Montgomery picked up the wicket of Dom Sibley, called at mid-wicket. He's got 4 overs, 1 for 10. So during the lunch interval, we're going to give you 2 episodes of Hits Different, behind the scenes of Surrey's T20 campaign. A special look as well at the amazing Women's Ashes T20 that was played here in front of a big crowd last week.
Took off half the ball in a couple of games, and obviously getting to the crunch time of the tournament, we need to put everything on the line tonight, and hopefully it all goes well for us. It's just another game. I try and think of it as another game of cricket, but there's obviously a little bit extra being an old club and brothers still playing for them. So, but during the game, it's game time, and I'm focused on fully what I need to do.
It's time to get the coin toss underway. Let's have a flip, please. It's a heads. So, Chris, what are you going to go for?
I'm going to have a ball. If you can't get up for this one, cricket is not for you, folks. 12 internationals on show this evening. It's going to be a sellout, top of the table clash between two seriously strong cricket teams. First runs of the evening, and that'll be 4 of them. That stays hit. There it is, the ramp, and that's gone all the way. He has made room, and he can't clear the down first wicket. Slower ball, chipped, dropped him! Oh, Will Jacks, he was there for him. Make that 4 more. That completes a very fruitful opening 6, 66 for 1. That's a big one. Oh, that's a second tier and then some. Reverse, and he's got all of it. What a fabulous shot. Straight into the scoreboard. Slower this time, got him. Straight down the throat, didn't have to move. Tom Catmull's got to go for an enterprising 39.
Ryan. In again. Bowled it! You called it the odds, you've Narayan for 507 T20 wickets now. And 6 more! Don't think we got a crowd catch as well! A third 6 to the over for Somerset. I think we might have another crowd catch. The crowd absolutely love that. Celebration to rival the first one. 163 for 4 after 15 overs. We're heading for another huge score here at the Kia Oval.
Straight up in the air. Curran underneath it. But the big man goes, the danger man.
Gordon starts the final over the inning.
Gone again. Followed the batsman. That was an up and down and at times erratic performance by Surrey in the field, but they've clawed it back with their 2 champion bowlers, Curran and Jordan, right at the death. 208 for 5 sounds a lot, is a lot, but definitely surmountable for a team that needs this win. It needs this result. This is the Oval, this is the Kia Oval, folks, where anything can be chased down. That's just skewed between the 3 fielders. Hit hard, straight to the man, gone. Rory Evans got a walk. Welcome to the party, Senator Ryan. Look at that first ball. How do you do that? He's in again. Moves this time, gets it away, that's going all the way. Imperious and majestic now. There was a touch of swagger about that. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's into my office. What a hit. Bit of a drag down. Look at that for a one-handed pickup. And that is Will Jacks' 50. He's half done, I would say. That's what he'll be thinking. Bit more air this time. Jacks has hit him hard. And he's snared him. He's taken it. Well, 84 for 3. The danger man is gone. That's close, and he's given. He's got to go, first ball. And I think he's nicked that. Overton hasn't even turned round. 85 for 5 suddenly.
And it's 6 more. Rory bowled him! Huge moment for Somerset. Ben Green gets the big wicket of Jamie Overton, who falls for 30 off 15. Sam Curry gets under it. 6 more for Sam Curry, his 3rd of the innings.
Come on, Surrey! In he comes. It's in the slot, it's slapped hard, that's gone all the way, what a moment.
45 off the last 3 overs. You just don't think that's beyond the reaches of a side like Surrey.
He's skied it though, he's not going to clear the man. Craig Overton's mitts envelop that cricket ball. That is the moment. 8 down. This game, this crucial game, is slipping away from the home team. Up it goes. And it clears the man. Chris Jordan hasn't given up. Final delivery then. And it slapped and cleared the man. And Chris Jordan simply turns on his heels, head down, pops his bat under his arm. Sunday looms immensely large at the Kia.
They are a good side, they're top of the group for a reason. They won 1-1. I caught him last game, so I'll take that as a bonus. We've got to almost put performance in for having a bad night tonight. So yeah, Sunday's a big day, and yeah, we're all looking forward to it.
This game is massive to try and make it through to the quarters and get that home quarter final as well. So today is obviously kind of the pride day here at the Oval. So I think that is going to be really cool. Lots of drag queens walking around, welcoming like everybody in. There's going to be rainbow flags. So I think it's going to kind of take the atmosphere up to the next level.
Representation is incredibly important, probably now more than ever, and now more than ever in cricket. And to have a day like today that shows people are other, that are queer, that are trans, whatever that you are welcome to come here. We are within distance of the biggest gay community in London, in Vauxhall. We're open to embracing that. We're open to all.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line today, and we need to put in a good performance. You don't want to go into a quarter-final having lost 3 games in a row. We know what we can do, and it's just about applying and performing on the day. We've scored so many runs this tournament. It's been incredible, really. I mean, we've played on a lot of flat pitches, small grounds, so it's tough for the bowlers. Everyone understands that. It's just trying to execute as well as we can, stick to our plans, and then whatever happens, happens. So we'll just be trying to do that today.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great if you can welcome back a world-class player like Jason. Obviously, that first game he pulled his calf, and he's been working hard to get himself back now, and hopefully he can have an impact today and then in the quarters as well, and get us through to finals day.
Come on, Surrey, let's go! Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to the Kia Oval. So Essex are the visitors, and they have won the toss and chosen to field. And there we go. That'll be the first boundary of the afternoon, just behind square on the offside. Couple of bounces. Has he picked him out? I think he has. Easily done. That's Dan Lawrence out there. Surrey lose their first wicket in the 4th over. Jason Roy it is, making his return to Surrey colours, in at 3. And there it is. He's back. He opens those shoulders and he mullers it. Jason Roy off again, like he's never been away. Slower ball again, bowled him! Yeah, Essex really did need that. Top edge, man underneath it. Easy as you like, 3 down. Reverse this time, into the gap. Sunny Narayan getting going. And they've claimed him, and Jason Roy has to drag himself off right on cue.
That's a wonderful piece of keeping from Alex Rossington there.
Ops on Alex Carey.
Best man on earth.
There he goes. Ooh. Dropped in the crowd, fumbled in the crowd, he's claiming it, but you're not getting the money, chap, I'm sorry. That's high. And he's not got much of it. Steepler, well taken. Excellent catch. He's going to run away for 4. That's a gorgeous shot. 50 up. Touch of class by the great man this afternoon. Essex will fancy chasing anything in the region of 180, I think. They might need to chase a few more because that's gone flat and hard straight into the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. It's Sunderland Orion's afternoon. Oh, it just cleared him. It's going to take some chasing this. He's put him down, run away for another boundary, and so there it is, 78 not out, one shy of his finest ever T20 hand. Sunderland Orion has stolen the show this afternoon, and Surrey have got up to 195 for 6 at the end of that one. They are really keen to secure that home tie on Thursday night. Oh, that's an inauspicious shot and a terrible start.
Just what Essex didn't need in this crucial match.
Gorgeous. That's why they want him. That's why they've got him. Well, Michael Pepper, how about that? Where's that come from? That's a big hit. Slower ball slapped. That might go all the way, you know. It does. Almost unhinged.
Demolished the sight screen there.
Slapped past Jordan. Michael Pepper. A day out here into the 30s. That'll go. Don't worry about that. Clean, gorgeous, low full toss, hard to hit.
And I think a clear catch.
Snared it. Oh. So Lawrence celebrates his 50 with perhaps the shot of the day. It's gone. This will be gone. Easy as you like for Sam Curran, but what an innings, Daniel Lawrence. Not quite got enough of it. Jamie Overton takes the catch, lobs it back, turns around and carries on signing the autographs. It's been that kind of afternoon. He's bowled it. Slower ball, well bowled, Gus Atkinson. They are just stumbling a wee bit here. 4 down suddenly. And he goes for it, and he gets a fair amount of it, and that does run away for a much-needed boundary for Feroz Kushi. Going to be tight. Gone. Jason Roy, brilliant extra cover.
Essex 5 down now, and they're making quite hard work of this.
Sands has to go. 9 to win.
It's getting nervy, isn't it?
9 from 7. Crowd fully with this. Wide of the man again. Can Simon Harmer get back? I don't think he's going to try. And he's gone. And he's furious. But he's gone.
3 needed from 1 ball to book Essex a place in the quarter-finals.
Sean Abbott, short, hit hard and long, into the gap, and he's caught it, no he hasn't, oh my word!
It's gone for 6.
It's gone for 6, what a moment, Feroz Kushi does it for Essex.
Right in front of the Essex fans down there who are going wild in the stands.
What a moment for Feroz Kushi in his young career, that is superb, that is all nerve, all bottle. He's anticipated it's going to be short, he's in the position, it's into the longest boundary. Chris Jordan, one of the great outfielders, takes a screamer but can't quite throw it back into the field of play.
Surrey clawed their way back in, and then Essex took it again at the death. What a game.
Yeah, I got on my bike and sprinted as fast as I could. Yeah, I got there, took the catch, but I think my next step would have probably been over the rope, so I tried to throw it up, thinking that Jamie was somewhere behind me, but I didn't quite get the angle on it right, and yeah, I went over the rope. Obviously, it is a game of margins, and yeah, that's as close as we were to playing away or playing at home. Yeah, it's just a shame that we couldn't put a few more wins on the board for the amazing fans that we've had and for the amazing support that we've had throughout our campaign coming back here, playing 5 in a row. But I feel like they were entertained nonetheless. They had plenty to cheer about, just not enough wins.
It's been a great day. Obviously, we'd been better if Surrey had won, but good to see Jason Roy back. And the day's been brilliant. There was a real party atmosphere, you know, the music, the colours, the rainbows everywhere. It was really good.
The Oval is an amazing venue. The stands are packed. Women's sport is on a massive growth phase, and it's only going to get bigger. There's a real buzz in the audience, and it's not the normal sport fan. Women's sport, women's cricket, the Ashes are opening up new audiences. To be able to have some sort of entertainment, some sort of sport that is inclusive in that way is wonderful. It's a wonderful space to be in.
It's definitely going in the right direction. You can see a lot more people getting involved, especially with the 100 and the back of the KSL. You can see the rise of people learning the names of girls cricketers as well, which is a big thing for girls cricket. And the turnout here today shows that the interest is really growing.
You look around and it just feels right. So I played in a World Cup final last year and it was like 42,000. And as much as you think that's a big number, but when you're there, it just feels like this is how it should have always been. The talent's been there, and now there is a platform. There's a place to grow the talent as well, and not only grow the people who are currently in the game, but grow the talent pool of people who can come into the game.
We've had to go through a lot, having to sort of try and play professionally without any professional contracts, to now to be pretty much fully professional squads. I think we deserve to be out there. I know I'm still only young, but the difference I've seen since playing like even first team county cricket at some pretty naff grounds, so to see them back out here is hopefully will become very normal.
Surrey County Cricket Club have always been really supportive of their women's team, and that's why we've partnered with them. The important thing for us is to continue building that legacy and building the profile of the female athletes, some of which are out here today playing on the international stage, which is just unbelievable. As a female team, you want to be playing here. You want the fan base, you want the sponsors around the edges, you want the support, you want the TV coverage. This is the dream, right? This is what we want. This is what we want.
First international game at the Oval, and it was really special. First Ashes win as a player myself, so yeah, unbelievable. I love playing here at the Oval. I've been saying to everyone since being here, everyone in the team's been a bit annoyed, but I've been saying it's the best ground in the world, the crowd's amazing, and every time that we take a step up and we keep moving the game forward, the players are just going with it, and the stand is getting better and better, and it's just creating a pathway for little kids like these girls and boys to go on and play international cricket if they want to. There's been a fair few great moments so far over the last 2 years, but to win an Ashes game at the Oval, my first time playing for England here, it's going to stick around for a long time in the memory.
perhaps men around the bat a bit more.
Yeah, not having that frontline spinner, if you like, might be a factor in their thinking. They won't get the chance for a second new ball. That's well and truly gone. So they'll have the one ball to work with. That was a no ball as well. From Harrison, I think it was. Anyway, it looks like it was based on the body language of umpire Long. Didn't come up on the board. Cut away, but deep point, short boundaries towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. So we've had at least one sweeper in that direction throughout the 4 days.
Yeah, that's a drag down from Harrison.
One of the lovely quirks of covering county cricket is you've always got a short boundary. Very rare.
Yes.
One side of the ground isn't roped in on the long side. Did you have ropes? It might sound like a strange question, but I'll ask it anyway because I was thinking about it the other week in an Australian context. Did you have grounds in New Zealand roped in when you were playing, or was it to the boundary?
Always to the boundary.
Always to the boundary, right.
Even the MCG when we played.
Absolutely.
And that was about 105 metres, I think. You know, it was huge. We always would have to relay back.
So roping in, do you remember which grounds, which parts of the world where you would be seeing the ropes? Last ball here. Through to slip, finds the edge. Good piece of bowling. Maybe a bit of extra bounce from Harrison as well, just to find the outside edge of Laws, who's played well coming in last night as a night watchman. He's the 8th wicket to fall. Gone for 55, and Harrison gets a third. Well earned. 309 for 8. The lead 265. Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, just it was a length, I think, that obviously induced the drive from Laws. He thought he could get to it. It's come off, I think, the keeper's Moore's gloves, and then it's gone to Joe Clark at first slip. So really good return for Harrison now, 3 for 88 off nearly 30 overs. So he's done a fantastic job in the absence perhaps of some of the seamers that might have bowled some of those overs.
It's actually Matt Montgomery was the slip after
Oh,
lunch.
yeah.
But you're right, it was a deflection. And he needed to, as you know better than most with your experience in the slips, if a ball deflects off a glove from the keeper, it makes it that much harder. And held his position, was in the right spot to take it, and so he did. So game just shifts a little bit again with Laws, the man who batted throughout the first session. His first 50 for Surrey in first class cricket, the 20-year-old. He's shown a bit, but now it will be interesting to see how Jamie Overton, who I was going to say only plays one way, that's not fair. We've seen him play an extraordinarily mature innings, aggressive but mature innings at Leeds for England last year, but which Jamie Overton will we see here?
Well, he got 30 in the first innings, didn't he?
Hit a lovely big old 6 when we got back on morning 2 when trying to rack up the batting points. So an opportunity again for Notts. They've taken wickets with the score on 275, 281 and 309 either side of lunch. It's the final ball of the over. So back to Hutton. Yeah, back to that previous question. Do you have a recollection when you played around the world in your international career where you saw ropes? Take that on notice. Have Hutton here to Abbott.
Well, nowhere in Australia, because I think all those grounds, it was right to the fence, and sometimes, you know, there was a little guttering around that as well. We had some quite slow fielders really early on. I'm thinking in the 70s. I remember David O'Sullivan played here in England for Hampshire as a left arm spin bowler.
Edge stand gone as well. Notts get 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. Just what they needed to do after lunch, going through Surrey's lower order. 309 for 9, and forget about talk of what Surrey might do to set the game up. They're down to their last wicket. They lead by 265. Another nice take in the cordon.
Yeah, good little outswinger, wasn't it, from Hutton? Just a classical movement, just far enough up that Abbott, His Holiness, drove at the ball and getting an outside edge. And
that was Harrison, the spinner, who goes into slip when he's not bowling.
Yeah, and it was a comfortable height, and he took it easily in 2 hands, just to his right. So Excellent little bit of movement from Hutton again. So there goes the ninth wicket down.
So that makes 4 for 34, the little mini collapse for Surrey, if you want to call it that. And now walking down the steps at the Bedser stand is Dan Worrell, the number 11. He made a golden duck the first time around. Different circumstances, seeking quick runs. He cleared the front leg and hoiked one up to mid-on. Now a different kind of role. What can they get Surrey up to? What can they inch them up to from here? How this has changed in the space of a couple of balls.
So we're about 60 overs and 265 is the lead at the moment. So again, it's round about that, just over 4. I think that'll interest Notts. It could make for a very good game, because I think Notts, while they have, you know, a top order there, there's sometimes a vulnerable middle order, and so we could yet see a good finish here if they can finish off this last wicket here for Surrey.
Could be a belter of a finish.
Yeah.
This is, in terms of a game in the balance, there'll be, well, all 4 results will be in the frame, provided they can finish it off. That's what Hutton's striving for here. He's got 4 wickets. He goes past the edge of Worrell, so he avoids the king pair. Not by far. We've already seen 1 pair for Surrey. Rory Burns bagged them yesterday.
Just dragged the length back a bit and got a wee bit of bounce too, just over that off stump. Drew the batsman forward, but a play and a miss. Good work from Hutton.
Remembering that he spent a lot of time off the field on day 1 to come back, and he's got 6 wickets to his name in the game.
Looking for a 5 in this second innings.
41 for the season for him. Down the leg side, balloons up. Get down the other end. 266 the lead. Worrell off the mark, just looking for a signal from umpire Bailey. Yep, runs, not leg byes.
I think this would be excellent for the game in a way. Dismiss Surrey and let's get on with the next and the last phase of this match. They've deserved this chance, Notts.
Well, we did say earlier today they might reach a tipping point where it's in Surrey's interest to get bowl. That we probably didn't quite hit that. But in terms of time to take 10 wickets, 62 overs after this, they'll lose a couple for changeover. If they picked it up here, it would leave 60 if they got it from the next ball. 60 overs, 267 runs would be the target. Now that's quite appetising for all parties.
And, you know, the new ball will probably last, the Kookaburra lasts perhaps 20 to 30 overs when you can still get a little bit of movement from the ball, but after that you have to use other methods to try and persuade the batsman out, like changing pace of the ball, moving angles around as well on the crease.
Overton in behind it. Wicket and a run from the over. Hutton's got 4 for 73. The attack leader for Notts. 3-10 for 9 the score. Lead 266, and it's the last pair, Overton and Worrell. So soon attention will turn to how Surrey go about taking 10 wickets, and the chase for Notts, how they construct that and how important it could be for their season.
Yeah, well, Worrell and Abbott and Clark are the main men who have bowled most of their overs. I just had a quick look at lunch at the last 5 games, and they've all bowled, you know, 150, 149 and 148 overs each. So that's been the bulk of the work from Surrey and the seam department, the English seamery.
As far as where the points table sits at the moment, Surrey well ahead, but from Notts' perspective, they're 84 points before this week in 7th spot. They're 10 ahead of Kent in 8th, and then down to Middlesex and Northants in the drop zone. Bit flatter, placed out to deep point, gets Overton off the mark. I just raised that point. We saw last year how volatile the bottom of the table was in the last 4 weeks. Yorkshire, who looked pretty safe, getting relegated on the final day. If you're Notts, this is a great opportunity just to provide a bit of breathing room.
This would represent a terrific performance in a way at Surrey.
Wrong and again, well played by Worrell. I frame that up as as a significant incentive as opposed to drawing it and playing it out, but going out and really attacking the challenge here.
Are some cracks appearing in Surrey's kind of edifice? Because
shout for the caught behind, presumably. We're behind the action here, but it's well outside the leg stump.
yeah, they lost to Lancashire here, and then also if they lose today, they've lost quite a lot of T20s recently.
Although, of course, they are in final stage this week.
Yeah, sure.
But still, you're right. They've not been as, shall we say, they didn't lose a game, Surrey, last year until about July or something ridiculous. They were.
Oh, they were looking great earlier on here, weren't they?
Oh, yeah,
in this session as well.
Keep it in perspective. They've lost one game for the season. And they're still well and truly in this one. But yeah, the broader point you're making, 2 runs from the over leader, 268 at 312 for 9, is right. That last year they went through undefeated until the last game of the season when the title was already wrapped up, and they got off to a blistering start in the T20s. So it's a more balanced season towards the top. Might check out that Essex game as well while we've moved on to the broader context of the competition. So Lancashire still require 260 from where they are for victory. That would be just a monumental chase if they got there after 4:30. So most improbable. The real question is, can Essex take 7 wickets in the last 2 sessions? Bohannon there on 52, batting with Rob Jones. Inside part of the bat for 1 to start the new over. Essex have a bowling attack that includes, well, Critchley and Harmer, the 2 spinners, are in tandem at the moment. And also in their lineup this week they've got the ever reliable Porter and Cook, and Doug Bracewell as the first change. So very useful attack. Simon Harmer loves bowling teams out in the final day. So I suppose you would take it as read that Essex will get the job done there. Lovely contact from Worrell. Some pace taken off it at cover. Cut off a couple of metres inside the rope. Ben Slater. They get back for a third. 272 the lead. Every run being clapped now by the appreciative Surrey crowd.
It's one of the bonuses about that position at deep point, isn't it? He can actually mop up something at cover, and it might only be one at that point if he's quick across the ground and athletic. But that one he had to run, in fact, about sort of 50 or 60 metres. He picked it up at extra cover.
Mid on a mid off setback, but they don't consider the quickie shingle there.
It is the long side out there, of course, though, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think we're 4 pitches over from the test strip, if that's a reference point for those of you who watch international cricket from the Oval on the telly. And we're 6 over from where the World Test Championship was played last month. Chip to mid-wicket. And it is taken. Just for a moment I thought it might have landed in front of him. In fact, Overton's not moving. Not as yet. He wants the square leg umpire to clarify here. And I understand that. It didn't go straight in, or by that I mean it wasn't one of those where he was a foot above the ground. It was right down very low. So a decision to make for the umpires. Nothing easy about this. No one really knows.
No. The fielder looked to me, he's given not out. Not out by the umpires. They've discussed things. Certainly the square leg umpire had something to say about it. Hutton's not that happy.
So we'll watch it again. It's the young man Fateh Singh who's on as the sub.
So leg stump just clipped into the leg side.
Ooh.
Very hard to pick that up, isn't it? Did it get the half volley?
I mean, if it carried, and that's a big if, because no replay's conclusive. If it did carry, they are the ones that are typically being given out at the moment in TV games.
Yes.
To be really clear about this, that very different set of circumstances for the 2 umpires here. But in TV games, as our colleague Bharat Sundaresan explains, he's an umpire, a highly well-trained umpire in South Australian grade cricket, and the ICC directions to umpires if they're going from down to up like a golf swing, and they've got control of the ball. That tends to be when they're given out.
What's the fingers under the ball?
Yeah, even if the ball's touching the ground, if it's in control and you're going underneath, akin to what Cameron Green did here in the World Test Championship final. But if you're going from up to down, like Mitch Stark at Lords, not out. The ball touches the surface. And that's all about that.
Control of the body and so
on. That
on.
word control. Control of the ball, control of the body, which has been most contentious in recent weeks. We thought that was controversial when Mitch Stark had that catch overturned on the Saturday. Little did we know what would happen on the Sunday at Lords, Jeremy.
Yeah. Well, that last one was certainly, it was claimed, I think, by the fielder, and he did go from low to high. Just whether it was a half volley.
Yeah, that's the bit that's impossible to tell from the angles we've seen so far. Using his feet and going hard and long. That's what Overton can do. He's got the gears to move through. Pops this into the 7th row or thereabouts. Ends the over with a big one. 10 from it, the lead 278, 322 for 9.
Good stroke, wasn't it? Hitting into the line because it's moving away from him, but he can, if you imagine the ball going away from you, he's able to swing into the line. And he's got a lot of that.
Just that little shimmy. Committed to it. Picked his spot right into the JM Finn sign on the seats. So Surrey added 13 for this last wicket already. Worrell's job probably here, Jeremy, is to give the strike back.
I think so. He can get a single on square on the onside, square on the offside. Even if it's a leg spinner, he can get an outside middle and it can just trickle out to that sort of point area which is vacant.
So just the one catching man at slip, the rest 4 on the one, and then 1, 2, 3 men back. So cow corner, long on, deepish mid off. Oh, and a deep point, sorry, 4 back. Always a deep point when bowling from the pavilion end. So the shorter boundary here is an inside out if he wants it towards the Bedser stand, more over the top of cover. Now a catching cover jumps in. Worrell goes down the ground for 1, does his job, gives it back to Overton. I think the Bedser stand's the next one set for redevelopment here. We had the Loch Laker come down a couple of years ago. The Galadari stand, which sits on top of the Peter May Terrace, and on the other side of the pavilion, the Bedser's set to be the next rebuilt. Sweeping, getting down low enough to the bottom edge down to the Captain Hamid at mid-wicket.
Is that the right in between those two stands? That's the members area, isn't it? Just there where you have a bit of lunch in between.
It's pretty nice in there. Yeah.
The Sylvester Clark?
Cut shot for 1. I'm not sure what they're called, those 2 levels, but we had a cricket writers function in there a couple of summers ago.
I think right on top, the Sylvester Clark bar.
Ah, right, okay.
And they have a special drink. Yeah. Well, I remember facing Sylvester Clark, and that was an interesting experience.
You might want to forget it.
I've tried to. All I could see were the sand shoes coming at me.
Down the ground to finish. Worrell keeps the strike. 325 for 4. 3 more singles. 281 the lead. Yeah, so those bits that bridge the Galadari to the pavilion are quite nice behind glass type of areas with balconies out front. Then they added 2 bars, didn't they? Is it the Graham Thorpe bar and the Mark Butcher bar? Something like that.
Yes, they did, yeah.
Which are on the grandstand side of the Galadari, if you like. Opened a couple of years ago. I quite like the Bedser. The players have been walking up those stairs for many years now. The viewing rooms are quite open here at the Kia Oval, so you can watch the players watching on through your binoculars. Where the Surrey officers are in there as well, the Chief Executive's office that looks straight out onto the ground. Boardroom and so on. Can he finish it here? Not now, he won't. Out to mid-wicket again. Then up on the top deck there's the various offices, including Wisden Cricket Monthly, where I've spent quite a bit of time in there over the years. Lovely way to watch cricket up there across towards the gasometer.
It's a nice ground, isn't it? It seems part of the community as well. It's not as if it's shut off in any way from anybody.
Full, inside edge, down towards that Bedser stand rope, but gets there comfortably. Thick edge from Worrell into double figures. That's his second boundary. He's 11. 329 for 9. Lead 285. Nagging runs these for Notts.
Yes. There's been a few of these today, haven't there? Those inside edge. Missing the stumps.
Especially off Hutton, it feels like. He's just with that movement off the seam. He's a guy that can concede runs that aren't really his fault. Big stump there. Racing through, that's good batting. Gives a strike back to Overton. We saw what he was able to do in the previous over from Hutton. Size him up and hit him long. Yeah, I agree with you. There's the natural comparison made to Lords, and Lords has got its own mystique and all the rest of it, but it is a little bit removed from, I wouldn't say from the local community. That'd be wrong because it's still on the street and so on, but it is a different kind of vibe, put it this way, to the Oval, which feels something more of a people's ground, I suppose you could say. Just changed his length there a little bit to Overton, who stayed at home and knocked it on the head. In terms of change of field, they did have a long on back anyway, so he's all the way back on the rope, a deep square leg, a fine leg, and a third man and a deep point, plus the slip in close. Both the catches have been taken after lunch. Wickets falling at 309, both of them. This pair have now put on 21.
Now, will he get a short one to pull, or can he get on the leg side to hit it through the offside?
It's full, but one hand off the bat. It's kicked away by the sub at Dessing. So it's double figures with Worrell. 331 for 9. I tell you what, if you give something juicy to Overton, half tracker that he gets a good look at, if he's already camped on the back foot, he might pop it into the Archbishop Tennyson School from here. This end. Those windows must have been given a working out over the years.
It's a decent hit though. Hit those top story windows.
I want to see him try. Inside edge again, just for one though. Ends the over. Worrell keeps the strike. He's 12. 332 for 9. Lead of 288. So the game is moving a lot quicker than it did before lunch. Already 33 runs in the session in 31 minutes, and well, in 30 minutes rather. There was a slightly later start after the long break, and the 2 wickets. Laws caught it slip by Montgomery from the bowling of Harrison for 55. Then Abbott, 2 balls later, also caught it slip by Harrison from the bowling of Hutton for 8.
Yeah, well, it could go either way too, as you were saying before. I mean, if a couple of top order wickets from Notts fall, and then they start to try and close up perhaps at some point, then Jacks comes into the game.
Well, if nothing else, the required run rate now, we're into the 58 to go, so that would mean we would be 55 if the wicket falls in this over. So using his feet across the line, and it doesn't get taken. Might have just spilled off the back pad. We're behind Worrell at this end. We'll get a second look here. Can you get the previous ball back, Jake, after this one?
So that's about 5.2. The current run rate of things.
Still feel like Notts
finished.
It's in Notts' interest to really go at this. But the more I consider this point where they are positioned 7th on the table, be a famous victory. Wrongen, or at least a top spinner. So we saw Worrell go dancing a couple of balls ago. Didn't quite get cleanly into the gloves of Moores, who's been busy throughout the match. Feels like Harrison deserves a fourth here, you know. He's put in a lot of work.
Yeah, he has.
Have one ball at Overton. Where's he going, do you think? Straight? Dead straight?
Well, the long on, long off had come up for Worrell. They've now retreated again to the rope.
Single if he wants it. Sweeping shout for leg before wickets turned down. So a good result for Notts, getting Worrell back on strike. 333 for 9 after 100 overs in the second innings. 289 the lead for Surrey. Get a see there the stumping that wasn't, because of course it didn't quite make it to the gloves, but he was a long way down the track.
Neither side's found it really easy to dismiss the other team, have they? Really, when you 118 overs for Surrey to dismiss Notts, and now 100 again in the third innings.
You know what it is, Jeremy? We're watching too much Ashes cricket.
Perhaps we are. We've been spoiled, do you think?
Well, we've been conditioned to seeing Test matches end or innings finish in a different kind of way.
Oh. And we're used to declarations too, aren't we?
None of this nip and tuck business. Yeah. Hutton's chance to finish with a fifer. Swing and a miss from Worrell. We'll be up there again on Tuesday. Back in the car, the motorway, you, me and Norcross.
Yes.
Always eventful.
The Airbnb, folks, is quite a discussion point too, about where it is, what we need, and which are the better rooms.
We always give you choice due to your status as the
elder statesman.
How do I? Yeah, I was going to try and find a more diplomatic way of saying that. I was just stumbling on my words there. Young by heart, that's for sure. Still out with the best of them. But yes, I think you're in a more sort of a service department type operation this week.
Oh, okay.
I'm off at the Airbnb with Barat, our other commentator. I enjoyed going grocery shopping with you last week, Jeremy, when we were setting up camp for our Airbnb in Leeds, and you made a shopping list. You went through very carefully, and as you do, methodically, everything we needed for the week up the road from Headingley. And what really drew my attention was one of the items on the list was grog, which you'd underlined about 10 times to put a circle around. Just to be really clear, we were going to get wine. We weren't going to miss out.
What interested me is one of our number regularly eats 4 eggs in the morning each day. That's extraordinary to me. I mean, I don't mind an egg occasionally. That's great. Bit of protein. But 4 eggs a day. He's starting to grow feathers.
That's found a gap. Enough of one to get one anyway. It reminds me of a Daily Mail headline, my favourite ever cricketing Daily Mail headline. This is the 2013-14 Ashes. Aussie paceman Siddle is going bananas for the Ashes, but isn't eating 15 to 20 portions of the fruit a day going a bit far?
Really?
Just a question posed. Isn't eating 15 to 20 bananas a day in classic Daily Mail fashion a day going a bit far? Question mark. You decide, reader. You decide. Was Peter Siddle eating too many bananas when playing Test cricket? Short ball, rare for Hutton, underneath at Worrell. It's a classic headline. Aussie paceman is going bananas for the Ashes, but isn't eating 15 to 20 portions of the fruit a day going a bit too far? Yes, 4 eggs. Does seem a bit. But he does, to be fair, our colleague Jared, make us eggs every morning before we depart for the ground, so we can't be too critical. He's probably watching. Hello, Jared. Hutton, can he finish it? Worrell on leg stump. So just a couple of singles, but Surrey won't mind that. 291 the lead, 335 for 9 the score. Yep, looks like I'm jumping out. There's going to be a double change. Double change. Jeremy, you just stay there for a moment. We'll share your thoughts on the state of play. And after that, it'll be Yaz Rana taking over from me, then Daniel Norcross taking over from you.
So the lead at this stage, 291. The run rate getting up now to 5 point whatever. I can't do that, just 5.5. Oh, Daniel's got it worked out. He's ready to come in, that means. He's pacing up and down behind me. Yaz is also arriving on my right. This is a well-known couple, these two. Don't worry, everybody. It'll be fun. Here we go, Dan.
Thanks, Jeremy.
It's like Burton and Taylor. Or more like Little and Large, really. Morecambe and Wise. Batman and Robin. We'll take that. So, yep. 292 would be the target of 53 overs, which would be 5.5 and over if a wicket were to fall in this over with no further addition.
Obviously, it's one of those where the required run rate increases very quickly.
It does, as each over passes and any runs get scored. Yep, that equation gets very, very different very quickly. What a different story it would have been had that catch or non-catch been given out. At that stage, I think the required rate was under 5, wasn't it? About 4.8. Oh, gets into a tangle there, Overton. You can see them both wanting to have a big larrup, and yet in between times they're being quite cautious. So I'd be fascinated to know what the as we see that again, Overton just not quite getting to the pitch of the ball. Interested to know what has been said. If there's a particular target, just be another single there. Good fielding at extra cover, deflecting the ball. I mean, at this stage, if you are Notts, would you even entertain a target of 293 in 53 overs?
I think as the chasing side, you have control at the very start, at least, and Notts
see where you are after 20, sort of thing.
Exactly, and Notts are in 7th place, and last season 2 wins was enough to stay in Division 1. And I think this season it looks like maybe even 3 will be enough. So if you do get a sniff, it makes sense to at least
there's plenty
go for it at the start, and you've got enough batting to.
Because you haven't got a lot of overs to survive, have you? If you lose a few, that's been larruped back past the bowler. That was an umpire killer, that one. Horizontal bat from Worrell. That equation is starting to slip away from Notts with every boundary. Forcefully hit from Dan Worrell.
Well, there's that game between Notts and Middlesex at Lords earlier in the season where Notts offered quite a generous declaration to Middlesex.
Yes, they're still grumbling about that. End of the over. Another one ticks by, 340 for 9, the lead 296, and now it'll be a maximum of 52 overs that Notts get to face.
Against one of the weaker sides in Division 1, I completely got it from Notts. You don't get too many opportunities to force wins on the final day, and once you've got yourself in a position to do that, I understood what they were doing. There was, it's definitely that way around when there's more criticism on the decision making of captain. There was a Lancashire-Essex game earlier in the season where Lancashire left it incredibly late to declare, which basically gave them no chance of winning the game.
Was that Lancashire-Somerset? Was it? Sure, was
I think it was Essex.
I think there was a game involving
Maybe
Somerset
two,
and
yeah.
Lancashire where there was a war of words. Yaz.
Oh yes, that was a
war
different
of
one.
words.
That was a different one.
That was a different declaration, was it? Yep. Because I think Somerset just kept batting, didn't they? Much to the consternation of Glen Chappell. Now then, this has gone high. Hasib Hamid underneath it. And he takes the catch. So we have our equation. Overton goes, and now Hasib Hamid, stand-in captain, who's done a great job for his team in this game, is going to have to run off and get his pads on, because he'll be opening the batting shortly with Nottinghamshire facing a victory target of 297 in 52 overs at 5.603. Is that right? 296 in 52. Now, 297 I should say in 52. If you were set 297 in a 50 over game, you'd fancy your chances, yes, but obviously things are very different in a red ball. No fielding restrictions, no bowling restrictions, as we just see the replay there of Overton spooning the ball up safely taken by Hasib Hamid running back. I don't think Surrey will be too disappointed with that. Evidently there was a little licence to have a go. That 10th wicket partnership putting on 31, and those 31 runs and the time taken out of it has just really changed the whole equation here. Surrey's innings made up of two main partnerships, 141 between Dominic Sibley and Tom Latham, and then that 79-run partnership, the bulk of which happened this morning between Will Jacks and Tom Laws. In between times, wickets fell at relatively regular intervals. It was always hard to get going, hard to score runs on this, which is why I fancy that Nottinghamshire will struggle to achieve 297 in 52 overs, but as Yazran alongside me says, they'll be able to have a little dart at it. They'll be able to have a little go, see where they're at in 20 overs. If they're 80 for none, they've got a platform. They can then afford to have a dart. If they lose some wickets, they can then shut up shop. The draw will be the favourite, but for Surrey, with a brand new Kookaburra ball, Yaz, some early inroads could cause jitters in the side that's not brimming with confidence.
Definitely. At the same time, I think it's quite hard to score quickly on this pitch. At the same time, I think once the new ball loses its shine, loses its hardness, I think it's quite hard for the bowling attack to prize out wickets when the batters aren't really trying to go anywhere. So I think if we get to a stage where Notts do shut up shop, that I think it'll be quite hard for Surrey.
Yep.
And I wonder, I'm trying to get into the thinking of the Surrey dressing room here. There'll be some people thinking they're top of the league, Warwickshire doing very well behind them. They've already secured an innings victory in this round of games. Why has Surrey been this conservative? And I think it's because it's actually pretty difficult to get those wickets on this pitch.
I mean, what advantage, we're going to take a short break in a second, but one advantage for Surrey is that with 52 overs to be bowled, 5 seamers plus Will Jacks, no one's going to have to bowl more than 10 overs really, if they don't need them to. So they'll be able to take the handbrake off, maybe spells of 5 overs each, that sort of thing. But then, the game will dictate tactics as we go by, whether wickets fall or not, whether Notts actually mount a serious challenge to that target. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back for the first ball of Nottinghamshire's second innings in around about 7 minutes.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. The Notts opening batters striding out to the crease. Surrey have left them with 297 to win. We think there'll be 52 overs left in the day for them to get those runs. Reminder that Surrey are top of the table. 5 wins so far this season, just a 1 defeat in their most recent round. The Lancashire Notts languishing in 7th, just 2 wins all season. Got a faint hope of victory today. They need to go some to get over the line. 5.6 runs and over, we believe. As Dan joins me for the 4th and final innings of this game.
Yes. So yes, there's stuff happening around the grounds, and the Hampshire are doing what they often do, losing early wickets and clinging on.
And we were talking about one very impressive teenager the other day in James Root. There's another couple of really impressive performances from youngsters around the country this round. James Coles at Sussex, just 19 years old, he hit 180 odd.
Yeah, Stephen Finn's very enamoured of Coles. Thinks he's a very fine prospect.
He's very, very highly rated. He made his first class debut here as a 16-year-old in that COVID summer in the Bob Willis Trophy. Played England under-19s, and read today that Graham Swan's been down at Hove recently working with not just Coles, who bowls very handy left-arm spin, but Carson as well.
No wiser purveyor of the art than Graham Swan. If you can cope with his impressions, then everything else that comes out of him is truly first class. A fascinating reader of the game, Graham Swan. I've always been surprised that England haven't got more out of him in the coaching department.
How so? More in his reading of the game?
When we used to have him on Test Match Special, I'll break off. Worrell opening up for Surrey, of course. Dan Worrell, as he always does. He was mesmerising. Sometimes you just forget to commentate the ball because you were so fascinated by what he was saying. I remember him dissecting what was wrong with Moeen Ali at one point. When you remember the year, I think it was about 2016 or 17, when Moeen the ball was flying out of his hand. He's bowling these sort of moon ball beamers. Every now and then, sort of concerns of yippishness. Slater, full face of the bat, plays that really well. It's the sort of ball that did for Rory Burns actually in both innings. Swinging back into the pads, he's managed to get his front leg out of the way. And he described exactly the ball that Moeen was trying to bowl and the difficulty of doing that, and how if it goes wrong, that's how it goes wrong. So he's very good on actions, as in bowling actions, what you're trying to achieve, and how to use DRS, how to bring it into play. Oh, that has flown through.
Ben Folkes is taking that well to the leg side of the stumps, and that's past Ben Slater's off stumps. That's really, really moved late.
And high as well. That's really good carries. We'll take a look at it again. That has come back a long way, and see how high it takes. That's shoulder height. And one of the other things to notice there is just the beauty of Ben Folkes' foot movement. There was no diving. He just moved to the ball. Oh, now then, a flashing cut. Does that give us a little insight into how Nottinghamshire are going to approach this target?
I think it does, and as we take a look at a replay of that play and miss from Slater, to give Surrey fans a bit of optimism, it was in the other Kookaburra round that Surrey themselves collapsed for 84 out in the 4th innings, and they really do have an opportunity here with the first 15 or so overs with a Kookaburra ball. Yep. It's only later on in the innings that you notice the difference between that and the Dukes, but the first 15 overs is pretty similar.
It's this mini session up to tea, but Slater's underway with that guide down towards the groundsman's hut, and it has been saved nicely by Sean Abbott. Good work pursuing the ball. Not easy on this lightning fast outfield and a short boundary, but yes, it's hour and five minutes or so up to the tea break. You imagine Surrey might get in 16 overs, perhaps 16 or 17. Now of course Notts could get off to a flyer, and then Surrey might have to go on the defensive after tea. Similarly, Surrey could pick up a couple of early wickets. With hard new ball. Angled approach from Worrell. Again, well played by Slater. He manages to find that gap at mid-off. End of the first over, 3 without loss.
Nice busy start from Slater. Your comparison with an ODI run chase is a good one. I think people will be watching this thinking it's under sixes. That's commonplace, achievable run chase nowadays. But I guess once the hardness of the ball goes...
Yeah, you've only got 1 new ball, not 2.
Exactly. No field restrictions, as you say.
And no bowling restrictions. If you have somebody who's wheeling away, they can bowl 11, 12, 13 overs, 14 if need be, whatever.
Jordan Clark's going to take the new ball at the other end. I don't know if you remember the 2015-16 England tour of the UAE against Pakistan.
I do.
I think it was in the first Test match where England was set about 100 off about 10 overs in the 4th innings at Abu Dhabi. And you thought with Butler opening the batting, surely he's going to do it. But it's so hard when the fielders are literally all on the boundary.
Yes, that was quite the series. You fancy that Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes inspired England would have won a couple of those series in the UAE. England got a bit stuck, didn't they? I remember the worst one was needing 140 odd to win and being bowled out for 70 odd in 40 overs or so.
I remember watching that and thinking, genuinely, where's the next run coming from?
Yeah. Was that the Atta Rahman series? Was that him?
Abdul Rahman.
Abdul Rahman.
2012-ish, I want to say.
My favourite was Zulfikar Baba. He was another Pakistani spinner who arrived, I was going to say fully formed, I mean actually almost pensioned, the great Zulfikar. A man who carried every single one of his years heavily.
Pakistan have got great heritage for producing spinners like that. The current incumbent is Norman Ali.
Love Norman.
A 35-year-old who looks at least 35.
Oh, he looks every inch of that 35, yeah. But they've also got a youngster, of course, who came in, Abrar.
Yes.
Who was impressive against England when the onslaught was taking place. Oh, they've got an edge on that. Umpire is unmoved. Oh, well, Jordan can't believe that. Neither can Surrey Slips. Need to see that again. They must have heard something, because they all went up in concert.
I think it's very thigh pad.
Do you?
Definitely hit something, but I think it beat the inside edge of Slater's bat. Have a look at the replay now.
Yes, you're right. That could be pocket. Let's take a look. Yes, you could actually see it flick the pocket. Now then, he's got hold of that. It's going to be the first boundary of the innings. And the gentleman there by the boundary board just having to take evasive action. Banged in short, but Slater went after it. So I think we've got our answer as to what Nottinghamshire intend to do here. I wonder if we can just see the evasive actions here. Nicely worked. Nice little lean back. A wider target, but not so high.
And not just what Nott's trying to do, but Surrey as well. You'd think that a side content with just containing the opposition at this stage of the game wouldn't be firing in a bouncer with just one man back.
Yep. 3 slips in place.
Second over of the innings.
Yep. This could be a very intriguing hour or so up till tea.
I'd really like Notts to have a proper go at this. I think they should back themselves to, if a couple of wickets do fall, this is a pitch, and against a ball like this, it's going to be quite difficult for Surrey to take the last 6 or 7 wickets.
Man goes back out. At deep square leg, Hasib Hamid negotiates his first ball safely, end of the second over, 8 without loss.
I very much do not have the mindset of an elite sports person, but I do wonder if you've worked so hard for 3.5 days, you want to protect the points that you've kind of got already. You don't want to give away the points of the draw, especially Notts with having lost Jake Ball so early in the game. If you gave them a draw with lots of batting points early on when Jake Ball limped off, with Brett Hutton not bowling for most of the first innings as well.
You'd think they would have taken that one. I mean, they have fought so hard in this game. They've been, I've said it a few times, I think they've been brilliantly marshalled by Hasib Hamid. I think he's been really superb as captain. His head's never dropped. And look, in the very low level of cricket that I played, if you lose a fast bowler and you look around, oh crikey Moses, what Burks have I got to fall back on? Now of course he has a better quality of Burke in his side, obviously, but when you lose 2 fast bowlers and you're looking around for part-time spinners, he never once looked downcast. He was always upbeat, he was always inventive, and his players responded to him really well, I thought. Brett Hutton in particular coming back splendidly in the second innings. Calvin Harrison bowled fantastically to hold down an end and pose questions of Surrey that they didn't ever really fully answer. 355 and 340 are 2 perfectly fine totals, but it's a long, strong batting lineup, and knots were depleted by the loss of Jake Ball.
And Calvin Harrison bowling over 50 overs across the game.
Wow.
We want to see young spinners bowling in the middle of July, and it's probably not the way in which he foresaw him bowling that many overs, but
his control was splendid. I've got to say, just in the opening exchanges, I'm really liking the look of Slater's foot movement. He's really getting into the ball nicely. Good positive stride forward.
Sometimes scenarios like this can unlock the best out of players. Actually, it really focuses the mind. We were talking yesterday about the weirdness of batting the third innings. There's so much in your head.
A lot of uncertainty, isn't there? How do you find that clarity?
Whereas now there's, at least at this point, there should be absolute clarity.
And Worrell's just putting his deep square out for Hasib Hamid. Doesn't bowl too many short balls early on with the new ball, doesn't Worrell? But 3 slips in place. His first crack at the not skipper, it's left alone.
It's also a very similar sort of run chase to what you get in elite recreational cricket. You have 110 overs, 110 over games, declaration games maybe,
60-50 sort of thing.
Yeah, and you don't have fielding restrictions, you don't have restrictions to the number of overs that bowlers can bowl. And quite often the way you see those chases managed is that you kind of go at 4s for a lot of the innings, and then you really explode towards the back end.
Hamid just take a little look at the bowling first. He knows that Worrell predominantly bowls away swing. Can Worrell just bring one back in while Hamid's playing the leave? Seen Hamid out to a few leaves in his time.
I'd quite like to see Jamie Smith moved out of cover, really entice Hamid to actually drive it through that region.
That one straighter, well defended by Hasib Hamid. 3 overs gone, 9 without loss.
Because the shape that Worrell's getting with the ball, with having 3 men sort of on the drive anyway, he's only really going to attack a ball that's a rank half volley.
Well, I suppose they're playing a little bit on these openers' nerves and their urgency as well, aren't they? Surrey didn't declare, so you know that they wanted more. Well watched that by Jamie Overton. The ball skipped up off one of those practice pitches. Did well to keep his eye on it. Breeze is quite stiff today. It has been for most of the match. There are some clouds bubbling up away to our right, which I don't think will displease Surrey's bowlers. any loss of overs you fancy in this game will pretty much do for it. So we keep saying there are 52 overs to get these runs in. There is a possibility of the occasional shower, and if that does happen, that could really do for the match. So fingers crossed that doesn't happen.
There's a pretty tasty run chase happening at Blackpool at the moment.
Oh yes.
217 for 4, chasing 430. 46 overs left in that one.
46 overs to get 213, but 4 wickets down. So Dane Vilas got out for a duck. And a couple of wickets fell quickly there to stall Lancashire's momentum. Jordan Clark starting a new over, or rather continuing a new over, to Hamid, who is yet to get off the mark. He's just played at 1 ball so far. All the others he's watchfully left. He goes through his routine. Back foot goes down first. Hands on bat, then he brings the front foot down. Taps at the ground, looks at the ground, looks up, looks back down. Maybe we can take a little look at Hasib Hamid in his routine. He has a little walk away towards where a fictional short leg might be, and then he places that back foot very deliberately where he wants it, and then raises the bat there. See that? Looks down, taps, 3 times, 4 times, looks up, then looks back down, taps. It's amazing the little routines that players go through. Jonathan Trott used to do his little scratches. There we go again. Off he goes. A little walk. Won't go far. Stay about there. Come back again. Place that back foot quite deliberately there. Look. Up goes the bat. Across comes the front foot. 2, 3. Look up. 1, 2. Look up. Do you have a little routine?
Not when I'm batting.
No, I have a routine. End of the over, 11 without loss, and it's invisible. I sing the Stranglers version of All Day and All of the Night in my head, and I time the offbeat for the moment that the bowler's arm comes over.
What happens if you get your timing slightly wrong?
It's a disaster.
Yeah.
It's a disaster. I'm blaming it on my rather depressed average.
So I bat 9 on a very good day, and I'm the type of tail ender who can't believe that batters actually, the sight screen's a thing.
Yeah, you don't even bother looking.
I just don't believe that batters actually even notice the sight screen.
Or need it, certainly.
Yeah.
Now you could have the ball coming out of a holly bush, you wouldn't care. Worrell with a new over.
I think the issue is if you can't really see it anyway, then that sight screen's not really doing much for you.
Yes, I understand where you're coming from. So what's your major skill on the cricket field?
I bowl medium pace-ish.
Medium pace-ish cutters or?
No, kind of. If I am playing at a slightly higher level, I'll bowl first change, stump to stump, ring field.
Oh, dobber. You're a dobber.
Pretty grim to watch, actually.
Yeah, well, they're invaluable at club level.
But I predominantly play for my club's second team, and when I play for the second team, I have the luxury of a couple of slips, and I can pretend to be a proper bowler.
Yeah, it's 15 overs of dob from the top end, please.
Well, I mean, I regularly bowled 10 overs in the trot, so last week was first change, 10 overs, 2 for 26.
Oh, yes, that's beautiful. Those are the sorts of figures that warm the cockles of a captain's heart on a Saturday afternoon. My favourite type of bowler. The best team I ever captained had 3 dobbers. It's popped a little bit just on that occasion. You see, just looking slightly suspiciously at the pitch.
I was going to say that Hamid not quite found his groove in the same way that Slater has. I think you're right to say that Slater's been very positive with his feet movement so far. Hamid, it's not that he's not been positive, but you don't really get the impression that he's found his rhythm at the moment.
Ooh, was an extra tap on that occasion. Arm just whipped over a little faster than normal from Dan Worrell as well. As Hasib goes through these various ticks, a little bit like Steve Smith, a little bit of shadow batting, but somehow done in a more genial way. Smith, I find, is quite overbearing in what he does.
It's a lot less showy than what Smith does, but actually the spirit of it is very similar.
It is, isn't it? It's very similar, but it's a bit more understated, a bit more self-contained. That's nicely played to get off the mark. I say get off the mark, notice he's got one already, but I thought that was his get off the mark shot. Picked up 3. Plays that well, doesn't he? Just a touch of Michael Atherton in it, standing tall, punch off the back foot through the covers.
I really like when Smith gets a really good ball, he now really tells the bowler that it was a good ball.
Yeah, and tells him exactly what it was doing.
Yeah.
And tells himself, and tells the non-striker, and tells the crowd. There's something sort of Billy Bowden-esque about him, I'm beginning to think.
Worrell's coming around the wicket now for Slater, having started over.
Yeah, how does the angled approach work from round the wicket with Worrell? Sort of almost like a figure of 8. Thick inside edge, hands go to heads. So far it's been a steady start from Notts. If they're going to make an unlikely assault on 290, 290. What is it, 298 to win, 297 to win. We'll get there in the end. The rate is a run a ball, end of the over, 14 without loss.
Going back to my life as a club dibbly-dobbly first change bowler.
Dobber, be proud dobber. You're a proud dobber.
Proud dobber,
yeah.
sorry. Is no one wants to be a dobber, no one is trying to be a dobber.
You don't,
like, I'm not trying to bowl at 50 miles per hour.
Like, you're dead right. No 14-year-old lies in bed going, do you know, when I grow up, I'm going to be a dobber.
But even at 27, I'm not trying to be one.
I think you might have to come to terms with some things, yes.
The most depressing thing is when I bowl my spell, and then we've got a couple of spinners who bowl really quite faster deliveries.
Oh, not quicker than you, are they?
And it's quicker than me, and it's just so depressing.
Yeah, but I bet they go round the park though, don't they? Now we can get you off the square. They get out in a frustrated fashion because I can't get out to this dob. How can I? And then they do. The dobber always takes wickets.
Caught mid-on. That's my favourite dismissal.
I can see that. We had a dobber play for us. He now scores at Lord's called Charles Fellows Smith. His dad used to play for South Africa. And he wasn't particularly good at school, but he made it his ambition to make the most out of himself. And he trundles in, and people think he's an off-spinner. Do you know what I mean? It's that sort of... Isn't he an off-spinner? You don't need to play him as an off-spinner. You need to play him as a seam bowler who's very much slower than you're expecting. Oh, now then, that's been flicked away. Fine for 4. That's the second time Slater's got hold of the short ball from round the wicket from Jordan Clark. And the second time he's got it to the left of fine leg.
Yeah, Slater started really well here. He picked up 4 in a similar area earlier on to Clark, but that one actually wasn't that short, maybe slightly leg side, and he just sort of helps it on its way to that shortish fine leg boundary.
Now then, is that going to bring 4 more? It's squirted away through backward point. Oh, magnificent diving effort from Jamie Smith. Really good work, because that was behind him. He had to get quickly to the ball, and he then had to use a strong mitt to pour it back. Score now 22 without loss. The score you see on your screen now is just incorrect at the moment. Just waiting for that to update itself. Couple of balls left in the 6th over, and that asking rate's gone back better than a run a ball. Nice firm drive from Hasib Hamid, well fielded by Clark. Let's follow through.
It's a decent start from Notts. My worry at the start of this innings was that you'd be staring down the barrel of a stalemate really early on in this chase.
That's not the case, is it?
If Surrey started well with the ball but weren't able to prize any Notts wickets, Notts would say 10 for none after 5 overs.
Ball's barely beaten back though. End of the over, 22 without loss. Notts, as I say, that score that you can see on the screen, not quite right at the moment. We're still an over behind. Slater has 18. Hamid has 4. Waiting for the introduction of Jamie Overton. I think that might just change the pace of the game. The clouds though starting to roll in. I don't know if that'll make a difference. It might do. Might just change the composition of the air. Might encourage a bit more swing.
So yeah, Notts 22 for naught after 6 overs. They need 275 or 46 overs, just under a run a ball.
Now it is a runner ball.
And on slip watch, Stanwell now bowling to just 2 slips and a gully to Ben Slater. 2 men back behind to go on the leg side.
Are you heading up to Birmingham for the finals day?
I'm not. I'm actually at a wedding on Saturday.
Oh, it's very badly timed. Not your own, I take it.
It's not my own, but I think it's actually pretty well timed in terms of the test summer.
I see.
He's a cricket fan and looked at the dates in advance and he picked the only free weekend in July, really.
Oh, that's been crashed away. A shot of imperious authority. Bit too short, little bit of width. And Slater again jumps all over it.
Slater now 22 or 23. Have a look at the replay here. Not a lot of width, but Worrell's just pegged his length back a little bit, and Slater's leant back and thrown his hands through it. Picks up 4 through cover.
It was coming back at it, wasn't it? He did well actually to manufacture that width. Best man at that's got to be Brian Lara, wasn't he? As left-handers go. He managed to make straight balls. He used to cut them through backward point. And it would make you think as a watch, but he's bowling too wide. Then you look at the replay and it was pretty much cutting it off stump.
I think England have got 2 players who I think are quite good at that. Bairstow and Duckett.
Yes.
Cut really good balls sometimes. Just on the positivity from Slater and how a run chase might focus the mind a little bit. He's one of those players who you might not expect to have a brilliant list A record, but it's actually one of the very best in the country. So he picks up a quick single there. He averages 56.69 from 53 list A games, striking at just under 9600s.
That's so better than Sam Hain, even, isn't it?
Not quite, I think, but it's right up there.
Because Sam Hain was always the quiz question, wasn't he? You know, he's got the highest list A average.
I don't think he holds it anymore because he played a few games for England Lions over the winter, so where it went down a little bit. I think someone in India now averages in the 60s.
Well, so far almost everything is coming out of the middle of these Nottinghamshire openers' bats.
You know, we're 6.3 overs into the run chase and the required rate's gone up a little bit, but
barely though, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got our scoreboard back. You can believe in that. It is indeed 27 without loss from 6.5. Into the over, 7 gone, 27 without loss. Now I haven't seen Nottinghamshire this year. I'd be interested to know if they've played with this degree of positivity throughout the season, because one of the things that's really impressed me is coming here to the top of the table side and having those struggles that we've talked about a lot. You might have forgiven them for thinking, well, 52 overs, let's just make sure of the draw, but they have come out here and throughout this game under Hasib Hamid's captaincy A lot of positivity. Stephen Mullaney is here, so I've no doubt he's having input as well.
So we see our first bowling change of the innings as Sean Abbott replaces Jordan Clark from the pavilion end. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I fancy Notts to do really well at the start of the season. I think they've underperformed really. You look down 1-11, it's a really, really strong team.
It's true. That's just the shots they've just got to be a little careful of. Yeah, playing away from his body.
Obviously a slightly different feel to the team at the moment with no Broad or Duckett who are away with England, but Will Young's an excellent overseas signing to effectively replace Duckett in that top three. Joe Clark is a player who's nearly played for England in the past. Matthew Montgomery's highly rated young batter. Tom Moore's an excellent ball striker, and Lyndon James is someone who's earned England Lions recognition. It's a very, very good top seven.
Oh, now he's gone after this. Has he got it between the two fielders? He has. That's expertly played by Hasib Hamid. That got big on him, and I thought we might see that from Abbott. He picked up a couple of wickets towards the back end of Notts' innings. You see how far he's banged that in really short, but that was on the badge. And Hamid's played that terrifically well. There's a long leg and a deep backward square leg. To find that gap between the two took some doing.
Quite often when you see a batter play a pull shot like that, you think that the bowler's not quite got their length right. It's more of a long hop than a proper bouncer, but there's nothing wrong with the length there from Abbott.
No, it was splendid. He was right at the badge on the helmet. As he goes through his various routines. I don't know why it's so much more endearing than watching Steve Smith do it, but it undeniably is.
It's less frantic than Smith's.
Yes.
Smith almost feels rushed. It's like, I need to make sure I do absolutely everything before the bowler starts running in, because Hamid does less of it. It's much more calm and casual.
A bit more languid, isn't it? Yes, it's almost as if David Gower had tics, what would it look like? He's great to watch in the field as well. Do you watch him in the field?
Yeah, I was keeping a close eye on him throughout, really.
Does little dances occasionally to keep himself going. He was asked about it when he was playing for England. He said, just keep my concentration, in between balls. Give yourself something to do. Rate now back up to 6, hovering around that mark. We've got another 36 minutes to go until tea. I'd imagine another 9, maybe 10 overs in that time. The over rate from both sides has been pretty good, assisted by, in the case of Notts, a lot of spin bowling. Surrey not quite so much. Nicely defended, last ball of the over. 32 with that loss after 8. I think, where's Jeremy Coney gone? He was there and then he's gone. Just come into the box, then he's disappeared, because I think it's time he comes back on, but then I don't know. I haven't really checked the rotor.
I think we're approaching a point in the game where it suddenly becomes very difficult for Surrey to take those final 10 wickets.
Well, they've got to get 10 wickets in 44 overs, yes. And once you sense only one side can win it, yes, you can take a little break. Thank you very much. We see you again in the evening session. No, you're done for the match. I'll have a great wedding. And next time you're dobbing, live tweet the dob. Jeremy Coney's going to sit and peruse the action with us in a moment, as Dan Worrell starts a new over from round the wicket to the left-handed Slater. Slater started really positively here, 24 from 27. He's looked in good nick. Welcome back, Jeremy.
Daniel.
Hello. Knots have started.
What do we
really
think?
Well.
What do we think?
I think Knots have started
They have.
terrifically well. I like the look of the way Slater's gone about this. Good positive foot movement. He was aggressive in his defence right to start with. I was very impressed by that. The ball was swinging back into his pads, got right forward, punching the ball at the offside. Not afraid to take on the short ball. Crashed a couple of lovely 4-3. Two down to fine leg. A lovely one through the offside. He's hit that a little too well to Jamie Overton. That's going to be a big moment, isn't it? When they get Overton into the attack, see if there's anything in this pitch for the quicker bowler.
Yes, if he can get one to squat, it would be interesting, you see. Just into the pads, if he can get it straight. And we'll just have to wait and see how this goes. It's a long way away, isn't it, at the moment? 300, basically in a 50 overs, sort of. It's a 50 over game, really, isn't it, without field restrictions?
And indeed bowling restrictions. But they can afford to have a little dart, can't they, at this? Because 10 wickets in hand on a fairly placid wicket. You know that you can always
close
shut
up
shop if you need to.
Yes, if you need to.
Yeah.
Knots have played their part in this game, haven't they? You follow Surrey closely, I know that.
Well, they've been tenacious.
They
A lot of the luck has gone against them. They were fortunate in winning the toss. Fortunate, it's 50-50, isn't it? So they got the best use of the wicket on that first day, but then they were hampered by the loss of Jake Ball early on. And did tremendously well, I thought, to manage their resources. Harrison was great with the ball. Hamid was great as captain, I thought, on the field. And Surrey have never been able to get away from them. They didn't.
No.
They would have dearly loved to have scored more quickly, set a bigger target with a few more overs. That's what they'd have loved to do, but every time they looked like they might be about to, a wicket would fall.
Chipped out, yeah.
Knots just wouldn't let them escape. Always like yanking onto their shirts as they were reaching the summit, dragging them back down again. That's a tidy over from Worrell, just the one run from it. 33 without loss after 9. Half an hour to go till tea.
I mean, it could easily end up that this good start could transform into the loss of a couple of wickets, and then suddenly everything closes down a little.
Could do.
Yeah, that's a possibility, and then perhaps Jacks could come in, and that would be interesting as well. Men around the bat, perhaps. So that's one sort of scenario, if you like, or they can just keep on batting and see how they go.
You tend to know when a game's up when either a bowler or a commentator resorts to impressions. That's usually the key indicator. Graham Gooch doing a Bob Willis, or you know.
Yeah. Oh yes. Well.
Or me doing, I don't know, something unspeakably dreadful. Doing a boycott, I don't know.
Well, let's hope that the game then carries
We'd
on.
rather it would,
Yes,
wouldn't we? I
that's
think
right.
for all concerned.
Yes.
And at the moment, I think it's every chance of doing it. Until Surrey take a couple of wickets, then Notts are in control of their chase, aren't they? In the sense that they can continue to be ambitious. It's a little movement back into the body there.
I mean, one of the advantages, I think, well, Notts have two really, don't they? They've earned the right that there's fewer overs, and so they do have perhaps the second option of closing up if they want to, or cracking on. And they've deserved that, as you say. The second one is that Surrey's attack really is all right arm and of a similar pace. So get used to one or two of them, and you know, there are not too many surprises for you.
Oh, play and miss in the channel. That's where Overton might be a point of difference. He's just that little bit extra pace. And Abbott, towards the back end of Nott's first innings, went with a little bouncer barrage. Surrey haven't gone to that yet, I guess because they still think the Kookaburra is going to do stuff. But once they've decided the ball's not going to assist them in that way, then we might see a very different approach.
Yes,
and then it becomes quite hard to go at 6 and a bit and over, doesn't it, against short bowling with a well set field.
Very hard. We've seen that throughout the Ashes.
That's a nice shot. It's being pursued eagerly by Rory Burns, but he's not going to be able to haul it back in. Trickles onto the rope. He's looked good here, Slater.
That's good after a ball prior has beaten you and got you sort of into the inner leg or the inner thigh, and then good enough to come forward nicely when the ball's pitched up on the angle from Abbott, His Holiness, going across Slater, and he's just put him away beautifully through extra cover.
It's a very ecclesiastical club, this, you know.
Is it?
Well, you've got Abbott, you've got Pope.
Oh, yes.
And the doyen of their radio commentary is a man called Church. So, you know, I don't know if there's a position in the Church of England for a Worrell.
Pope was, yes. I think probably the Abbott. He would have to just, sort of be the Reverend, I think.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the Pope trumps everything, doesn't he? Yeah.
It does.
End of the over, 6 from it, which is pretty much the required rate. 39 without loss. Slater going really well. What's impressed me about Slater in this innings has been he's got his front foot to the side of the ball, not at the ball. So often the left-handers, that lunge forward. Rory Burns was guilty of it a couple of times in this match, and easily done, I should imagine. With the ball swinging, you just sort of go at the ball. With Slater's just opening himself up, allowing the bat to come through, which I'm liking.
I saw that dismissal, the second dismissal of Burns, and I just felt he needs to work a little bit on the old trigger movement. He's getting across to off stump, and the head is still falling away slightly.
Closes you off.
It does, and so that's why I think he's not getting access to the ball at all. Front leg in the way, front foot in the way. Here we go.
Spin.
Yes.
Spin, perhaps earlier than Surrey might have initially planned for, but Will Jacks has had a couple of spells in this match. Took a wicket with his second ball in his first spell, and a wicket with his first ball in his second spell.
Yes. Well, Hamid's another one who's interesting. I haven't seen so many batsmen since coming over here, Dan, who want to bat on off stump.
Oh yeah, it's a big thing.
It is a big thing.
It's very trendy. Yeah.
What it means, of course, is that you're always playing slightly across the ball if the ball is going to hit middle and leg. You've got to bring your bat from outside off.
Yes, it's certainly not what one's taught when you first start playing.
And then it's harder to cut because the ball is closer to you, and you end up perhaps pushing at balls that are maybe 4th and 5th stump wide. Labuschagne, for example.
Yes.
So
well, he began the series.
It's not necessarily an answer.
No, as Ollie Pope discovered in Australia. I think Steve Smith might be responsible for the vogue. He's managed to cut that away as Hamid, a little bit of width, and come back for a second. And they're back comfortably. Yes, because Steve Smith started by batting off stump, moving across, didn't he? But he's got a very different addressing of the ball. The bat comes sort of from gully and then round. It almost describes a figure of 8, and he's also got incredible eye.
Well, he's had a very incredible eye, I think, and I just have a little quiet question mark about that. LBW in one of the tests, wasn't he?
Well, his second innings performances have been getting progressively worse over time. He hasn't scored a second innings half century for a long old time, and that is, some people are attributing it
no sleep
to no sleep. Yes.
You'd think that'd be able to be fixed.
You really would, wouldn't you? Well, not a lot of spin on offer there for Jackson. His first over, 3 from it, 42 without loss. Mead will keep strike at the start of the 12th over. Yes, you would have thought that could be solved any number of means. But he's obviously a very excitable fellow. I mean, I suppose. The thing is, he's played best part of 100 tests. You'd think that, well, 100 tests, maybe exactly 100 tests.
Yes, yeah.
You would think the novelty of it might slightly have worn off, and you'd find a way to sleep when you've had about 400 days of test cricket. I mean, obviously, this is probably only about the 30th day of Surrey live stream I've done, so I'm still sleepless the night before.
Yes.
Quivering with the anticipation of a chinchilla on his wedding night. But
do they have wedding nights? Do they?
Oh, they do now. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Chinchillas to the rich and famous. I always thought the chinchilla was a sort of pet that was mostly the preserve of the Hollywood elite. You ever met
It's
a
not
chinchilla?
not well known in New Zealand.
No, well, I've only met
Chinchilla.
one.
Right. Have a name?
I can't remember. I didn't take to it very much. I'm not really a big fan of timorous beasts.
Right.
I prefer a sort of
A leopard?
arrogant cat. Yes. Yeah. I like something
I can
that has
see
a
you
sort of
wandering around the garden.
the
with your
loafing
leopard.
You know. Well, I've thought of getting a pet leopard. Yeah. I like animals that strut. I mean, I suppose as a Surrey fan, that's to be expected. You know, I like something that comes out with the feline grace of a Viv Richards, something like that, rather than the sort of skittish freneticism of the piglet, which is what Steve Smith tends to embody. Don't you find?
The piglet. I wouldn't have thought of him as a piglet.
Well, he's very excitable.
He is.
Do you know what I mean?
He is.
They're rushing about and little trotters waving at things all the time. I mean, it could be, a sort of sheepdog puppy as well, a collie.
Yes. Kitten.
I mean, piglets are very endearing in their own way. Oh, I thought I heard a little noise there.
Playing on this.
One of the rare times, actually, that Slater's looked a little uncertain with his footwork.
Is the ball swinging for the Abbott? Is it, or is it just angled across?
I think the latter. Not seen much in the way of swing, except from Worrell. That was mostly from the arm, wasn't it? It's quite predictable swing. He brought the odd one back in. And that one might have just shaped back into the left-hander.
Just had a hint of squatting too, didn't? Just kept a little low.
Can we take a
Well
look at,
watched from Slater.
I wonder if we can take a look at that one again.
Yeah, just that last ball from the front camera would be excellent.
I wonder if we can read anything into that.
Yeah.
Maybe between overs, if it's the last ball of the over coming up.
There was just a little bit of a hint of movement back towards the stumps too.
Single to complete the over. Slater's fine start continues. 44 without loss after 12. What's going for Surrey here is that even though they haven't taken any wickets, Nottinghamshire will still be interested in the chase. And what we've seen throughout these 3.5 days, and well, especially noticeable today with Surrey's very powerful hitting lower order, was that whenever they tried to get on with it, they found it rather difficult.
Yeah.
So as that rate just creeps up a bit here to 6.33, if Nottinghamshire decide, well, we've got a nice little platform, we'll have a dart, then they might lose wickets in pursuit.
Yes, it looks as though, I mean, from what we've seen, no side's been able to get up to 4s, have they really?
Not regularly, no.
No, over any period of time. It's been between 3 and 4 predictably right throughout the match. So 6.3, but they haven't got the the overs to have to to do it for a long period of time. That they can go and have a thrash and be successful. It's just a question of getting there, getting to that point. But 6.35 now required.
Jacks to the left-hander. It won't be next ball, but just wonder if we're going to see anything come out of those foot marks. We've hardly seen the ball turn. If Jacks did get one, turned sharply between bat and pad to do for Montgomery in the first innings.
It's one of the things I would think about the Surrey attack. Well bowled. Just a little bit of drift away. There's some breeze coming across the ground from the Archbishop Tennyson School side. So that'll assist any movement away for Will Jacks from the right-hander. Slip in place. Just probing away, but I think I'd like to see some of the right armers bowling, able to bowl as Broad does around the wicket. I know he goes around to left-handers a lot, but it would help, so Will Jacks, if he got some more marks and targets.
As Mitchell Stark in theory provides for the off spin of Lyon by bowling left arm over. Just a change of angle as well could be handy, couldn't it?
Bound to be a man on the boundary there on the shorter side of the ground. Deep point.
Little bit of protection for the shorter one as well, isn't it? 2 off the over. That rate climbing a little as we get closer and closer to tea. 17 minutes till tea. Probably about another 4 overs, maybe 5 in that time.
Well, I would have thought that, Notts would have said, look, we're going to get X number of overs, about 15, maybe a few more in the first period. And we don't want to lose any wickets at that stage. We want to retain also. We've got 10 wickets and then we've got choices for ourselves. And to be honest, they've earned it. So nearly achieved at the moment. Slater's going very nicely. 33 from 40 odd from him. Three catches for the Abbott.
What denomination do you think the Abbott is?
Oh, I think he's probably C of E.
You think?
Yes.
Yeah. You wouldn't get a
sort
tash
of
like
slightly, yeah. With that headband and that sort of thing.
It's a bit flamboyant.
Yes, that's true.
He looks like a sort of idealised Christ figure, doesn't he?
I hadn't thought of that. Slightly wider on the crease. It's what you need actually when the kookaburra gets a little older. You need to then move away from seam and swing, the predominant way that bowlers will dismiss you in England, and you have to do different things because the ball just goes so flat and so soft, and the seam gets it has no sort of prominence whatsoever, and so there's no rudder to make it grip on the grass or to swing as well. You've got to use things like change of pace a lot more. You have to move to other methods to try and persuade the dismissal.
Sounds like a pretty wretched ball. It's running up towards the boundary. It's being pursued. Eagerly, hat comes off. Is it going to get to the boundary? It does. Just trickles onto the rope. Nice crisp shot from Hamid.
It was a good shot. Hamid has quite a closed shoulder, doesn't he, that front? It's just as if he's just snubbing the bowler slightly. and he's got it might make him vulnerable slightly to a sort of middle and leg delivery because that front foot's just perhaps slightly in the way. sets the leg up, the right leg up very carefully, that back foot. Doesn't play back a lot, tends to come forward.
You've got to be quite careful snubbing the Abbott.
Well, you do. Especially in the cloisters.
And there are consequences to that sort of behaviour.
True.
Yeah. Punishments might be meted out after candles off. I'm so glad I wasn't around in the 15th century, you know.
No.
Going down that time. I don't think the umpire's remotely intrigued, but leg by will be added to the total. 50. 51 now with that. A steady start for Notts.
Nigel Lalong up there just raising, it was straightening the whole leg, wasn't it really? It's not a bend and then a tap on the leg, it's just a straight leg, as if you're checking out to see the length of a new pair of strides.
There's something slightly martial about Nigel Lalong, I tend to think. We always presume it is Nigel Long, not Chlong, in the Welsh manner. Where did he acquire that extra L from? I mean, I've never seen anyone spell long with an extra L.
No.
Sort of reminds me slightly of the P.G. Woodhouse character, Smith. Smith, P-S-M-I-T-H. Bouncer to finish the over, 6 from it, 5 off the bat, that leg by, which is keeping Notts in touch with the required rate. 52 without loss, 12 minutes to go until tea. Are we going to see an over of Overton perhaps? So the Abbott's now bowled 4.
Yeah, no swing for the Abbott though at all, really.
No.
It's very straight, just on an angle he's using, particularly to Slater. Hamid a lovely on drive really in that last over. Just on the inside, I think it was Overton, wasn't it, who couldn't quite get down to that.
Might have been Clark, I think
Was
Jordan
it?
Clark.
Was it Jordan Clark?
I think so. And then Sibbers is out of the slips for Will Jacks. He's up at mid-off. Clark and Sibbers at mid-off and mid-on. We're going to see any turn at all out of those footmarks.
You'd like to, wouldn't you?
Well, on day 4.
Yes.
Quite keen on that. I've said it a few times. I do think the right-hand side of the square is a little bit slower and less responsive than the left-hand side of the square. Don't quote me on it, but there was some new pitch laying at some point a few years back, some years back. I think they were sort of going across the square. And
they ran out of the loam?
Well, they just do it bit by bit, you know. You don't want to go all in, just in case it doesn't quite work. You have a fallback position. Probably takes quite a while as well. Nicely played by Hamid. Waiting for the ball to turn, finding the gap.
Yeah, a little bit of turn from there, isn't there, to the right hand, and more so than to the left.
That's where he got the turn to get rid of Montgomery.
Yes.
Whereas there, as you say, the left-handed Slater, that's done very little off the pitch at all.
Just a little bit short so far. This over from Jacks, both men getting onto the back foot and punching the ball into the covers. Needs to be more full, bring him forward. Especially if he could do that to Hamid from outside his off stump and maybe get him to sort of push it with the hands a little. create a gap between bat and pad.
I suppose if you have quite a closed off stance,
that outside the off stump is easier to play than the straighter ball, I think, or anything short at the shoulder.
Yes.
Becomes a bit awkward as well. But he seems to work it out, doesn't he, Hamid? He's clearly worked at it.
Batted very well in the first innings.
Did he?
Yes, alongside Will Young. Those clouds have mostly drifted away. We've been very fortunate with the weather these 4 days. Made up the lost time, pretty much. End of another over, 15 gone, that rate creeping up to 6.5, 56 without loss. 8 minutes to go till tea. So I think we're going to have a 35 over final session. So if you're planning your evening, this game will either end at around about 6:15, 6:30. Or it could end an hour before, depending on how both sides feel. But at the moment, I don't think Notts will be shaking hands.
It's going to be an interesting little period after tea, isn't it?
I fancy we might see a bit of Overton after tea.
Yes, I agree. Running hard for a few overs. In fact, they bowled quite a few overs themselves in the first innings, didn't they, those seamers?
That's nicely struck by Hamid. Let him get the signal for it. There's plenty of protection out on the leg side. We bowled 118 overs in total, I think, Surrey, in that first innings. You were never tempted by the county grind, Jeremy?
No, thank you. I wanted to get back and throw my bat into the tide and then start teaching again. I had a family, of course, fairly young, so I was always keen to get back to see them.
A few of your compatriots did do it, didn't they? Jeff Howarth was here.
Jeff Howarth was here, that's right.
Richard Hadley, of course, at Notts.
Yes. John Wright, Derbyshire.
Yeah.
And
Chris Cairns,
Chris Cairns was Nottinghamshire.
Notts, yeah.
A little bit later, and a lot of the players also played in sort of the leagues up in the north as well.
That never appealed?
No. I mean, I wouldn't have minded for one season, perhaps.
So when you came to England as captain, was that the first time you'd played in England?
No. I came with Jeff Howarth's team for a start.
And of course,
that was the late 70s, so it must have been the World Cup, actually.
Yeah, 78,
79, yeah, something like that.
And in those days, I guess, limited over cricket was not dissimilar. You're playing with a red ball, and
yes,
you'd have slips in place.
I got a feeling they might have been one-day games, might have been 60 overs.
They were. All play and a miss from round the wicket. Abbott here, changing up the angle. They were, I think.
So you got 12 overs.
Yeah, the 1979 World Cup was 60 overs. And England famously were trying to manufacture 12 overs out of Boycott and Gooch. Or
that's right.
Gooch
bowling with his hat on.
With his hat on, yeah.
Yes. Back to front or not?
Yeah,
no?
occasionally. Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't sartorially that successful, I don't think.
And Brearley was playing.
He was.
That time.
Opening the batting against the West Indies. And the final, scarcely credible these days. In pursuit of 290 odd, which we felt like way too many in 60 overs. They thought, we've got quite a good start here, 130 or 40 overs.
And leaving it till a little bit later.
in their defence, I suppose, you know, Holding, Roberts, Garner, quite tricky. There's been another one as well.
Collis King gets some run that day. Yeah.
Yep. Handy all-rounder to have, isn't he? Now then, this looks like a short ball coming in. Slips have gone, just a gully in place. Yes, one of the more predictable short balls you'll see. End of the over, 16 gone, 60 without loss, 4 off that over. Surrey beaten the bat a few times, but have not really looked like taking a wicket on this placid surface with this Kookaburra ball. And with 3 minutes to go till tea, you'd imagine this is going to be the last over. Will Jacks bowling it might mean that they squeeze another in, but I think Surrey would be quite happy for this to be the last over as well. A bit of a rethink.
So the run rate required just slid beyond 6.5.
Of course, as the overs tick by, that run rate can go up really quite quickly. But I suppose, well, we're going to find out soon after tea, aren't we?
Just how interested, yes.
Yeah.
Do they have any designated
hitters? Well, Joe Clark's a fine one-day batter at 4. Will Young, not seen him in limited overs cricket. He looked very accomplished in the first innings. I think Joe Clark would be the man, really. Oh, well, what a bonus wicket that is. Slater goes on the stroke of tea, short, wide, thrashed to Abbott, taken very low down. He got hold of it pretty well, but couldn't keep it down. And after playing really well with a degree of authority, Ben Slater's got to go. And Will Jacks has got a bonus wicket for Surrey. They're 60 for 1 at tea or not.
It's an interesting position because it was only changed last over to the bowling of Jacks, and they put a man just sort of bang on square and not too far out. And Abbott's taken the catch this time, and Slater can't believe it. He's held the helmet, and he really, because he knows he's actually batting quite well, and he could see some runs this afternoon and doing a job for his team, but he has to go now.
Well, I think Will Jacks would admit that that's not his best ball.
Was short,
wide outside the off stump, not really turning much, and he slapped it straight to Abbott square.
A pity he got it so square, really. He could have hit that, you know, through cover quite comfortably, playing the same sort of stroke, just metered a bit earlier.
Well, that's Surrey's first breakthrough. Does that presage an exciting final session? There are 35.5 overs to be bowled. Notts need to go at 6.68, which is a big ask on a pitch where no one's ever really found a great deal of fluency. Surrey need a highly unlikely 9 wickets, but you'd imagine Notts are going to have a little go for it. 237 runs needed in that final session. That's a minimum of 35.3 overs. I can't really see Surrey getting more overs than that in. Earlier today, Surrey were bowled out eventually for 340. Last wicket partnership of 31 might prove to be all important in terms of time taken up as well as runs. It took up 8 more overs of time and 31 runs, and it's a little bit of controversy when Jamie Overton, Notts thought they'd got him caught at mid-wicket. The umpires, on the other hand, did not. They felt that the ball had been grounded, and had that wicket fallen then, the equation would be quite different. It'd be about 210 or 40, which would have been a bit more manageable. You fancy it's going to be tough for Notts to get that target in our evening session. It'll be very tough for Surrey to get 9 wickets on a placid surface, but you also reckon that Notts might have a little dart at it. Ben Slater, the one man to go just then, last ball before tea, caught by Abbott off Jacks for 39. Dan Worrell none for 14, Jordan Clark none for 14, Sean Abbott none for 22. Will Jacks the wicket taker. We still haven't seen Jamie Overton and Tom Laws. That you fancy is for the evening session. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in around about 17 minutes. Don't forget that wicket fell at 3:38, so the resumption will be around 3:58. So be sure to catch us then. Go off, make a cup of tea. We'll do the same, and we'll see you later.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, the final session about to begin. Knots have been set 297 for victory, and they've lost Ben Slater on the stroke of tee. Caught a point by Abbott from the bowling of Jacks for 39, which means they're a long way from the finish line. They'll need 237 runs in 35 and a half overs. And Surrey, for their part, they'll need 9 wickets for what would be a huge victory from here. Adam Collins with you. Taha Hashim with me to start the session. Will Jacks halfway through his over. In here, the new man Young, who made a fabulous century the first time around. And hard to really tell from what we've seen so far across 16 and a half overs. Are they going for it? Early indications were maybe not quite so much, and they hit 20 runs in 3 overs, and we thought maybe they are. 3 catching men round the bat, which Surrey are more than entitled to do after taking that wicket before tee. And then they lose Slater, who was the more aggressive of the opening pair.
I feel like we're crying out for a period of just sort of sheer madness, you know? 2 or 3 wickets to fall in the space of a couple of overs, or maybe, you know, 30 or 40 runs to come in the space of a couple.
Ooh, that's spun sharply. It's going to be tricky if he turns it like that when they need 6.7 and over from here. A successful over, a wicket maiden for Jacks to get Surrey moving, not 60 for 1. Yes, so 237 in the final session is going to be daunting no matter how you frame it up. It's going to require a really brisk start and someone taking Surrey's bowlers down and putting a real dent in it.
Yeah, and Slater was looking like the man who could kind of get the tempo going. Was hitting them at a decent rate, and then his wickets sort of set Knots back. It's been that type of pitch where you can't really biff from ball 1. You have to take your time to settle in. We saw it this morning as well. Surrey's batters, they couldn't go at it immediately. Will Jackson, Tom Laws had to, you know, tough it out in that first hour just to get along. And then Jacks, as he was about to get going, was out LBW.
We've talked about it quite a bit today, but it can be difficult for a side batting third. I mean, in order to pull out and set a target, set a chase, it needs first ball after tee, gets big on him, down to short leg. That's the extra pace from Overton, straight into the attack after the wicket following the tee interval. I mean, there was never any scenario where Surrey were going to declare, you know, 240, 250 ahead, but maybe they would have needed sort of 75 overs to given themselves a real sniff instead of what was left here for Knots. That was a beaut of a delivery, a brute of a delivery to start from Overton. He's got the short leg and a gully. Lots of short stuff coming. Another bouncer way over his head. So the field is reminiscent of many fields we've seen during the Ashes so far this summer. 3 back for the short ball, plus the deep backward point, short leg and a gully.
It's been a feature of the summer so far. There's that line of 3 fielders on the square leg side.
It's kind of proof even that with only 2 men behind square, you can still implement the short pitch attack if your bowlers are good enough to keep at least 3 or 4 of the short balls. I mean, I don't think the umpires really man 2 above shoulder high particularly well at test level, but yes, 2 bounces and over, but often you see the straight line as well between the square leg fielder up on the 1 and the deep square leg almost on the same line, which typically is unheard of in limited overs cricket because you want to cover as much territory as possible. But they're both seen as catching men. For the miscued pull, all the top edge. Lots of catches out there between Australia and England. Not certain it's a good thing, but it's effective. That's one thing we've learnt through the first 3 test matches.
And it's quite a sight to see Jamie Overton thundering through at the Oval. First time we're seeing it this summer. And this is where Surrey have, you know, this battery of right arm quicks, but Overton still stands out. He still stands apart as a guy who can deliver this type of spell, short into the wicket, right at the body, testing Haseeb Hameed now.
Now around the wicket too. Hameed as a result plays with the bat. So yes, any dreams that Knots might have a little dart at this might be gone in the next half an hour or so. Hameed's faced 50 balls for his 20. My instinct just before Well, it wasn't just before Surrey were bowled out. It was when they were 9 down. Was that, well, what a great opportunity for Notts. 7th on the table. Well clear of the drop zone at the moment, but we saw with Yorkshire last year how quickly that can change. And a chance to chase down something, but yeah, that last wicket stand of 31 made that much harder. Way too short to finish. Should be a wide. Won't be called because they never are. Oh no, it is. No ball. My apologies. No ball in the county championship, and it is signalled. My apologies to the officials. 2 runs added to the tally. First after tea, 62 for 1.
And Will Jacks has now sort of moved into a leg gully position as well.
So that's the backward square moves up to leg gully, and they've still got the man in front of square 15 metres inside the rope because of the very long boundary, and Dan Worrell beneath us at fine leg. Caught down the leg side. No. Crowd went up, bowler went up, finger stayed down.
Felt like there was a little sound there. Maybe just the trouser, the pad.
To be fair to Overton, he pulled out of the appeal as well. Worth asking the question. But umpire Long, man of vast experience, said no, and rightly so, as you can see on the replay there, a pocket was collected on the way through, thus the noise on the effects mic. So Jacks to continue. Great opportunity for him to just remind people of his all-round abilities here, bowling in the 4th innings. Already has 1 wicket. Got 1 to go through the gate in the 1st innings. 3 catching men. Shot from Young. Just picking up from where he left off. On day 2, where he advanced to a century at the first time of asking for Notts. There to be hit, but found the gap nicely. So let's construct a scenario where Notts try and have a go at this. Let's say Hamid's your anchor. Let's give him that role, the safety blanket of sorts if things don't go quite right. Young looking to score through the onside, but doesn't beat short leg. Joe Clark in next, who we know has the ability to score at a very quick strike rate. Got 15 in the first dig.
Yeah, Clark feels like the key man if Notts are going to go for this. He's been their man in form in red ball cricket this summer, and obviously in the last few seasons he's been more known for his T20 numbers. What he's done in the middle order for Notts.
Matt Montgomery has a T20 strike rate of 123 for what it's worth, if you're looking at these kinds of numbers for who's got the club in the bag. And Tom Moore's the keeper. Or past the edge. That's the one that's a little bit quicker, bit more bounce. Nice variety. Me just playing down the wrong line. Not a lot he could do about that. Well bowled. Tom Moore's might be the more likely of the middle order. Hit on the pad, but well outside the line of the off-stump. Moore's a lot of experience in T20 cricket. Again, using the strike rate, 135. 8 half century, so might it be him? You can see these days in modern cricket. Sibley to finish out the deep cover for 1, moves to 21, keeps the strike. It's 68 for 1, where sides back themselves in the 4th innings more because they've got the experience of doing it against the white ball.
Yeah, I guess we've been spoiled in the last few years with 4th innings chasers in Test cricket. But I guess sometimes because of that, we also kind of forget the constraints of the red ball game. You know, from one end you've got Jamie Overton here, now he's going to bowl bumper after bumper. That's not something you're going to get in white ball cricket. And then Will Jacks has got a pitch that's now 4 days old, and we've seen some sharp turn already in the last few overs that he's bowled. So it's worth bearing this in mind when you just look at the scorecard, yes. You look at the numbers and the runs required and think, yeah, well, that's possible nowadays.
Yeah, we'll just go at 7. It's easy. New over. Bouncer predictably. Yeah, that's exactly it. And we saw against the short pitch attack when Australia were trying to move the board on at Lords, they couldn't because there was so much risk associated with playing behind square. Both sides fell into the bouncer trap through that test match, which is why both bowling groups deployed it hour after hour thankfully wasn't as big of a part at Leeds. Used a bit more sparingly on a much better surface. Ooh, chance here. Direct hit would have been interesting from Burns. Had a choice for either end. The confusion was about mid-pitch. It felt from our angle that Hamid was struggling a fraction more than Young, but he went for Young's end because he was closer. Had one stump to aim at. We'll see here. It wasn't long after Hamid took off. He went, oh, don't know again.
Yeah, hesitation from both sides. So yeah, either end, and someone was in trouble. I think just discussing that bouncer barrage, this kind of pitch feels like it's suited for that if you want to slow the scoring. There is that kind of two-pace nature to it, but you're only going to be able to do it from the end. Overton's doing it from now because of that short leg side boundary from the Vauxhall end.
Finger stays down, pitching outside leg. Yeah, we saw Sean Abbott get a couple to really take off wickets in consecutive balls from the pavilion end in the first dig. It's the extra airspeed that Surrey enjoy here. We'll get a second look. Yeah, good decision. Umpire long.
But good to see a fuller one in there as well.
Yeah.
I think something I found frustrating about watching the sort of constant bounces in that Ashes Test match was the fact that there was no change-up, really. It was just exclusively short. It worked for England, but it wasn't exactly entertaining viewing when you're not seeing any fuller deliveries.
I think that one session had 98% of deliveries that CricViz assessed as short or bounces. Now, I'm not sure what constitutes short. It's kind of in the eye of the beholder a little bit, isn't it? But Jared Kimber assessed that it was the most bounces bowled in any Test match where they can measure these types of things. So 2005 is the usual benchmark for ball tracking, but he went back and studied a few other Test matches that were sort of renowned as bouncer fests, and they didn't seem to catch up either. So I'm not for a second saying that it would have been any easier facing Michael Holding, for example. But the consistency of the bounces and the pace of them wasn't anywhere near as quick either, but it was the fact that it was just so relentless. And maybe that, I don't know, I haven't really considered this point, but the slower bounces are more effective than the quicker ones because it does give the batters a chance to think about playing or not, whereas quick stuff, you tend to want to get underneath by default.
I think I'd define short as anything that just frightens you, right?
Yes. Required rate up to 7.1. Short again. So there's one run from Overton since the break. Make that 3, I should say. There was a no ball in there, wasn't there? 69 for 1. Strike goes back to Hamid. I think Neil Wagner was he was the original sort of fast medium bouncer merchant, wasn't he, in this current sort of modern era where he could do it, not just for 3 or 4 overs, but for 3 or 4 spells a day, where they were only ever at about 80 mile an hour. He was never fast. Jacks again. Got some news through in the tea break that the ICC have made an announcement that all prize money will be now equal between men and women at major ICC tournaments, which is another little nod to just how massive those women's tournaments have become in the last 5 years. All the way back to 2017, really. That was the most viewed match, full stop, in 2017 was the Women's World Cup final between England and India around the world, and prize money now catching up.
Yeah. No, great news. Following on the back of those wonderful scenes yesterday in Bristol.
Huge.
I mean, the roar that you could pick up just watching through the television, really, of England securing that victory.
It reminded me of the World Cup win that England had over Australia at the same ground in 17. It was a packed house that day, and it was just so loud, and it set the tone for England, got them going onto a World Cup win. Who knows what this will mean? If they win the next 2, that's it. They claim the Women's Ashes for the first time since 2014.
And the fact that they've played these last 3 games with it hanging over them, that one more misstep and that's it. Australia retain the Ashes once again.
I think there's a case to be made for like drawing across the multi-format series shouldn't constitute a retention. I get the history of it with the men's Ashes and other major trophies. 1 run from the over, so not absolutely shutting up shop here. A long way out. They're 70 for 1. They're still a long way from the finish line though. But yeah, if you put that to one side, the very fact that they needed to be flawless and win the series at a minimum 10-6 with 2 points for all white ball internationals and 4 for the test, which they conceded to start the series. It'd be one of the great come-from-behind triumphs against a side that's been borderline invincible over the last 6 years. Since the 17 World Cup, they've won everything. Up-ish, doesn't quite make it to mid-wicket where Clark is roaming. Got the short leg and the relatively close mid-wicket for Hamid. Overs them pretty consistently in line with the body. Yeah, seeing Kate Cross, one of the most popular players in all the game, hit the winning runs, and the little ramp across her stumps to get them within a couple of runs of victory. There with Heather Knight at the end. Down the leg side again, doesn't catch up with it.
I know that was the shot that caught all the attention really, but thumped through the cover to level the game. That was my favourite.
I love the straight drive too. There are a number of shots. Cross has been a far better batter than her spot in the order reflects in the last few years. Came in with, what was it, 31 to win or something like that? With Australia squeezing as they do so well with the ball when defending a total. The gully shuffles around a couple of steps, a bit finer, round the wicket angle. Turned through mid-wicket by Hasiba Me, but there is a sweeper. Sean Abbott, they get 1. Yeah, I was watching it with my 3-year-old, and you know, it's a lovely thing anyway, right? It's full stop and nice thing to be watching cricket with her, but you know, she understood that it was women playing, and at the end she goes, I want to hit a big one too. I'm like, yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? She wants to get out there and smash the ball. What's that? It's quite heavily used saying, if you can't be if you can't see. And there'll be a lot of young kids, girls especially, who will have watched yesterday, watched the last few games for that matter, or been here at the Kia Oval or at Lords or at Birmingham last week where they had record attendances for the T20s. And they'll now think that this is a game for them, as it is, as it always should be.
And they'll be tuning again on Sunday.
Yeah, game on. Short and pulled, takes it on. 2 men back for that. Down Warra, one of them beneath that commentary position. Yeah, look, prize money, the ICC isn't everything. It's when you're thinking about women's cricket, much bigger part of the story is contracts and match payments and structure and so on. And prize money is part of that story, but a much smaller part. When you consider the lived experience of a cricketer. Short again to finish just 2 from it, 72 for 1. But still, it's a symbolically and financially, but symbolically really important, much as it was with tennis tournaments when they went to equal prize money like a generation ago or so.
Yeah, it's very much a first step, and I guess one of the recommendations that emanates from the ICC report into English and Welsh cricket as well is in terms of making that first step for pay parity is for England women's cricketers to have the same match fees as England men's players, and then going from there really.
I think they've set themselves the target in that report of reaching parity by 2029, so some lead time. Claire Connor is in charge of the response to that for the ECB. Jacks again, new over. Gap out to cover. Get a couple. So of the recommendation, there are 44 recommendations all up?
Yeah.
With a pretty big price tag at the end of that if every single recommendation was implemented. But and you've been instrumental in covering this story over the last 3 years. I mean, the sense from the ECB's initial response. Oh, that's spun big. No shot offered, but not doing enough, the assessment of umpire Bailey. I mean, the general gist of the ECB's first response is that they're up for this. They're up for trying to get as much of this done as they can. Down to mid-on for one. Is that your impression as well?
Well, I mean, you know, one of the interesting things that came out from the report was praise for the ECB for commissioning the report from the chair of the commission, Cindy Butts. That it was a brave move, and the ECB themselves have said that they'll spend the next 3 months kind of looking through those recommendations and going from there. So I guess we're going to have to wait and see what happens at the end of this 3-month period and what they say and how feasible they think it is to implement those recommendations.
Might be two there. It's well weighted. Mead calls Young through before that. Moves to 26. I must admit I was taken a bit by surprise by the scope of the report. I when it was being talked about in the last 6 months or so, I assumed it was going to be a report solely about racism. I didn't anticipate it having an extra layer to it. Might be two more here. Other side of that sweeper at deep square. No, just the one. Laws does the fielding into the over. So 6 runs from that, the most expensive since T. 78 for 1. Target of 297. They'll need to go at 7.5 from here to reach it. So nowhere near the required rate. But yeah, there was a strong thrust in there about the imbalance between sexes in English cricket and class as well, which has been something that Abbott Rainford Brent, Surrey's own, has been talking about a lot in the last 12 months through the ACE program.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that kind of approach to the report. I guess one of the key talking points in English cricket over the last couple of years has been the issue of racism, but less so the discussion surrounding class, surrounding gender equality. And so, yeah, I mean, the report, I'd highly recommend that everyone read it. Everyone who has an interest in English cricket, read it. All 317 pages. It's a long report, but worth getting through. Looking at the appendix as well.
So Abbott replacing Overton. His turn at the short stuff. Fairly clear what's coming with the configuration that they had before for Overton. The leg gully, the 2 men back on the leg side, the deep point. The only fielder missing is the fly slip that's become a feature of the Ashes series so far for the top edge. The fielder that India never put in position for Travis Head, who just uppercut his way to a ton here on this ground in the World Test Championship final. Have that. Some shot. Both knees bent when contact was made.
That's a staggering stroke from CBB.
It's not what you wouldn't call it sort of a full-blooded swing of the bat either. It's all timing and placement and just resourcefulness. We'll get a second look.
I mean, he gets really low here.
Almost his back knee kissing the turf.
A pull sweep of sorts.
An upright sweep. It'll do. It's helped away into the gap. And it prompts a change in field. Deep backward square goes back and the bouncer follows. So Overton got through just the 3 overs after tea before needing a blow. Although it might be that they're going to spin him around from the JM Finsdown. One more look at this. Bang.
To guide it low as well. Wonderful shot from receiver Mead. He's now on 31. Looks like he's trying to force the issue a bit more in the last couple of overs. But still, I mean, that required rate is quite significant now.
Well, if they can keep it at about 7s for the next 100 runs, then sort of different story, I suppose. But the challenge Notts have got is sustaining it. So what are they now? 85 for 1. So they're 212 away from the line. Going at 7.5 for that length of time is going to bring wickets. But if they can put in a shift, this experienced pair, and keep it at roughly that and knock a chunk off it, well, then they will be somewhat liberated down the order. But yes, a lot would need to go right. So Surrey's next assignment is finals day on Saturday or Sunday, whether or not too crash hot, we're told, or the forecast anyway. Short again, takes it on. Encouraging from Young, he wants to score. He's up to 10. So they're in the first of the semi-finals. And my apologies, the second semi-final against Somerset, having beaten Lancs in the quarter last week, Surrey. Hamid retains the strike again. He's 33, 87 for 1. And then next week in the championship, over the river to Lords to play Middlesex for Surrey. Not hosting Hampshire, so back-to-back tough fixtures for them. Also in Division 1, Warwickshire, Lancashire. Warwickshire taking full points yesterday. Essex hosting Kent, who were beaten inside 3 days. Essex going pretty well. They had 5 wickets. I might have a look at that in a moment. Where are we here? Essex need 4 wickets to win. Lancashire only 133 runs, by the way. That's quite the game of cricket. Lancs was set 430, and they've still got a puncher's chance. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the course of the final session here on our stream. To see who's in there at the moment. It's Rob Jones on 55. He's got Tom Hartley for company. 3 wickets for Critchley.
That's one of your boys.
Yeah, he's energetic leg spin. Always enjoyed it. And Northants have Somerset at home at Wantage Road next week as well. The second last game of this run of cricket through middle of the season. Going back to Jacks to start Hamid, playing it right under his eyes. So a nice slab of championship cricket alongside the Blast and ahead of the 100, which begins in August, of course.
Steve Hamid played his first professional T20 earlier this summer. one of those things I like to keep track of, professionals who haven't played.
Can't be many left.
T20, yeah.
Craig Brathwaite, is he one of those who's never played a T20 or something?
It's a good shout. It's a good shout.
Brathwaite.
Yeah.
The one who had to wait, was it 11 years between T20s, was Sam Robson.
11 years?
I think it was 11 years between outings for Middlesex in that format. Played a couple of years ago, a few times. Did okay as well. There's a young batter in Victoria who played in the Sheffield Shield last year called Ash Chandrasinghe. He's a gun, but he's made for 4-day cricket or 5-day cricket, who knows. But he's made for multi-day cricket. He took 40 balls to get off the mark on debut, ended up making 80 odd. But yes, 40 runless deliveries to start his professional career.
Batted very patiently in the Sheffield Shield final, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. When all was falling around him, they lost to WA, who've gone back to back. 2 runs from the over, 89 for 1. Target still a long way away, 297. The required rate goes up to 7.7. But yes, he's one of 2 Victorian players, and they're contrasting in their approaches. Cam Callaway, who's they've got Big Raps on as well, who goes much harder at it. He's played in the Big Bash as well. Don't think there'll be a Big Bash contract for Chandra Singh, who I don't know what his strike rate was exactly, but probably has a 3 in front of it after 1 full year of professional cricket, which is perfectly fine.
He's got Chris Rogers as a coach, right? Who's very much a red ball focused player.
That's true.
Could play his strokes. Could play his strokes.
Did captain a Big Bash team for a year, you know. Long time ago. Bucky did that. Pulling to one of the 3 sweepers in that direction. Chris Rogers is a keen watcher of the county streams. If there's a stream going on, if there's a game being played, Bucky has an eye on it. Wouldn't be surprised if he's watching right now.
Chris, love your work. I always loved that the arc his Test career took. Yes. Obviously, debut in 2008. Then, was a guy who would make runs here, would make runs in Australia, but finally got that opportunity again 5 years afterwards at the 2013 Ashes.
It was a bit of it was a reminder, it was a price signal around the country that you're never too old if you're making enough runs. He returned to the side at 36, ended up playing 24 Test matches in that run, averaged in excess of 45, hit 5 further Test tons, finished with 76 first-class centuries, hit twin tons in his final game.
Yeah, finished at Somerset 2016, that famous climax where 3 teams were gunning it out for the title on the final day.
Yeah, where briefly Somerset were in the lead, weren't they? But then Yorkshire and Middlesex set up the 4th innings chase. Bit of lob bowling, throwback. And they got the big finish with the Roland Jones hat-trick. But yeah, it was briefly the case that Somerset nudged in front.
And they were watching. They were in the bar at Taunton watching that Middlesex Yorkshire game, which obviously famously concluded with Toby Roland Jones taking the wicket, running off under the setting sun.
A 4-day game that kind of felt like a Test match in terms of the crowds that rocked up to Lords through the 4 days. A bit wider on the crease. Nothing wrong with the pace. Really getting it through here, Abbott. Athletic. Australian from Central Casting with slightly longer hair, the moustache. Bustling approach, says I with this accent.
I did think at some stage he might come into sort of Ashes contention, find his way into a squad for one of these Test matches, but
he was probably 1 injury away, I reckon, because he got brought in for the World Test Championship training squad when they didn't play a tour game. They played golf and did some centre wicket practice instead of going the more conventional route of playing a game of cricket, and he was involved in the centre wicket practice part of that down in Beckenham. Oh, hand off the bat, extra bounce to Hamid to complete another tidy over. 1 run from it, but asking good questions, Abbott. 90 for 1.
How about this? 2-2, oval decider. Australia have gone through their pace options throughout the series, and they think, why don't we find someone who knows this ground pretty well?
Fresh as well. We saw last week at Leeds, when both sides are duking it out, there is some mental wear and tear. How could there not be? I mean, imagine the degrees of concentration, or how much the reserves that are dug into when playing in a tense Ashes clash like we've had the last 3 weeks. Fresh blood for 4 and 5, I don't doubt for a moment will be important. Whether that's someone outside of the England squad, improbable as it is. They named their squad like 9 days before the Test I saw yesterday, England. Seemed a bit premature, or a show of faith in who they've got. Either way, Australia are going to leave it a few days. Jacks again from our end. Driving down the ground. Nice shot from Young. Just got to the pitch and hit through the line. His 3rd boundary up to 16. Yeah, I suspect for Australia it'll be as we watch the replay back of this. Compact. Giving the bowler out through wideish mid-off for 4. Yeah, we just assume the big 3, Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood will play, don't we? Using his feet. Well played for 1. But what you're saying, if they have another tough 5-day rabid affair where it's just on every session and there's no respite, and if a lot of short stuff's required, that's the other factor in all of this. Bottom hand from Hamid to mid-on. If they have to bowl lots of short stuff and then long spells and England can bat time, which is unlikely, but if they can bat time for once, then it might be a tough turnaround. Only 3 days between Manchester and the Oval.
And think of it like this, the last Ashes series, Australia went for that kind of horses for courses selection at the MCG when they picked Scott Boland.
Sure did.
Sure, the conditions were vastly different to what they'd expected in the end, because it was a green one and they'd picked Boland for a flat wicket that he'd grown up on, been used to, but worked out pretty well.
I mean, I guess we've already had our Ashes bolter in Moeen Ali, haven't we? That was our one gift of the series. Over bowled 6 runs from it, 96 for 1 there. 201 runs away, but the required rate's now above 8. So in all probability, unless Surrey can get a move on, they'll shake hands well before 6 o'clock. Now the fun bit with Moeen a few weeks ago, but I feel like we're due one more shock selection. Either someone going down, someone getting drafted into a squad, a radical change of perspective that comes from seemingly nowhere but makes so much sense in retrospect. And maybe that man is Sean Abbott.
I thought you were going to say someone else there for a second.
No, he's on a plane in 2 days' time.
Okay.
Maybe that man is Sean. He's going home. But maybe that man is Sean Abbott. Here he is again, pavilion end. Full to begin. Won't be long before the short stuff returns. All the lights on here at the Kia Oval. 3 back on the leg side. Dan Worrell warming up beneath us. Deep third as well. Just 1 catcher behind the wicket. That's in the gully. Tom Latham. He took 5 catches in the first innings. A record for Surrey against Notts for an outfielder. For a non-wicket keeper. There it is.
Hamid right down and holding that pose there.
And so Abbott went and joined him as well. The longer that Hamid waited, the longer that Abbott continued in his follow through.
Just discussing that wear and tear of the grind of the Ashes series, particularly on the fast bowlers. I thought one thing that was remarkable the other week was Pat Cummins coming into that test match, having had the week he'd had. Oh, clouds gathering.
I have detected it's got a bit darker here in the last quarter of an hour. Another short one. Yes, that might be what means they can possibly shake hands earlier than what would be ideal. Sorry, please continue.
What I found remarkable in terms of ahead of that third test was obviously Pat Cummins, the week he'd had in between tests and the kind of media battleground that was set after Johnny Bairstow's dismissal at Lord's, and the questions that Cummins constantly had to take in the presser. For him to come in through that and then take 6 for at Headingley.
Shot again. Hamid just all wrists there, down to the rope in front of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Up to 39, well played. 100 for 1 for Notts. So the second time that Abbott's pitched it up, and no backlift required there. Just trusted his swing.
One of the things I noticed about Naseem Hameed when he came back into the England side a couple of years ago was, to a ball like that, usually what he would do back then was kind of clip through mid-wicket, but he's starting to look a bit straighter in the way he's batting. It's not the first time he's hit through that area today, to the fuller pitch delivery.
67 in the first innings for Hameed. It's been a very interesting career arc, Haseeb Hameed. teenage prodigy. Those 4 centuries in 2016. Selection young. Run straight away. Injury. A dramatic trough. Let go by his club. Moves counties. Runs again, albeit through a lot of matches that were sort of behind closed doors. A lot of people watching on streams and so on. Twin tons to start 2021. Not far away from short leg there. Back in the test team. Looks the goods upon returning against India in 2021. That's often lost in the Haseeb Hameed story, I think. 4 runs from the over, 100 for 1. Hameed's 39 of those. Gets back and plays well against India, both here at the Oval and at, was it Trent Bridge, wasn't it? No, it was second test. I can't remember where it was. Anyway, wherever it was. When he came back into the side.
Lords.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. So Lords was a brief stay. Did better in the 3rd and 4th test matches of that series. Gets picked for Australia. Gets a couple of starts at the Gabba. And that's enough for them to keep getting picked. But by the end of it, he was like a lot of them, exhausted, walking wicket territory, dispensed with straight away, back to the wilderness, and the cycle starts again.
Yeah.
I mean, the question is, can there be a period of time where he has a relatively normal career? We get to see any evidence of that. It's highs and lows, nothing in between.
Well, it was 4 years ago in the Headingley Test in 2019 when the news filtered through that Lancashire were letting him go.
That's right, yeah.
And it was, I think, it's just the sadness that filtered through because of the kind of the precocious talent that had been there, the story of him coming through and batting in India and how good he'd look there.
Worrell returns. Clipping and not quite beating Clark. Way to his right.
And
on the opening day.
And then for, obviously, he was kind of sold short going into that Ashes tour. I remember ahead of that England tour, ahead of that Ashes tour, England announcing their central contracts, and the opener who was out the side, Zach Crawley, was given a central contract, and Hameed who was the incumbent, was just going there as a player, and that kind of you could kind of already see England's plans there. And Hameed, like so many other players on that tour, had a really, really difficult time.
I know Stuart Broad copped all the grief for his comments before the series about 21-22 and saying it's void, and I know a lot of that's just theatre with Broad, and that's fine. But there is definitely a nugget of truth, more than a nugget. What he describes, I was on that tour as well. It was a horrible tour for everybody involved because of constant COVID, invasive COVID testing. There were the extra tests that were being done for the players every day and everybody else, but specifically the players. Not being able to get out of the bubble really at all until the very end of the series. Only getting to mix amongst themselves. Like everything that's good about touring Australia was denied for the English, and they didn't get any meaningful preparation time. A couple of weeks in hotel quarantine, although they did get to train in that stretch, but still they were in isolation to the wider world. They got their tour games rained off. They completely botched Brisbane spectacularly, picked the wrong team, didn't have the presence of mind to bowl on a green top, didn't have Anderson and Broad playing. They made all the errors at the start, absolutely, but by Melbourne, Sydney and Hobart, the last 3 test matches, they were cooked. And it really showed. And it didn't feel like it had anywhere near the intensity of an Ashes series. Nothing like this. I mean, that Hobart test match felt like an exhibition game. I mean, it was over in 3 days, but it genuinely felt like everybody knew the result. I know England bowled well on day one, but the rhythm, the arc was Australia were eventually going to thump them here, and so they did. Ashes series are always better over here. Slower ball attempts from Worrell, doesn't quite get the radar right on it. At the back of the hand. Yeah, there's something about the levelling. English conditions are a nice leveller for any touring side. Coming over here, extra movement, smaller crowds, but packed houses at the same time compared to Australia.
It's funny, but then again, we've also seen, we had a tight series in 2019 as well. I mean, a 2-2 drawn, but different conditions really to the ones we've seen this time around.
Square drive out to deep backward point to finish. Hameed into the 40s, keeps the strike, 102 for 1. Yeah, 2019 is I think a low-key great series. because the emergence of Archer, what he was able to do at Lords, what Smith was doing in response, the twin tons before Archer arrives, and then that spectacular 2 hours at Lords on the Saturday afternoon, Stokes' 100 on the Sunday afternoon, men around the bat, England not far away from busting that test open, coming from way behind. Australia coming from a 90-run deficit in the first test match to rally via Smith and to win on the final day. And even Manchester, which was in the end what looks like a comfortable Australian win, they got it done with half an hour to go. That went deep into the final session. Yeah. And England square it up here with Archer bowling another venomous spell to complete his work, and also the 6 he took at Leeds to bowl out Australia on that first day, which gets forgotten because Australia bowled out England for 67 on the second day. So there were a lot of incredible absorbing moments.
I've always been interested in knowing what the kind of Australian perspective is looking back on 2019 now, because obviously there is that whole retain the Ashes in England, but then also the drawn series element of it. Yeah. And for a lot of those players now, they talk about, there's still that thing we need to tick off our bucket list for all these great Australian players who are kind of coming to the end of their careers to win a series in England. So 2019 still feels like, it was unfulfilled, that moment.
For sure. Up to the stumps, folks, for Clark starting a new spell, replacing Abbott, so they're going in short, sharp bursts from the pavilion end, giving everyone a trundle. Oh, absolutely. There is far more attention laid at the mistake at the toss at the Oval and not being able to stick the landing than there is for the excellent work that preceded it, especially at Edgbaston, and then to hold their nerve at Manchester. It's a little bit unfair in hindsight. Because of course across any 5 test match series there'll be mistakes made, but because the mistake at the Oval bowling first was such a big one, even with the Ashes retained, it gets weighted too much as far as the reflections on 19. I mean, I guess similarly for England, they weren't able to win the Ashes at home as they'd done throughout regained in 05 but retained in 09, 13 and 15. But to go 2-all from where they were after the first test, indeed where they were after the second test, was no small achievement.
And for them, I think the main focus of that summer really was the World Cup. I'm sure no one will say that publicly, that the Ashes comes second place, but really it felt that way that summer.
Had to. It was the only way that was going to work. The white ball program was prioritised after 15. Again, no one will ever acknowledge it as bluntly as that, but yeah, this was the showcase event of 19 was the World Cup. Catching straight mid-wicket in position instead of a slip for Clark.
And for English fans, when they look back at the 2019 Ashes, it's not about the series result as a whole. It all boils down to one game, Headingley. It really is. So 2019 is looked at as a kind of wonderful summer for English cricket, even if they didn't win the men's Ashes.
Great take from Folkes to finish, or is it? My apologies. I just thought Folkes had gloved that in the way he's done so often down the leg side, but it got through and 4 byes are added. Wouldn't mind a second look at this because we're behind at this angle. Yeah, he just didn't get a glove on it at all. 106 for 1. He'll be frustrated by that, even though it's a high degree of difficulty for any keeper up to the stumps when it's sprayed down the leg side. So it's been slow going since 47 minutes since then. 46 runs added, so maybe not that slow going, but in the context of the chase that may or may not have been on at tea, they've long since dispensed with hopes of winning the match. 8.7 and over needed from here. Attempting to reach safe harbour and presumably shake hands whenever the umpires give them the nod, if rain doesn't intervene first.
I guess been probably a bit spoiled by what we've seen in the test matches the last few weeks, that I rocked up this morning thinking we were on for a sort of extravagant finish in this match, but yeah, not looking that way.
If every game had an extravagant finish, it wouldn't feel as good when we get them. Sure. This is what we need. We need the occasional draw that doesn't quite live up to expectations for when the days come as they have already this summer. We know that it means something more. It's going to be Folks up to the stumps for Worrell as well. He's called for the helmet. Worrell's no medium pacer either. So gully set quite deep. Folks waiting. Full and straight to start. One for the highlights reel here, folks. That'd be exciting. Leg side stumping or something like that.
I think Worrell might just be looking to show off his collection of slower balls here as well. The first one potentially a change-up?
Yeah, certainly wasn't quick. Oh yeah, that's dipped nicely. That's from the T20 playbook. Back of the hand, I think.
Lovely little late dip.
Reminiscent of Ian Harvey running in for Gloucestershire all those years ago. It's a good start, this. So three different, I'm not sure again which particular slower ball that was.
I think that was a leg cutter.
It was leg cutter, yeah. Hard to tell from our angle, but found the outside portion of the bat. It's ballooned up, not far away from the woodwork, but landing in Folks' gloves instead. Minimum fuss. 1 mid. Oh, that's bit and bounced and runs away towards the rope. So 4 more for Notts.
That was more of a ragging off break.
Yeah, so it's found the edge. Wasn't signalled as buys. Young did well to hit that.
Yeah.
No slip in. Keeper up to the stumps.
Worrell's hoping for a little push forward to bring those catches in close into play.
Change up again. So digging deep here. Can they find something? Can they get two in a hurry and just put a shutter through the Notts dressing room? With still plenty of time to go, it's worth remembering. It isn't. Not in the last hour yet, not even close. Still got, after this, 21 overs to come. But yes, we are nearing that point, to be fair. Skewed out to deep backward point. Ends an interesting and creative over from Dan Worrell. He's bowled 7 of them, none for 21. 1-1-1 for 1 the score. Still 186 away from victory for what it is worth. Might just do a quick check-in round the grounds here, Taha. Especially what's going on over at Blackpool. You're off. Jeremy Coney's coming in. Thank you. That's been fun. We'll see you next time. If you want to see Taha's fine work, you can pick up a copy of the cricket paper this week, or the Wisdom Cricket Monthly magazine. Taha's been editing the cricket paper and doing a great job with that since it's come back into circulation in the last couple of months in season 2023. Gentle medium pace here from Clark. So yes, the Lancashire game feels kind of on. They were at Blackpool set 430 by Essex, who declared late yesterday, and they're up to 324 for 6, so they need 106 runs in 19 overs with 4 wickets in hand, and Rob Jones set on 69 not, batting with Tom Hartley on 10. So that could be an interesting finish. The most competitive of the game still out there on the board. Good afternoon, Jeremy Coney. It feels like we're drifting towards a predictable conclusion here.
Yeah, it does a bit, doesn't it? I suppose the hope for those people out there is it's basically a 20-over game now.
That's a good point.
You know, we've got a T20 game and we're chasing, I don't know, about 180 odd, aren't we?
186 away.
Yeah. Which, when you think of a 20-over game, it's possible with 9 wickets. You know,
just the other factors, right? They can slow the game down.
Yes, they can, and of course there's no restriction on fielding or overs.
Ooh, shout. Sneaks through. ends up at backward point. But assessed as not out by umpire Bailey. We'll need a second look to get a sense of what's played out there in front of us. Behind the action in our commentary spot. Here we go. Yes, trending down the leg side. Good decision. Hampshire have hit the lead against Somerset. It's taken them some time doing it, following on. They're ahead by 11 runs, but 7 down though. There's still a chance they could be defeated there at Taunton. 3 wickets needed for Somerset to set up what would be a small chase if they do it soon. Northants, Middlesex for 131 away. They're 192 for 3. They've done well today, batting throughout the 4th day. So for Middlesex, it's Simpson on 55 and Robson on 80. We were talking about Sam Robson a while ago. His ears must be ringing. So they've batted for a long time together now. They lost their 3rd wicket with a score on 84, so they've put on 104. End of the over, 1-1-1 for 1, a maiden from Clark. But improbable that, well, I say improbable, Middlesex could get there from here. 131, they're within striking distance with roughly an hour to play. And we've got, and that's the full book in Divi 1. Take a look at Division 2 as well. Dan Worrell prepares to continue. Another over of off breaks and leg cutters and back of the hand jobs.
Absolutely. He some knuckle balls and
yes,
leg breaks, as you say, and really quite well pitched too. And I mean, it had Young very watchful.
Cardiff, we started today on Michael Neser watch. It's not really worked out well for him or Glamorgan. They were a rain-affected game. Glamorgan 403 for 9 yesterday. Leicestershire 314 for 3. They've only been out there for 76 overs. Rishi Patel 176. From an Ashes perspective, Neser has bowled 11 overs, 1 for 36. So they're not going to bowl him into the ground when he's. Well, maybe that's a sign. He's bowled 11 of the 76. I wonder whether they've given Glamorgan the nod. Don't bowl him too much. He might be busy next week at Manchester. It's possible. Because you normally would take the new ball and do a lot of the heavy lifting. I know there's no result possible, but just a thought. Just a thought. Sussex, Derbyshire. That's at Hove. Derbyshire need 182 runs from 198 for 4, so they feel probably out of the game in a similar spot to where Notts are here. So they'll split the difference. In Yorkshire, Worcestershire. Worcestershire still trail by 29. They're 136 for 2. There's been a lot of rain at New Road today, so that's also heading towards a draw. Jake Libby, 57 not out, batting with Gareth Roderick, just arresting the situation when they lost 2 early wickets in the 3rd innings of the match. So quite a few draws around the country, a couple of them rain affected. Essex in a good position, but that could be a huge finish with Lancs with 4:30 set for them. As for here, the required rate up to 9.5. Vokes is back now for Young.
Yeah, it's kind of heading the wrong way, isn't it, really, this game?
I mean,
in terms of runs.
I think we were
required.
on commentary together when things did speed up a little bit, and our conclusion was, well, it wouldn't be a bad idea if Surrey got bowled out. So, I mean, you know from having led sides for a long time that declaring prematurely, or what's seen to be prematurely, I'll reframe that, if you declare and you set a total that's ultimately chased down with ease, you'll be criticised for being too generous. Whereas if you get bowled out, then, well, maybe it's not as taxing on a captain. I get that. Oh, here we go. He's running a bowler sidearm. Yeah, what's going on here? Is that a Jeff Thompson?
Yes, it is.
Hooly dooly. That'll go around on social media.
The leg wasn't quite as high at the front because
That must have been daunting for you, Jeremy, facing Tomo as a young lad.
Yeah, that was interesting. But this one, he's got side on and he's given the cross leg, but it doesn't get up high. The front leg doesn't get up quite so high. But
shot. Nice response there from Hamid. Says, "Don't mess with me. I'm still here." He's 44.
Yeah. Oh no, playing Tomo at Brisbane was always a challenge, and certainly it was in the 70s, and going out to bat for New Zealand. I hadn't been playing for New Zealand for very long, and I'd never seen something of the pace. Well, you didn't get that at Nenville Park in Nio, Wellington. So yeah, it's very different. I could pick up the line of the ball, but not the length. So it would pass you quite quickly. Between your shoulders and your chin, around there, that sort of area. And certainly even the slips from we were playing against Queensland, they would run past and say, don't nick it today, Coney. They were concerned as well, and they were well back.
This would have been
he was trying to get back into the Australian side.
Right.
And he was bowling quite big no balls. Paddles, Richard Hadley was sitting on his bat at the other end.
Was this pre-helmets for you as well?
Yeah, I went off and adjusted my cap.
Here's Dom Sibley. This will be fun with his leg breaks, which, well, he got all sorts with Sibley. He's of the old school part-time leg break variety.
Okay.
So he'll bowl some balls that will beat the bat. He'll bowl some balls that turn wickedly, and he will bowl some half-trackers.
Okay.
So
looks like we're going to shake hands. Yes, we are.
We've hit shake hands point.
Yep.
Yes, we have. That's the match. That's the draw, with the clock striking 5 o'clock here, an hour before the scheduled close of play. A draw is recorded here at the Care Oval, with Nottinghamshire set 297. It was always going to be a tall order. They went to the tea interval at 60 for 1, but in the hour after the break, weren't able to really put the foot down. Surrey's short pitch attack was able to keep them at bay. Hasib Hamid batting throughout for 44 not out. And Will Young, century in the first innings, unbeaten on 25 in the second. The only wicket to fall was that of Ben Slater. Caught a point on the stroke of tea from the bowling of Jacks for 39. At that stage, it was 60 for 1. And they shake hands at 118 for 1, Jeremy. Surrey to remain top of the table. But they were behind in the game at the halfway mark, had a 44-run deficit. Batted nicely the second time around, but perhaps not quite with the tempo or at the tempo they needed to bring a result.
No, not with the time left.
Into reckoning today.
That's right. And I think really Notts are going to, as they leave the Oval, will feel, I think, relatively pleased, especially the way that the bowlers, the seamers, got injured throughout this match, that they were able to cope with the resources that they had. Obviously Young had a good game here. He's had 140 and then a not out in the second innings. That's a good start for him. Hamid also has had runs in the first innings and looks quite solid here in the second as well, so that's good for them. They've now got a number 3 and an opener there. They've got James, who got 6 wickets and a sort of an all-round performance, got 50 in the first innings. And then I think the other ones are the bowlers. Hutton getting 5 wickets here, with just some, not pacey, but just well-directed swing bowling. And then finally, I think Calvin Harrison's got to get a mention as far as that's concerned too, with over 20 overs of leg spin bowling, and no one could really attack him. No one tried to attack him, and that's what's so interesting. He's shown us that he got some leg break and he got a wee bit of turn. He's got a wrong in that he can deliver, and he also had a toppy as well that just bounced a bit more. So there's some variety there and something to work with for Nottinghamshire. So well done them. I think they've got to feel pleased with their work here,
especially given they were one bowler down for the whole match, and Hutton missed a decent slab.
Yes, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, to sort of hang in there as they did on that first day. When you go back and look at it now, I mean, Ball bowled 5 overs, none for 24. Patterson bowled 26 overs. Lyndon James 6 for 74 from 24.4 overs in the first innings, and contributions from Harrison and Montgomery with spin on day one that they wouldn't have expected to bowl quite so much here at the Oval. Hutton, 7 wickets for the match, who's played a role throughout. 2 for 63 the first time, and then completed a 5-wicket bag here not long before tea. 5 for 91, so 7 for him, which takes him to 43 wickets in the season in Division 1, which is very good going.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Harrison before, that he took his 3 wickets too, didn't he, through the middle overs there. He collected Jamie Smith last night, Ben Folkes last night, and Tom Laws after lunch today. Laws, who made 55 for Surrey, one of 3 half-centuries in the second innings. Sibley 83 yesterday. Sibley 83, Latham 60, Jack 60, and Laws 55. So no one really going on with it for Surrey, but yes, in need of a fairly hefty amount of runs on a true surface, and didn't quite have the time to manufacture something. So the match drawn here at the Kia Oval. Thank you for your company over the course of the last 4 days. On behalf of myself, Adam Collins, Jeremy Coney, thank you to you. Great to have you on here today.
Pleasure. Enjoyed it.
Daniel Norcross, Taha Hashim, Yaz Rana, Felix White. Can't wait to do it all again soon. In the short term, from a Surrey perspective, look forward to finals day on Saturday. Hopefully all Saturday, maybe Sunday as well if the rain hits, but that will be a bumper day for the club, and well played Nottinghamshire as well. Honours shared at the Kia Oval.